Hi guys, MrRoflWaffles here. Welcome to court. Today, I, MrRoflWaffles, the defense, will be defending Bungie, the accused, from the notorious SALTAGREPPO. The Grepulator has a claim he would like to present. He has a claim that the changes being introduced in Edge of Fate to new gear are bad. And I today, as the Bungie shill, Bungie's lawyer, will be defending Bungie from this accusation. We have a whole court case planned out. We will be being presided over by Honorable Judge Aztecross, and we're about to jump into it. So give us a moment to get this set up here, and then we'll be launching in. I look forward to winning and taking all of SALTAGREPPO's money. Yes. So, welcome if you are joining and you're in the chat. Welcome. I am going to tweet that we are live because I just realized I should do that. Okay. And I'm going to call the gamers. I'm going to call the gamers. Okay. Hello, hello. Is that Your Honor that I can hear?
It is Your Honor. I am here. I am ready to cast judgment.
Well, your judgment had better be a good one, because Bungie has come into my chat and said loser gets banned. So
oh shit.
The stakes
GG, it's over.
The stakes are really high, right? So you had a good run, bud. But sorry.
There's a lot of pressure right now. All right, like straight up banned from the game. Okay.
Yep, that is.
It's not even fair. Like, I'm gonna get follower diffed.
It's not gonna be follower diff. It's gonna be skill diff, my friend. Okay, it's what it comes down to. This is for the record. I'm just gonna show my chat. It is official that Bungie has said loser gets banned. So I think structure-wise, the way this is gonna need to work is I am going to screen share a presentation for structural illustration, and you guys are going to be able to follow along with that. So if I do this, also Aztecross, if you don't have a judge's wig on right now, I'm going to be significantly upset. I'm going to be disappointed.
Unfortunately, I don't have a wig. It is really hot here. I could possibly put a robe on.
You know, I'd take it. My judge in a robe is better than my judge in civvies, you know? So,
let me, hold on. I will get this robe on.
Oh, hell yeah. All right, I'm going to share this screen. Wonderful. Salt, you ready to get banned from the game?
Yeah, long time coming.
This is the last straw.
They were just waiting for a reason.
Yeah, no wonder they put the contest thing in the Twid today. They were like, screw this guy. Chat, final moments. I'm muted. Final moments before the court case begins. The loser gets banned. The loser gets banned. In fact, you know what? While I'm here, let me add that screenshot to the... Let me add it to this. There we go. Beautiful.
People are typing in my chat, better call Salt. It's peak.
Even Soul can't help you now, buddy. This might be the longest it's ever taken someone to put on a robe. Like, did he fail the robe skill check? Is he rolling around on the floor right now trying to get his arms through the holes?
All right. Well, I don't have a robe because I think somebody washed it, and dude, that thing doesn't even fit anymore. So we've just got a normal jacket on.
Okay.
It's the best I can do. I don't have a wig though.
That works. I can work with a jacket. Are you able to turn your camera on Discord without it messing up your OBS?
Let's see. So I actually don't have my camera on. It's on my
Yeah, it's on my streaming PC. Yeah, same.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I will just not have your faces on the screen. That is all good.
I mean, actually, I have a second webcam. Let me where is it? I think I have a second webcam.
Mm-hmm.
Now he looks like a cheap ass lawyer. Whoa!
Shots fired, chat. What the hell?
It's a terrible webcam, but it might work.
Okay. Honestly, I think anything would be great. Hell yeah. Oh, it was loading for a second and then nothing came up. Fallout, thank you for the raid, my friend. I appreciate you.
Yeah, unfortunately, my setup is.
Thank you.
I have the one camera that my stream setup, and then like if it's already activated in OBS, it won't let me activate it anywhere else.
What you might be able to do is in OBS, if you below where it says start recording, do you have the start virtual camera option?
Oh yeah, I do have that. Start virtual camera.
So that will be okay. I can see Salt, perfect. I can see the belts as well, perfect.
let me see if I can.
Okay.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, it's pretty bad quality, but I mean, whatever.
No, it's good. It's good.
Chat, can y'all hear them?
Test.
Yeah, can you guys check?
Check.
Milo, can you hear me talking right now?
Yep, I can.
Okay, let me see if I can turn up. Chat, how low are they?
Test. Test,
Can
test, test.
y'all can hear Milo, right? Audio's perfect. Okay, they're good. Okay, let me figure out. Yeah, I think this should be good. Hold on.
Test, test, test.
Let's see. Yes, virtual cam.
Yep, that I can see that. That is working.
Is that working?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna put you.
By the way, setting up the necktie was like harder than any solo I'd ever done in the game, I think. I had to watch like tutorials and then I had to ask my sister. Like, so cooked.
So the only issue I have is I need to be able to view what you're showing on screen, correct?
Yeah, can you see? I'm screen sharing on Discord. Does that work? Is there a way that you can like capture that?
To put it in the stream, in my stream, no. Not with me over here. Let's see. The only way I could possibly do it is if I pull up your stream.
That might work. Yeah.
Chat, are they too loud right now? Saul, can you say
Test.
something? Salt, can you say something real quick?
Hello?
Okay, yes, Salt's really loud. You're good, Saul. I'm gonna turn you down just a tad. Okay, Salt, say something again.
Hello?
Chat, is that better? That's pretty good. This prep was trash. I should have done this last night. Binja, into the duration of this trial, if you could place thy tongue in my asshole, that would make this a lot more enjoyable for the both of us. Okay. So let me I'm gonna put your stream up right now.
Okay.
And then I think we should be good to go.
I think I've managed to get all of us on screen and the presentation and chat. So I think we're in a good place. I think.
Okay.
Yeah. On my end, chat, how does this look? Just give me a thumbs up, everyone. Yeah, Cross is in like 240p right now, but other than that, I think we're all good.
I don't know why it's so out of focus.
It's just because you're in the corner, so I'm just zooming in on you like crazy.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah. I think it looks good. I think it's good. Maybe if I do this, I can use it.
I don't think I could change this up in any kind of way. Let's see, preview. Yeah, it looks like it's doing my whole stream.
No, it's good. It's good. This is fine. It's scuffed, but it's ours. So it works. It's good. I like it. Okay. Any final changes needed in any chats? I think we're good. I balked it. Oh, I did balk it by looking. Yeah, okay, hold on. I need to not... Is there a way I can do this? There.
Thank you so much for the tier 2. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's... Is it working now? Chat, give me a thumbs up if this is good. This is almost as efficient as the government.
Oh my god. Accurate.
Cross is loud. Okay, I can turn cross down a little bit.
Check, 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 check.
How does that sound?
Check, check, check. Hello, hello. Order.
Oh, perfect. Oh, hell yeah. We got the peaking figured out. Yep. I can I pat him on the head? There you go. Give him a little pat.
Let's go. Let's go.
Do you have a gavel, Cross?
I don't. I can get something that can work for it though.
Yeah, I think you're gonna need it.
Okay.
Caboose, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Hell yeah. Hi Cross's stream. Yeah, this is truly, oh wait, what if I do this? No, because then I can't see. Is there a way I can collapse the sidebar on Discord? I don't think I can. You can pop out? Oh, that might work. Hello. I think I found a way to make you higher resolution.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you're a bit higher quality now. There we go, perfect.
Got a piece of wood to hammer on? No, I brought my daughter's bluey boogie board.
Hell yeah.
It should insulate things pretty good. I don't know if y'all can hear that.
All right, are we all ready? And Cross, I've given you the court schedule in the Discord. Okay. It is also actually this, but we can play with the timings as much as is desired. But this was my intended structure, is that we'll do statements from everyone to begin with, and then Salt will present, call any witnesses. I will present, call any witnesses, and then you can cross-examine. Get it? Cross-examine. Hey, hey. And then we'll do closing statements, and it'll be again Salt first as the plaintiff and me as the defense.
Okay.
So that is the intended structure. If we're all ready to go, in the interest of making this a contained, cohesive YouTube video, I will let you do an intro for us, kind of thing, and we can kick off the court session.
Okay. All right. Who's the plaintiff? Who's the defense?
Plaintiff is Salt, and I am the defense, and I'm the defense on behalf of Bungie, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You just let me know. I kick things off.
Salt, are you ready to go?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. In that case, thank you, Hyrule1469, for the gifted subs. Really appreciate that. I'm ready. Let's begin.
Dearly beloved, we gather here today, and we have Milo, the defender, and Salt, the other guy. And these guys are going to be 1v1ing with their ideas. I'm ready to begin.
Okay. Hell yeah. What are we debating, Your Honor?
I was hoping y'all were gonna tell me. I don't know what is the argument. What's happening right now?
Okay, Your Honor, could I possibly assist you here with that? It would be a great privilege to do so.
Absolutely. Honestly, you're getting some good points right now. I mean, I'm just saying, just with this assist.
Okay, wonderful. So, thank you, Honorable Judge Aztecross. That is very appreciated. The stakes are high today, ladies and gentlemen, because Bungie has decreed that the loser of this court case gets banned. That's actually happening. So watch yourself, Salt. The proceedings will follow the following structure.
I've already accepted it.
He's accepted his fate.
No!
We're going to have the opening statement from the plaintiff, SALTAGREPPO. And he's going to just give us 2 minutes laying out his claim. I will then respond with the statement of the defense for another 2 minutes or so. We will then each have a turn to present evidence. This will be Salt first as the plaintiff. Salt will lay out his claim. Salt will explore whatever evidence he needs to explore. He can call on witnesses. He can do his thing. And if he desires to, he can ask me some questions as he goes as well. I will then have an opportunity to do the same in return. And the timings here are loose. They will be at the discretion of the judge, of course. And we will then enter cross-examination, where Cross, Your Honor, will essentially explore both of our arguments and allow the jury, which is chat, to have their say as to whether any further information needs to be provided in any specific area. And we will then have closing statements from Salt, the plaintiff, and myself, the defense. And then the judge and the jury, the chat, will make a ruling, and Bungie will ban SALTAGREPPO. So that is the structure for today.
I have a question. Why did the defender decide all the rules, how this is gonna go? This feels unfair. I don't know. It feels scripted.
Feels
He's making a great point. Right now.
I feel the judge should have worked on that.
But I will say, I also don't have any alternative to how we should do things. So I say we stick with the path laid out for us here.
I think that Salt is also criticizing the judge in the judge's own court. That sounds, if you were to ask me, like that might be a mistake.
Yeah, I would say, yeah. I'm just a Salt. I better get a lot of Your Honor coming out of you. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like,
apologize.
Butter me up over here, my man.
So, what's going on, right? We have the plaintiff, SALTAGREPPO, the humble destiny enjoyer. We have the defense, MrRoflWaffles, the Bungie shill and employee. And as we've said, we have Honorable Judge Aztecross presiding. And Salt's claim, more or less, is that the loser gets banned. So, Salt, your opportunity to lay out your claim begins now. And Cross, you can judge our time limits at your discretion.
Yes, all right. So 2 minutes, right? 2 minutes, you guys, to do your introductory arguments, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. We'll kick things off. Salt, you're first. Hit me, baby.
All right. So my main point is that this new gear bonus system where weapons get more damage, armor gets more DR is bad for the game, especially long term. Because while I do think the game needs more reasons to grind, like I'm not one of those that's like, oh, I don't want to regrind the new armor. I'm the exact opposite. I want to grind even more. I just think the system makes you grind less because you're gonna end up caring less about gear long term, knowing that that gear will be suboptimal in 6 months. So my main point is that while I do want more grind, I feel like they're going in the opposite direction with this. And I would have rather them just see how set bonuses and all those new things they're adding would have done before like trying something like this.
Okay, I see. So you don't have an issue with the set bonuses per se, but you have an issue with.
I love the set bonuses.
Yeah, but it's the extra damage and the damage resist.
Yeah, it's that, and it's mainly the fact that it's like so short. Like if it was, I don't know, like I'm not. If it was like 15 months, then I wouldn't even be too mad because you can still enjoy your like loot for a while. I think the issue is specifically that it's 6 months because like the raid, for example, the loot from the new raid will never be good in the next dungeon or raid because it's already like gone from being new gear. And I think that's an issue. Like you should desire end game loot for the future to a certain extent.
Okay. All right. Well, we will now move to Milo, who will now present his defense to this.
Thank you. I can be much more succinct than SALTAGREPPO was, because I have a presentation. This is coming in a moment, but
Thank
first,
you very much, Judge.
Hold on. Wait. The slides are in the wrong order. Wait. All right. My opening statement is quite simple. I think that the damage resist on the new gear is not as large as it sounds. I think that the damage buff is actually outshone by plenty of other factors in the game. Don't think it's as big a deal as people are saying it's going to be. I don't think that it excessively limits build crafting or your excitement about looking for new gear. I think that that's actually also being overblown. And I also think that it's actually going to have a fairly minimal impact for much of the expansion where the bonus is actually active in the first place. So those are my overall points. And I will run through those in more detail when we get to my evidence presentation. But first, Judge, I wanted to ask a favor.
Yes. Yes. Go ahead.
Would it be okay for us to call on a third party, a neutral third party, unrelated to myself or the plaintiff here, to help ensure that everybody is on the same page about what this new gear is and how it works? Because my fear, Your Honor, is that there may be misinformation out there in the community that could taint the jury's impression of both of our arguments. And I wouldn't want that for SALTAGREPPO just as much as I wouldn't want it for myself. So could I call on a third party purely for some informational purposes here?
I'm down. Third party for sure.
Wonderful. In that case, everyone, I would like to present someone that I don't know and have no connections with whatsoever, who I thought would be an appropriate person to explain the situation here. Just a quick bit of table setting for about the next 3 or 4 minutes. Thank you very much, Judge, for allowing me, a third party who's completely unbiased.
I feel like I know this person.
You know this person?
I don't know. I can't like quite tell, but it's like a familiar face. You know what I mean?
I mean, with the glasses, it kind of looks like SALTAGREPPO, if you ask me. So
yeah.
Are you guys getting audio? By the way, I'm not getting audio from it.
Oh, you're not getting audio?
I'm not. Oh, wait.
Oh,
Try again. I did muted.
Oh yeah, you might just need to unmute the Discord call, Cross, maybe, the screen share.
Let me see. Where in the world? Okay, so where do I go do that at? You watch. Actually, let me do this now. Now play it again.
Yep. to explain the situation just a little
there we
bit.
go.
Okay, wonderful. So, I mean, I think this might be SALTAGREPPO, you know?
Might be.
Yeah. In which case, there's bias in the court towards SALTAGREPPO already, which I would like to just note it. I would like to make a point of that for the record, Your Honor, but we can proceed.
Sure, yeah. Note it for sure. Note it for sure. It looks like a little bit like Salt there. Yeah, I'm seeing it.
Okay, let's dig into Salt's explanation of what's happening here. Thank you very much, Judge, for allowing me, a third party who's completely unbiased, to explain the situation just a little bit. So,
You can hear the Italian
there
accent,
are
too.
new gear buffs coming in the Edge of Fate. These are split into weapons and armor. They work slightly differently, so we're going to go through each one by one. So, we'll start with weapons. For weapons, the buff specifically is a damage buff, and it is based on your weapon tier. So the higher the tier of the weapon, the greater the buff you will receive. Let's talk about this a little in more detail. So specifically, it's related to the slot that the weapon is in. So your kinetic slot will be buffed if you've got new gear equipped in that slot, but you won't have it where if you equip something to the kinetic slot, that suddenly means that your heavy is buffed just by default. They don't mix and match in that way. You need to have new gear equipped in the slot in order to have any kind of buff in the slot. So what do the numbers look like? Well, a tier 1 is going to receive a 2% damage buff, a tier 2, 4%, etc., up to a maximum of tier 5 new gear receiving a 10% damage buff. Now, to be absolutely clear, weapons only affect their slot. So if you have a tier 5 kinetic weapon, that will receive a 10% new gear buff if it's new gear, but that will not buff your heavy. And if you have new gear in all 3 slots, the max that you'll get as a buff is 10% in each slot. You won't get an additive 30% buff. So that is how the weapons work. They do not stack. It's just 10% max that can be achieved. Now let's talk about armor. So for armor, it is a damage resistance buff. So it improves your survivability. And it once again is based on the tier, but this time the tier of the armor that you are equipping. The numbers are tier 1 gives you 0.6% damage resistance buff. Tier 2, 1.2%, and that obviously scales all the way to a max of tier 5, giving you a 3% buff. Now, you might be a little confused because that sounds lower than the numbers that have been being thrown around. Like, where does the 15% come from? The reason it's different is that the armor buff stacks if you have multiple pieces of new gear equipped in multiple slots. So, let's say I have a tier 3 helmet, a tier 5 arms, and a tier 5 chest, and they're all new gear. Together, that would be a 1.8% from the tier 3, plus a 3% from the tier 5, and another 3% from the other tier 5, bringing us to a total of a 7.8% damage resistance buff. All from new gear, and it's additive if you have multiple pieces of new gear in multiple slots. So the max that you can receive is 15%, but you would have to have tier 5 new gear equipped in every single slot. And new gear exotics automatically count as tier 5 if you're curious. Now, the last piece of detail that we're sort of missing before we can return to the debate and the court case at hand is what exactly new gear is. Right now, Bungie have made clear there are 2 sort of types of new gear. The first type is gear that is releasing in that expansion. So in the Edge of Fate, there's a bunch of new weapons, for example, and those weapons will all be classified as new gear. However, there is also a second type of new gear, or stuff that is going to be eligible for the buff, and that is the featured exotics. So you'll be able to go into the game's menu, and there'll be a new menu which will indicate old exotics which are being featured and will therefore count and be eligible for this buff. So that could be an armor piece, an exotic armor, or it could be an exotic weapon. And let's say Outbreak, for example, that is one of the weapons that is featured in the Edge of Fate, and therefore, if you equip Outbreak, it will receive, because it's an exotic, it automatically counts as tier 5, the maximum buff in its slot, which is 10%. Similarly, exotic armor will all be automatically considered as tier 5 if it's featured, and therefore it will get the max in slot boost of 3%, and that will sum up and be additive with the rest of the new gear armor that you have equipped, up to a maximum, like we said before, of 15% total. So that's what new gear is. That is the buff that you actually get, and that's the nuance of what does and doesn't stack. The final piece of the puzzle is something that Bungie has kind of not addressed just yet, which is the length of time for which new gear counts as new gear. So we know that they're going to add to the featured exotics pool, so things like Outbreak and stuff like that are going to be joined by more exotics as time goes by through the season, which is the same duration as the expansion. But we don't yet know if something which releases in the Edge of Fate will still count as new once Renegades releases. This is a point of speculation right now, and it's something that no doubt will come up in the debate. So thank you for listening to my explanation as a completely neutral, unrelated third party, just doing my due diligence and being a good citizen. Thank you for listening, and back to you in the courtroom.
All right. A good explanation by our third party, which is definitely not Milo. And yeah, laying out the case. So I'm gonna let you guys continue doing your thing. But essentially we have one side that's all for the extra damage, and then we got the other side that is against it, that being Salt side.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Is there any so Salt, you're saying that long term this is gonna hurt the game?
Yes. Even short, but that's gonna be less impactful, I suppose.
Okay.
Like more than long term, it's especially like towards the end of a season, right? Because when something new releases, people are gonna play it anyways. The issue is gonna be the last 2 months. People aren't gonna play trying to get something that's gonna be worse. They're gonna just be like, yeah, I'll wait for the next GL that's just gonna be better. That's the main concern, I guess. Especially since it doesn't work on day ones. Like, you could have made the argument, oh, you can farm this weapon, like, because maybe you don't have time to get a better one before day one. But if it doesn't even work in day ones, then there is like zero reason to get a good roll of a weapon on a given season, knowing that the season after it's just worse than whatever it's releasing. Most likely. I'm saying most likely because you don't know the perks, but usually they're shipping things that are like, that always have the best in slot perks nowadays. Like, they don't ship things with bad perks very often.
So you're saying we're going to be getting like seasonal sunsets for our weapons with this,
And that's,
with this change?
yeah, it's like a soft sunset, but that's what it feels like. Is it confirmed to be like seasonal? I think so, but like, I don't know if they've like spelled it out.
I think 6 months is what I'm hearing, but I'm not really for certain. But I don't know. I guess my thought process is I landed on the armor. Like I kept thinking about how to incentivize armor. And I will say, like, for years, I haven't cared about seasonal armor. And so, but weapons, that is concerning, because you could have, you know, a weapon that's a 5 out of 5 god roll. But if there's another 5 out of 5 god roll that's on the roster of the next set coming out, you're automatically going to default to that next GL because it's the new weapon.
Objection, Your Honor. It sounds like you're sharing your opinion, Your Honor.
Whoa, I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad. Order in court, everybody. Order in court. Continue, Milo. Continue. Yes.
Continue, Milo. I can take his time if you.
The defender come forward right now. I was just very compelled by the arguments from the plaintiff there.
Okay.
And just wanted to add my own thoughts. I didn't see things the way that he presented it just now.
Okay. So is he done presenting evidence? Is that all he's got?
I haven't done anything, bro. I was just kind of answering. Like, do I need to start talking?
Continue, Salt. So Salt.
Okay.
Yep. He has established the soft sunsetting.
So I'm gonna start by. Can you go to the slide where you were expressing your counterpoints, Milo?
Sure. Yes, absolutely. This one?
Okay. No, there is another one. This one is.
I don't know. I think this might be the only one I've got.
I don't know. There was another one.
we can try this one.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
So, I couldn't help but notice that none of your points is actually countering my argument or saying that the system is good. They're all four just saying that it's not gonna be that bad. And I mean, that's valid. Like, Destiny is a good game. People are probably gonna play it anyways. But why would you make a change that's bad? And when someone points out why it's bad, your answer is like, it's not gonna be that bad. You still could have just not done it if it's a flat loss for the game, I suppose. Also, I don't know if I should go on a 10 minutes rant, or if you want to go a bit back and forth. That's probably better to go a bit back and forth, but I'm not sure. I can express all the points if you want, but
yeah, I don't. So I'm trying to just be as professional as I can be. I'm gonna be honest. I just got out of judge school yesterday, so I'm seeing the points big time here on the Salt side. But again, as a judge, I'm unbiased and I shall remain neutral and continue to let you guys speak your points.
I guess though I would say
I'm happy for you to,
quick.
Yeah, go for it.
I would say very quick just to answer those 4 points. For the damage buff, debatable. Depends on a bunch of factors. I would have to expand on it. The damage list is just a crazy take because 15% DR is such an ungodly amount for the way Destiny DR stacking works. That's just wrong. The game went from being GMs went from being L to being a patrol zone when they added 30% DR to resilience. So that's just not true. I guess I wanted to point this out. And what were you saying anyways?
You were saying something, no?
No, I don't know. You were saying something do I need to go and express all my points, or do you want to reply? I'm not sure.
Oh, no. You can lay out your argument. We'll give you the floor, and then I will respond, and I will present my evidence. You can present your evidence first, though. That's your right now.
All right.
Yeah.
So, now, I'm going to start with saying that Destiny's always had an issue with people not having an incentive to farm new gear. I think it's a big issue, and I'm glad they're trying to fix it. The issue for weapons, especially weapons that aren't heavy, is mainly due to the ability power creep in the past 2 or 3 years, because it's hard to justify grinding a god roll for a primary when a consecration kills an entire room, right? So we have had a massive issue for there is no reason to farm primaries and a bunch of specials. It depends on the special weapon type. Some have utility Air LGLs, rocket sidearms, but many others are just non-important in the grand scheme of things. And that's an issue. You shouldn't have that in a game. And while heavies are a bit more it's easier to incentivize farming an heavy because even if it's not flat out better than the other option, as long as it does something different. For example, beta switch versus elemental loading. They're both pretty good. They have different use cases. That's a good way to make interesting loot. And also having a different element, right? It's good to have a different heavy that's a god roll of different elements because you never know what you want to pair it with, either for subclass verbs or even just for surges. So it's good to have a good void rocket. I went and got the trials rocket, even if Isn't Vengeance is better, just because if I want to do a damage rotation with Choir of One and a rocket, that match surges, right? So for heavies, there is kind of already a reason to get new gear. That's not really true for other weapons. And for that, they just need to do what I think they just need to do a good job at bot balancing the game so that primaries actually have value. I think they have I've been saying they need to buff primaries for like ages, but by a lot, especially on like bosses, mini bosses, and champs. And on top of that, they need to just release more interesting origin traits. Many origin traits are just forgettable, and the origin trait is the one thing that like distinguishes something truly. So they need to work better on that. And that's my solution for like the weapon problem. For the armor problem, I agree there was no reason to grind armor for years, and I think it was pretty bad for the game. But I think that's just solved with the gear, with the set bonuses, as long as they actually like ship decent ones, because that's a big thing. Like I'm excited to like grind for set bonuses. They were so sick in the division. I'm sure they're gonna be sick here as long as they release like decent ones. And you know, I'm also excited to like mix and match them. Like I want to maybe use like 2 sets from like Revenant, like 2 pieces from a set on Revenant, and 2 pieces from a set from this season that maybe combo well together. I don't want to feel like if I'm doing that, I'm losing DR, which probably like makes the combo not even worth at that point, because DR is just so important in the game. Then, let me see. Yeah, I explained why I think it's bad, and it's mainly because it's harder to justify farming for something if you know next season is gonna be worse. Like right now, if I have a God roll Solar GL, and I'm like, I could farm this like also God roll Void GL, I'm gonna do it because I don't know next season what's gonna happen. Or even if a weapon isn't meta, right? I'm like, okay, GLs aren't meta right now. I always still try to get the top options for, you know, certain weapons, because I never know if the artifact buffs them or if they just buff them. Like Bungie could just be like, yo, GLs do 20% more damage from next patch. So like I always try to get the top options from any weapon types that have a tendency to be relevant often, just because you don't know if they're gonna be relevant. It's harder to justify doing that with this new system. Like, if there is a weapon that's already not best in slot, but I would still farm it for future proof, I'm probably not gonna care about that, since the chances of it being good when it's already not good, and it's also gonna do 10% less than anything releasing this season after, is just so like tiny that like I'm probably just gonna care less in general. All of that said, if we really need to keep the system, my take is to just extend it so that you know, it's just a longer window, because I don't even hate sunsetting. Like people think I hate sunsetting. I would be so happy if like Destiny 3 released tomorrow and I had no gear. Like that's not the point. And I wouldn't even have been mad if they like full sunset everything before Edge of Fate. That's really not the point. Like whether you agree or not, like I'm saying, I'm pretty indifferent to that. I just don't want to feel like the new gear I'm farming isn't worth farming. I think that's terrible. So if you want the new gear to feel good to farm, make the window longer so that I'm like, oh, I'm farming this raid weapon. Maybe it's not gonna be good right away next season, but who knows? Maybe like it's gonna be good in 12 months, and so I can use it in the next raid. Like, you know, like just make the window like a bit longer. I'd say at least like 15 months. Also because we saw what happened when you weren't playing the game back then, Milo, but they did that thing where I think it was around Lightfall, where every weapon you got couldn't be infused anymore after a year, and like that, everyone just hated that, because it felt like there was no reason to farm things because you knew that they were gonna be useless. Like shortly after, like a weapon that came out 9 months ago, even if you were missing it, you were never gonna farm for that. Now that was more extreme because it was a full like sunset thing, but I feel like it's in a similar fashion, because I don't think those like damage buffs are really something you should ignore. Like it's pretty sizable. It would be a different thing if it was like a 3% damage buff, right, and like 3% DR, but it's not. Like it's pretty sizable objectively. And I do want to say, you know, the fact that it's not in contest, that's the last thing I want to say. The fact that it's not in contest is a good thing, because we do have certain systems that I don't like, even right now in the game. Like I don't like the overcharge system or like surges. I like activity surges. Not that the legs ones are good, but activity ones I'm talking.
Your Honor, objection.
Because
he just said that he liked combining surges on his choir and his rocket, and now he's saying he doesn't like the surges.
I mean, I think the mod is just stupid. Like the font mod was better, but I'm not saying I'm not gonna be optimal and so I'm not gonna combine weapons. Like I think the mod should work better. The mod is just a bad mod in the sense that like you keep surges then swap load out. I think that, you know, the way you proc it is stupid. I don't mind like combos, if that makes sense. Anyways. I was gonna say systems like overcharge and stuff like that are also, I think, pretty limiting in the game, and I don't think they should be there, right? Like if swords are bad, don't make them good this season. Make them good, period. Just buff them, period. That's like my philosophy. I just don't think overcharges and surges are as big of an issue simply because they aren't everywhere in the game. They aren't in normal mod dungeons and normal mod raids, which are probably the best content in the game. And so that's why I'm less like annoyed about them, but I also think that system is bad. That said, that system is way less limiting than this new gear system, because while with like overcharges, maybe, I don't know, GLs are just better in master raids for an entire season. Next season, not like the whole archetype of GLs will be better. Just one, the one that releases. So it's like, it's overcharged, but more limiting, which it's why I think it's pretty bad. Okay, I think I've said most things.
I'm loving the points. Some good points. I'm gonna ask for just a 20-second break. Give me just a second.
Is this where we run those courtroom ads? Where it's like a lawyer being like, call now! 1-800 stub my toe. That's 1-800 stubbed toe.
I have the AC on full power, but I'm sweating so much.
Bro, I don't have AC.
It's over.
This is pretty bad. Yep. How hot is it there for you right now?
It's not too bad, but having the double PC setup, my room is pretty tiny. Like the PCs
Yeah.
are just making crazy heat. Like outside is 26 degrees, so it's not like too bad.
We've had similar here where it's been like in the low 30s, and it's just with the PCs on and the lights on and stuff. It's horrible.
Okay, I'm ready now.
Sorry, Your Honor. Can you repeat that, please?
I'm ready to go, man. So, so our plaintiff has now introduced his side. And am I supposed to recap or anything? What are the judges? No, judges don't normally recap.
No, you're fine.
Okay. Now, Milo, please take to stand and defend thyself.
Gladly, please. Thank you so much, Your Honor. First of all, I want to call out the fact that you getting cookies right there was a really noble thing. I really respect that.
Thank you so much.
I think that more judges need to lean
That'd be well
into seeking cookies in their courtroom, and I think that you set a good example for the rest of us. So
thank you for that, Milo. I appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely.
of course. Now, I've laid out a few stages to my argument here, because it wouldn't be fair to just show that Salt was wrong from one angle. I figured that I should do it from all angles, and leave him just utterly bereft of all life by the end of it. His argument, that is, to be clear. So, to begin with, I would like to run through my own evidence and some ideas for the jury to consider. Once I've done that, I would like to run through a few responses to the arguments presented by the plaintiff. And then finally, if you would be so kind, Your Honor, would like to call some witnesses to the stand. How does that
Sure.
sound? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So, without further ado, we are going to start to explore why SALTAGREPPO is wrong. Let's begin. There are two parts of the debate. The first part of the debate focuses on the damage you get on your weapons. The second part is your damage resist, right? And I want to separate these things out and talk about them one by one, because I want to show that some of the fear around these things is perhaps a little overblown. So, let's start with damage resist, Okay, let's start with armor. So for the sake of the jury, just so that everybody understands what we're talking about here, in Destiny, you'll have things like elemental resists and stuff like that that you can equip in your armor mods. You can put concussive dampener on, similar things like that. You can put fragments on like faceted protection, and all of those things give you damage resist. And each of them basically works as a multiplier. So a 15% damage resist would be a 0.85 times multiplier on your incoming damage, and they multiply together to stack. So if you have one elemental resist on, concussive dampener on, and faceted protection, for example, you get 15% of each. Obviously, I'm being very general here because this concussive dampener mod is specific damage types and the elemental similarly specific damage types. But just to sort of help paint a picture here, the three of those together would mean that you get an ultimate multiplier of 0.61 on your incoming damage. So something that would do 100 damage to you otherwise, with these things on, would actually only do 61 damage to you. And so assuming you've got just a handful of these things on, we are now putting this new gear damage resist on top of all those things, right? And that means that we are doing our 0.85 multiplier, because it's a 15% damage resist total that you can get with all tier 5s, on a number that's already smaller than 1. So it brings us down from 0.61 to 0.52. So if we're looking at it in terms of where we're already at with our damage resist, we're going from, for instance, 0.61 as our multiplier, and we're dropping that down to 0.52. So it's like a 9% absolute damage resist delta there. So
Objection, the math is just wrong. Like, I mean, the math is correct, but it's not 9%, it's 15.
Sorry, did you just say the math is correct? That's what I heard. The math is correct.
The math is correct, but the sentence you typed below is just wrong. Straight up wrong.
What is the delta between this number and this number, Salt? What is the difference between them?
15%, not 9.
It is. You know what? Sustained. It is 15%. This is fair. This is a fair point. However, it is still 9% of the full 100% of the damage that you should be receiving, right? It's 15% of the smaller number, is what you're saying, correct?
Objection, the damage you're receiving is whatever damage you are receiving. If you're receiving 61, that's the damage you're receiving.
But if
15%
I was...
15% is 15%, no matter what, no matter how much the area.
Let me put it this way. If I was receiving 1%, right? 1% of the damage, if I was already at 99% resist, right? And we got a new damage resist, right? That's stacked on top of that. Are you telling me that you would quantify an individual stack of that as a 100% damage resist because it might bring me from 1% to 0? You wouldn't.
Can you repeat that? Like what?
If you're already resisting a load of damage, right? If you're already basically immune,
yeah,
then the actual diminishing return that you're getting is the smaller
there is
number
no
here.
diminishing return. Not in Destiny, not the way it stacks. It's not diminishing, it's just stacking.
But the damage that the given enemy is doing, right, is already being minimized a certain amount. We agree, right?
Yes, but that's not the point. Like,
but
that's just not how the math works.
But how is it not in the sense that you are, if you're receiving your 61 damage from your shot, and then you're receiving your 52 damage from the shot instead, your health is still decreasing by the number that I'm stating. That like the 52 is how your health is being affected, right? That's the damage that you're taking.
It doesn't matter what the number is, you're just taking 15% less damage. Like, even if your HPs was like 1000 instead of like 200, that's still 15%. If you get it for 50 or you get it for 200 because you stuck the arrow or not, you're still taking 15% less. Like, it's just 15%. Like, no matter how much things you stack on top of it, there's no
Your Honor,
diminishing returns in the R.
If you're taking 60 damage and then you're taking 52 damage, that's less damage. But it's not as much less damage as it would have been if there were no other resists. Can you agree with that statement? Salt.
Total damage, but that's irrelevant.
But do you agree with my statement?
I mean,
if you had no resists on,
yeah.
your 15% reduction from your 100,
No,
right?
okay, it's like the LT you lose. Sorry. How do I say it? Like, you would lose. I mean, it's hard to say it in English for me, but like, all that matters is the relative damage you take. Like, yes, if you have like 1,000 HPs and not the R, and you get hit by something that does like.
So is the argument here, you take 100 damage, but only 52 of it will apply. Is that what you're saying, Milo, with your example here?
I'm saying if we're because we stack these things in this game, we've already stacked to a certain degree. And I'm just saying that I think it's misleading to say 15% in isolation rather than making it clear that it's 15% in combination with a bunch of other percentages that all stack together. And this 15% ends up being dwarfed by some of those other sources. And that's why I'm calling out, I yield to the fact that I've worded this last sentence badly, but I'm saying that it is a smaller resist than it sounds. And maybe if I move on to the next slide, I can.
It's just not like. So wait, I'll give you a counterpoint. Are you saying that like, if you have 200 HPs, okay, and you have 50% DR, okay?
Yep.
And you get shot by a sniper and lose half your health, so you go to like 100 HPs.
Yeah.
But if you have 400 HPs with 50% DR, and you get shot and lose 200 HPs, like, are you saying that's different? Because it's not. You're still losing half your health. Like, the number itself is completely irrelevant. Like, you just care about the relative number, and that's 15%. Like, it doesn't matter, like, if the number is bigger or smaller. Like,
let me go to the next slide.
That's just completely cosmetic.
We can see. Well, that's the thing is I'm saying that the cosmetic element of it is making it sound larger to people, to the general public, than the actual impact is. It is a 50. At the end of the day, 15% is 15%, right? But let's move on to this next slide, and we can maybe cook the pizza a little more here. So, where's my slide for it? So another point I want to make, and again, I yield the fact that this is, my math is kind of cooked here, right? I've kind of cooked the math, I've overcooked it, it's burned. But this 9%, which I've talked about, this delta of 9 points on the incoming absolute damage, right? Is across 5 pieces of tier 5 gear. But that means that an individual piece of gear is only ever giving you that 3% max, right? You agree with that, Salt?
Yeah, 3%, yeah.
Yeah. And so on an individual piece of gear, we're not looking at, is it 15% better than everything else? We're just looking at, is it 3% better, right? Like if there's another, let's say you've got like a chest piece or what have you, and you've got an individual chest piece roll with whatever stats, and then you've got this new gear roll. If the original one, the non-new gear, is just 3% better overall in its overall output in terms of the resist, so for example, if it's got higher health stat in the new system or higher class stat, it's still better than this piece of gear. It doesn't need to be 15% better, it just needs to be 3% better. Do you agree with that?
Go ahead for now. Like, I don't want to interrupt you. I don't know.
Okay. So an example of this, and again, ignore this 1.8 here because the math is overcooked, but the point will still stand, okay? In the Edge of Fate, there's this new class stat, right? And if we level the class stat all the way to 200, it gives us a 40 HP overshield. Now, I'm pretty confident that Guardian Health is set to 200 in PvE. Is that correct?
I don't know if it's 200 or 220. They changed it so many times, I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's probably more than that.
In PvP, it goes up to like 228 max, I
In
believe.
PvP,
it's
yeah.
200. I don't know.
I think in PvE it's
Or
200.
230. I think it's 230.
So for the PvE 200, you can get this 40 HP overshield, so that's 20% of your health, right? Like layered on top.
I mean, I'm gonna just point this out, not really an objection, but a 40% HP is 160 extra health because the overshield has an intrinsic 75% DR. So to remove a 40 HP's overshield, you need to take 160 damage.
Good point. That is a good point. Sustain. That is a good point.
Wait, so sorry, can you say that again? Because that's something I'm not familiar with. And
is it not a void
Bog is
overshield?
objecting, saying it's not a void overshield.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's a void overshield or not.
So
If it's not a void overshield, never mind. Like,
okay, let's
I guess
Let's
we
just-
don't really know, but
let's hear out what you just said one more time. So you're saying if it is a void overshield, then
it's like having
actually
160% HPs because 160 HPs because void overshield has 75% DR.
Yeah. So it's able to take more damage, and so because it's an overshield versus so it's not the equivalent. It's like not 1-to-1 to your health.
Okay. I'm not familiar with the system you're talking about. Are you basically saying that the shield itself only negates a certain percentage of damage?
No, like whenever you have a void overshield that says like a bunch of HPs, multiply that number for 4. That's how much HPs it gives you, pretty much.
Okay. Let's
if a void overshield takes like 20 damage, it has 75% DR, so it's actually taking 5 damage.
Okay, I think in this case we don't need to worry about that. But if that is the case for this, then it actually makes my point stronger. So I'll take it.
Oh yeah, I was just like specifying. I'm not sure either. Like,
okay, so let's run with the assumption that it is not a void overshield, and therefore it is just at max stat investment of 200 stat investment. It's a 40 HP overshield. You happy with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
Okay, so again, don't worry about the 1.8 here. You can just take this as 3. Okay, take this as 3. So in order to get the equivalent health that you would get from the new gear bonus, but from the class here, right? What we can do is we can do this calculation of taking the 20% that we get on the overshield, the 20% of our health, and do 200 over 20 times whatever percentage we're looking for. So that would be 3 here, not 1.8. So again, ignore the 1.8. And so that would mean that 30 class points give you a 3% overshield. That's the effective number. Okay. Do you follow?
I'm a bit lost. What's the 200 divided by 20? Like,
this is the health that you as a guardian have divided by. Wait. So sorry. No. I'm lying. It's just that there's two 200s. The 200 is the max stat investment. So this is 200 class stat points.
okay.
And so what I'm saying is that you get, if you're looking for 3%, then this would be 3 instead of 1.8.
But like, what's the 20 in the equation? I'm hella confused. Sorry.
The 20 here is basically that's the 20% overshield. It's 20% of your health.
But, I can't say I get it. I'm sorry.
Okay, let me see if I can explain this differently. Basically, the long story short is the class stat bonus gives you an overshield that goes up to 40 health, right? And if you were, I've fudged the numbers here, right? Just for the sake of it, for the sake of the conversation. So I've made it as if you start getting the overshield at 10, which is not the case, right? Like you start getting it actually at 100, but just for the sake of
Pretty different.
It's actually, it's more in my favor, I think, this way round. Oh, sorry, the other way round. This way round, I think, is less so. So it's, don't worry, I'm not fudging it in my favor here. But basically, you, if you wanted put it this way, if you wanted 3% more health, right? So effectively, your damage resist was 3% damage resist. If you wanted 3% more health, you would need 30 class points in order to achieve that result. An investment of 30 class points. And so what I'm saying is 30 class points, it's not that many class points. That's not really a big, like a huge deal as far as I'm concerned.
Objection, like DR and HPs are different thing? Like, are you saying like getting a 1.8% overshield is not getting DR? Like, you're getting an overshield, that's health.
Yes.
That's just...
But what I'm saying is that if you are taking less damage or you have more health, those are two different things, right? And I'm saying that we can't, like, I'm trying to find an analog to damage resist that is a similar system that affects your survivability. And
it's just not similar. Like, I don't think it is similar at all.
Having more health
is like
surely...
way weaker. No, like...
Why not?
Like 50% more health or like 50% DR, like 50% DR is like 50 times stronger. Like, it's just not the same thing.
So
having more DR also means all the healing you get has intrinsically more value. You have more effective HPs.
Okay. Okay.
Like,
in that case, I will yield this point and we can move on. We can move on. This is fine. Let's talk about weapons. All right. I have some cookery that is very scuffed, but I think it's scuffed in a way that will at least be illustrative of a point. Okay? So, the max weapon buff is 10%, as we said, right? We agree that the max weapon buff is 10%.
yeah.
Is that massive? And your argument, Salt, is that it is massive. Is that correct?
It's not as impactful as the DR, but I think it's impactful enough to reduce build variety a good bit.
Okay. Okay. Let's address both of those points. So, what infernal math have I put on this next slide? Dear Lord. Let's see. Let's talk about a couple of different sources of damage that you can find in the game. Damage buffs, stuff like that. Forgive me if any of these are slightly off. Some of them might be the enhanced version, some of them might be the regular version, I don't know. But you got damage perks that will do things like 40% on surrounded, 15 on frenzy, like those sorts of things, right? And a typical damage calculation might be you have your well 1.25 times, your surges 1.22, assuming you're not using you're just using regular surges, 3 surges, and your tether, and that'll give you your 1.98, and then perks can then multiply that also further, and get you up to like a so like a 2.6 times damage multiplier, yeah. And so then the new gear buff would be a 1.1 times on top of this, which would bring you up to like a 2.8. Yeah? 2.8 times. And so my question is going from a 2.6 to a 2.8, is that really that big a deal? Right?
I mean,
so,
my objection again is that it's 10%. It's not that 26 you typed. It's the same mistake you made on the DR math. It's just 10.
And I yield that is a mistake.
Okay.
But I will
good.
I will question is the once we are at that level of damage, I think this is where it comes back to it for me, is like you're saying 10% is 10%, but that is in
your favor probably for this point. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, it's like it's in isolation, but in you need to include the rest of the sandbox and where the sandbox damage.
Like, are you okay? Question: are you saying we're gonna be doing 90% next damage next season because they're lowering the power level and so the number is visually lower? Like, no, we're gonna do the same damage. Like, how big the number is just irrelevant.
The boss has an amount of health, right? And the boss doesn't care if your multiplier is higher. The boss cares about how much absolute damage you're doing. And if you're doing 2.6 times, right? And that means that you're cooking the whole boss, and then you have a higher multiplier, it doesn't mean that you're going to kill the kill the boss better. The boss is still dead, right? So that's why I'm saying that
depends. You might just wipe because you don't have enough damage. Like, you don't know that.
Sure, but if you have other damage sources, right? The other damage sources make a difference, and I think that's where I'm trying to say that you need to consider the rest of the sandbox, because if you've got damage sources
I just agree.
Okay, that's fine. Let's talk about what the sort of differences between damage here can sometimes look like. So I did some very, very scuffed testing today, like exceedingly scuffed. So I want to make it absolutely clear to everyone, these numbers have very big error bounds on them, because there's like, I did one test per gun, and it was loosey goosey, okay? But I just wanted to get a rough idea of some stuff. So what I did is I jumped onto Templar, and I got my green butler out, and I got a God Roll's Tomorrow's Answer, a God Roll Apex Predator, a God Roll Hezen, and also just like another like random trash perks Hezen and another trash perks Apex Predator, okay? And I did the exact same like mechanical testing with each one, which is that I would basically try to proc my envious bait and switch, which obviously the good ones have and the bad ones don't, right? So it's scuffed testing because I'm doing a rotation on the bad ones that is not good for those guns. But I just wanted it to be consistent across all of them to see what difference the perks make, right? Just so we can sort of visualize the difference that these perks make. And when you're using a green butler, and you just have terrible rotation, you've got bad skill in the game, your overall DPS is like 19k, something like that. That's a terrible butler with bad mechanics. You've then got like a better rotation with the butler, which is just like firing it off more optimally. You can get it up to 29k just through not being a silly sausage and just shooting the gun better, basically. Then when you start going to some of these other weapons here, like a Hezen with bad perks, and doing like a rotation that is not optimal for those perks, you can do 33k. So you're getting up there in damage. And then if we jump to the God Roll Hezen with the correct rotation to proc Envious Bait and Switch, you can get up to 67k, which is a massive, massive jump, right? So one of the reasons I did this test is I wanted to see whether pure mechanical differences would make all the difference in the world, or whether pure perk additions would make all the difference in the world, or together how that would look. And the difference between just the terrible butler with a bad rotation and the God Roll Hezen with a good rotation is massive, right? Like, it's a very, very big increase there, 250% increase. Now my argument here is that we've already had a meta, correct me if I'm wrong, where the Apex Predator was like the best in slot legendary rocket. Is that a fair thing to say? Chat's told me that was the case, but I want to check your opinion on that as well.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
Okay. So that was a thing, and that then got power crept basically by Hezen for various reasons. Sure, you can talk about the artifact, you can talk about all the other reasons that contribute to it, but ultimately it got power crept. And my argument is that the power creep increase here that we see of the good perks Hezen over the good perks Apex is pretty sizable. Like, the Hezen is doing 67k DPS, the Apex is doing 36, which is significantly less. So if there are already other sources of power creep in the game, are we really that worried about something which is just getting a 10% buff? Like, I don't feel like 10% is enough to instantly make something best in slot or instantly make something the pick over other things. And so I think that some of the concern that, like, it's gonna completely ruin build crafting, for example, is just not true, because ultimately, if there's another weapon that just is inherently better, that is going to exceed the buff that you're getting of 10% on a bad gun.
So do I answer this, or does the Salt answer this? Or I guess I don't know. I'm just judge here, but I also
you're allowed to interrogate by all means. So, Salt is also okay. Yeah, you can, whoever can respond. That's fine.
So your argument is essentially 10%, just like the damage resist, 15% is not that big of a deal. But I also see Salt's side as well, which is, okay, so for instance, the good perks on Hezen's Vengeance, right? And its origin trait, which makes it S tier. Imagine if we got a similar rocket next season that's the identical roles, but because it's new, it is the featured weapon, and therefore by default will be doing 10% more damage. This would then make our previous Hezen's Vengeance outdated, therefore the soft sunsetting, if you will. And so I understand Salt's argument that short-term pain, but even bigger pain in the long term. And I would say that 10% is pretty significant, especially like in day one clears, when you're getting DPS checked. Like,
Your Honor, it's not active in day one.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's not going to be active in day one. So in that case, the only places it's going to matter would be, I guess, whatever happens after that. So it would be like, I don't know, whatever. I guess we're seeing some, I guess, variation of the raid or something like that, or something. But all day one contests. Here's the other thing too. Do we know for certain all future day one contest modes will not have these weapons with the extra 10% more damage?
I think it would be a fair assumption that if they're turning it off for this first day one with the new system, that they would consistently do that for the future, unless the community had a very, very strong opinion one way or the other, in which case they might yield to that, I could imagine. But my assumption would be that the new gear buff will never apply in contest scenarios.
Okay.
Yeah. So the point that you're making here, Your Honor, about where this therefore will apply, I actually have some slides for that I'd love to show you. I can sort of rattle through those pretty briefly if that would be of interest.
1 second, Your Honor, can I eat my dinner?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go right ahead. If the 10% is no big deal, why turn it off for the day one raid? Oh, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. But we're gonna continue letting Milo present his case, and this is recess at this point. Everyone, take a brief break and eat some lunch, eat some dinner, all that jazz.
Would you like me to continue while Salt is eating his dinner, Your Honor?
You definitely can. Salt, that looks delicious, by the way.
That does. I'm very jealous of the plaintiff.
Yes.
So. While Salt is eating his dinner, a question for SALTAGREPPO. If you wouldn't mind me asking it, Your Honor, just a quick question. Sure. The grind itself, and like when these weapons are going to be relevant, right? What is your current assumption for when you'll have all your DR, your 5 tier 5s, right? Which is, it sounds like you're more worried about the 5 tier 5s than the damage, although the damage is still a problem, it sounds like in your view.
Definitely about bot. I just think one is more impactful.
Sure. So when do you think you're gonna have tier 5s in all slots? How far into the season?
I would assume a couple of weeks.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I can't know that, right?
Sure. Just a rough guess is totally fine. How much slower would you imagine, based on your understanding of, for example, the power grind usually, which I've not experienced? How much slower do you think the general public will be to get to that point? Like if it's a couple of weeks for you, how long will it be for them?
I mean, I would have just assumed it was time gated. To be honest, like.
But is it like, let's say you're grinding flat out, and 3 weeks in you have all tier 5s, right? For John Smith at home, how soon do you reckon he could get all tier 5s? If he's playing significantly less, like what do you reckon the rough timeline would be for him to get his tier 5s?
Yeah, I just think that depends if it's grindy or if it's more of like a skill check, in the sense that to get it you need to do some like harder level content. I don't think that's the case though. So
okay.
I mean, I really just don't know. Like without knowing the system, I feel like it's unfair to ask for me to guess. I don't know.
That's not a problem. What I'd love to do now is to help make the system a little clearer for everyone in chat, and perhaps for yourself as well. This might be of some interest in terms of how you actually get there and whether there's a skill check. So let's talk about this. So the portal is the new system in the Edge of Fate, which determines the whole power grind. It basically all happens within the portal. And the portal looks like this, right? This is a screenshot from one of my videos from the preview event. Now, there's a few things that I want to call out here. You can see your power in the top right of the screen. You can see the difficulties, obviously, on the left-hand side. All the modifiers here are in the middle, and then you've got some stuff on the right-hand side as well. Now, it's a pretty complex system, and it's going to take a while to explain it if I tried to go into full depth right now. But I'm gonna try and sort of rattle through as fast as I can. Basically, the difficulties that you have available to you are dependent on what your power level is. So if you're at 150 power, you can't do a Grandmaster. Like, it's not available. And the key relevant piece of detail is that it's from these later difficulties that you get tier 5s. There is zero way, there will never be a way for you to play at Expert, for example, and get a tier 5 drop. It never happens. And that means two things. Number one, that means you need to have earned the power to unlock the difficulty to get the tier 5. So there's the power grind, and then there is also the skill check of you needing to be able to complete GMs and complete ultimate difficulty perhaps as well in order to get your tier 5s. Okay, are we clear so far, Salt? Are we happy with...
Yeah.
Yep, okay. So, to break that down a little more, I created a chart which I think is hopefully going to be helpful for people in chat. It's going to look like a lot of information at first, but just bear with me here, okay? So, this is the chart that I constructed. Basically, as your power level goes up, you unlock more difficulties, and difficulties allow you to be at different metal ratings, which is what we saw on the page a moment ago in the portal. and different metal ratings can give you different drops, depending on whether you add modifiers or you don't add modifiers. Okay? So, if you are playing master difficulty stuff in the portal, you can get tier 3s, but master doesn't have any overlap with the tier 5 stuff here. That is only from platinum and from diamond, right? So you have to do either GMs or your ultimate difficulty stuff. In order to get the power, in order to get to these high difficulties, you need, on this screen, to look at the delta here. So you can see this is 225 and then a +5. You need to look at this delta, and that's going to indicate what an individual activity is going to get you in terms of a what's it called? A powerful engram. So this will be a powerful engram with a delta of +5 to bring you up 5 power levels, right? So at expert, if you crank the difficulty here, you'll get a +5 drop. But if you don't do it at max difficulty, you'll only get a +3. Now, Bungie's trick up their sleeve, right? The thing that they have to deploy as they see fit is that at the later difficulties, so if I'm playing on Grandmaster difficulty, for instance, they can make it so that instead of having a max potential gain of +5, maybe I have a max potential gain of +3, right? And that will mean that they can exponentially increase the length of the power grind to get up to these higher difficulties just by deciding that you're going to get less powerful stuff from the higher difficulty stuff, right? What this means is that in order to actually get all of these tier 5s, we're going to have to go through an exponentially slowing power grind and be able to do this really difficult content. And so one of the arguments I want to present is that you and I, Salt, are talking about this from, I think, the perspective of basically like the nerds, right? Like we're looking at this as the most endgame player that there can be, and we're really looking at that tiny percentage of the community. There is a significant chunk of the community who won't even get to 400 to 500 power for the first 3 months of the expansion, if not longer. And so that's what this chart is. The power cap in the first half of the season is 450 total. The second power cap is 550 for Renegades. But there are going to be significant numbers of people, and this is from Bungie devs telling me this, there will be significant numbers of people, if you just play like once a weekend, and you do, let's say, 10 activities in the portal, then maybe that's going to get you 10 of your powerful engrams there, but it's going to take you a really long time to get up to the difficulties that actually drop you your tier 5 engrams. So I want to make it really clear, the vast majority of the player base worrying about these tier 5s breaking the game don't even need to worry about it because it's never going to even affect them. I can proceed, but I want to check whether you guys want to make any comments at this point.
1 second.
Sure.
Let me swallow.
Yep.
All right. Well, I feel like you just didn't present a point for why the system would be good. You just said that people are gonna engage with it less, and like, okay, cool, but like that's still not an argument in favor of the system.
That's fair and that's fine. But I want you to also acknowledge that when we're saying like this system is just terrible, we need to couch that with the fact that it's terrible for like 1% of the player base, and for 99% of the player base, it's not killing the game.
Oh, I mean, I think it can do pretty big damage, but to kill the game is pretty hard. The game is too good for Bungie to be able to kill it in one change. I give you that, but I think it can be a pretty big hit.
So what is the negative impact on a general player if they never interact with the system?
I mean, they're just not incentivized to grind for stuff. Like, if they don't have too much time on a given season, they are definitely not gonna want to grind for something and get it on the last 2 weeks, and then after 2 weeks it stops doing the extra damage. Like, it just feels bad for them. Like, I feel like they're less incentivized to grind.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. Do you like the artifact, the seasonal artifact?
The artifact XP, I think, is probably top 3 worst things in the game, but they got rid of that.
Sure.
The mods, I think, are cool.
Okay.
It depends on the mods, though. Like, some mods are a bit dumb when they like strongly limit variety for a whole season. Other mods are super cool. Like,
Sure. And just so
like there was for example, like mods that like work with most of your gear, I think are super cool. Like when you add that mod that stunning a champ gives you an armor charge, like that's cool. Stuff like particle deconstruction, I think it's a bit more lazy because no reason to make linears like, you know, do much more for a whole season. Like I feel like I prefer mods that give variety in general. But I don't really mind the concept. Like,
okay, so if you don't mind the seasonal artifact, within a given season, like an example I can maybe give right now is there's a lot of stasis stuff in the next seasonal artifact, right? And a given, I mean, we don't know how exactly it's all gonna work out, but a given player now might be like, oh, I want to grind for let's say like a god roll Tenacious, yeah, because I think that it's going to be good with the other stasis stuff in the artifact, and like maybe that's something that they anticipate being useful, right? But once that seasonal artifact goes away, it's gone. So your argument is that you don't like the fact that you would grind for something and then have a limited time to use it and then it would go away. But in the seasonal artifact, is that not exactly what we already do and you like it?
I mean, there is a very big difference between knowing that after 6 months something is not gonna be the best forever to having a good weapon with good utility that could at any time and in many different seasons be made good by either patches or artifact. Like with this system, there is no chance something that loses a 10% gets it back. Right now in the game, a weapon that's good is just good. Like it could be good next season, then it can be bad for 6 months, then it can be good again. Like you just the unpredictability is extremely important here. Like, and that's what makes it like interesting.
Is the same applies for the gear that you're saying is going to fall off. It could be good, just because it loses.
It's going to be 10% worse though.
But what if the thing is what if it's one of the new gear is like a solar shotgun that is just like a really good solar shotgun for some reason, and then in the next season after, there's some kind of other seasonal artifact buff or something that makes it, oh, actually, it's best in slot. Like, you're arguing, basically, you're only seeing the pessimistic outlook of the scenario where something is only good because of its 10% buff, and then it falls off, and no happenstance makes it good ever again.
I'm gonna reply to this saying that I see your point, and yes, it's possible that something is good even without the 10%, especially if unbelievably overtuned, but that's extremely unlikely, one, and two, that really only applies to some crazy gear that's really like top of the slot, because for any gear that's not like god roll best in slot, that's just not gonna happen.
Do you ever use weapons that are not best in slot?
I mean, yes, I do a lot of challenges, so like I use a lot of things that are like...
Okay, excluding that, because like you could do a challenge and choose to not use the new gear buff. Like the challenge is
not even that. Mm-hmm. Like I'm using things that are not best in slot, but they're best for what I do, and that's like one of the cool things about Destiny, right?
But it sounds like what your argument is that these things, without this 10%, once the 10% is gone, they could never be the best for what you're trying to do.
I mean, yeah, that's probably a borderline impossible for them to be, because whatever random weapon from the season after is just gonna do more, like especially for an heavy weapon.
But I mean,
Like,
of all the weapons, how many weapons release in a season? It's like, is it in the first expansion here? Is like, is it like 30? Am I right?
Yeah. Let me just add in on this right here. Something that's very desirable in Destiny, and like what a Destiny player loves, is hanging on to loot that could potentially become very, very strong down the road, even if it's in an archetype that's garbage, but it has a perk combination that makes it really, really solid. We've kind of accepted artifact mods as being these like flavors that come in and spice up certain builds. And they are very much, they'll be focused on weapons, of course, but they'll also be focused on our actual subclasses themselves. But the issue with this, and I see Salt's side on this too, is that your weapons, once they cycle off of that featured list, they are going to be at a disadvantage going forward, in comparison to any of the other featured weapons down the road. And so, yes, you may keep like a Tenacious for its utility and its champion counter capabilities, but you'll always have in the back of your mind that this weapon, even if it's a Hezin's Vengeance with all the bells and whistles, is going to be doing less damage than the next featured.
But, so that is my objection, though, is that what you're saying there is that the 10% is the difference maker when you just said even if it's a Hezin, right? But the Hezin is not just only 10% better. The Hezin is like 250% better.
Sure,
right?
sure.
I mean, but the Hezin is just broken.
Drop,
like, that doesn't work for 99% of items in the game, right? Like, if you use Hezin for your examples, like, yeah, you're going to use it anyways, but I don't think that's the point. Like, there are so many cool items in the game,
but,
like...
So I would suspect that you use maybe 0.5% of the guns in the game, or 1% of the guns in the game. 1% might be too generous, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know how many guns there are. But there's a crazy amount of guns that are already not viable for stuff because they're just okay. And I don't think it's suddenly a problem if there are new guns that are added and those guns then end up being in the same pool as all the other guns that have already for the last 10 years ended up in the pool of just being okay. Like, everything is power crept anyway. So what is the concern with this relatively small 10% compared to like a Hezin situation, power creep, which specifically also is power creep that then resets so as to not blow the whole sandbox up and mean that we end up with infinite Hezin situations in 5 years' time. Like, surely it's better to keep it in control, and rather than implementing a gun and the devs over-tuning it at first, which they already do, right? Rather than needing to do that, the devs can tune it appropriately, but the buff can be the thing that makes it somewhat over-tuned, right? But then that goes away to keep the power creep in control, and then we move forward. Like, why would that be a bad thing?
I mean, because, like, again, for the season where that weapon releases, that's just the only weapon you use, and I don't like to be, so to say, told by the game.
Can
like,
I object
what I need
there,
to
though?
use?
If let's say there are 30 weapons in the expansion. I don't know the exact number. I think it's somewhere between like 25 and 35. But let's say there's 30 weapons. What's the likelihood that you get a shotgun of every element type? I'd say that's pretty low, right? And if there's a specific seasonal artifact thing where you need a stasis shotgun for some reason, you're not going to be like, well, I'm going to forego all of these other synergies that I have in the game just so I can use this thing that does 10% more damage without any synergies, right?
I mean, I agree. Like, of course, there could be some situations where old gear is still used, but there are just going to be way less. Like, without the net gain, like, you're just losing build crafting options with no
Yeah.
positive
Well,
gain.
let me-
Well,
Like,
let me-
just one more point on this, if you don't mind, Judge.
Okay.
Just
Okay. Sure.
losing the build crafting options would be, I would agree, if the sole thing you were looking at with build crafting was in isolation the damage that the gun does. But it's not. It's the fact that
not.
you can combine things with other things, and it's the overall combination that makes it shine, right? And what you're saying is that in isolation, the 10% is a big enough problem that you would stop thinking about the combinations and you would just gravitate to the 10%. But you wouldn't do that. That's just not the way you're going to play.
not for every weapon, just for a good bunch where I didn't have a reason to do that before. Not for every weapon. Like, of course, generalizing is stupid here, right? Like, I explained at the start of my point how the issue is also more impactful on heavies because, again, no one is head clearing in this game with weapons anymore. For example, so like, I don't know.
So let me just add my point on this. Okay, I get where you're coming from, Milo. On the we get all these weapons and think of the weapons that we never even return to use, and potentially, you know, the only one of the incentives to use the new gear. Hold on one second, baby.
Oh.
Or the judge left.
Yeah.
I don't think you can do that.
So the thing is, this 10% buff to the new weapons is what's going to incentivize us to use those new weapons. Is that right? Is that kind of that would be, or one of the incentives to use those new weapons? Correct?
Are you asking me or Salt?
I'm asking you. Yeah, Milo.
Yeah, I think it's designed to make new gear attractive, and crucially, new gear is
Sure.
already attractive because the devs overtune it. So this is an opportunity for them to keep it in. Like, the 10% is already there, right? It's already there because stuff is OP. It's just that now it's there written as a new gear buff instead of there written as something that is already OP that they can just like nerf it later. Like, instead of it being OP and then it getting nerfed, it's just it is in tune but has a seasonal buff, and then the seasonal buff goes away.
Sure. So, I'm just at this point real quick, so before you take it, but Bungie has kind of gone through this in the past when they first introduced artifacts to us, and the artifacts back then were very limiting to where you only had to use those weapon types to counter champions. So pretty much every GM Nightfall loadout included only those weapons. And then essentially what the conclusion was after a while was people didn't like it. And so they finally allowed for subclasses and different verbs to be able to counter champions, and also, you know, weapon surges and stuff to match the overcharged weapons. So I would say for a Destiny player, they don't like to feel limited in what they can use today. And they also like the longevity, because the argument is, I get where you're coming from. It makes the new loot desirable. But at the same time, in the Destiny player's mindset here, is if I farm, let's just say Tenacious, or even like a Chroma Rush. I farm a Chroma Rush right now with kinetic tremors, okay? But then next season, another Chroma Rush or a variation of that in the same archetype rolls with kinetic tremors. Well, that just completely discards my previous Chroma Rush. And then the season rolls after that, and say there's another version of that same auto rifle with kinetic tremors. And so even though, yes, it's only a 10% difference, I'm going to constantly be discarding, and I don't feel like there's any longevity in the loot that I'm keeping season to season.
Josh, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
In the past, with I'm not actually familiar with Chroma Rush, so maybe we could just pick the Apex Predator as an example, because it's a weapon I happen to have. With the Apex Predator, it's a, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a solar rocket, and now the Hezen exists, and it's also a solar rocket. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So, with the jump from the Apex Predator to the Hezen, is the reason that people made the jump because the raw damage numbers were 10% or more higher on the Hezen, or was it because of the perks?
In that
The
particular
perks.
situation, yeah, the perks for sure. And so the origin trait is definitely the strongest factor. So you're saying if it was, or I'll let you continue there.
So if the perks are what are making the difference,
Yep.
I would then ask, are there other scenarios you can think of where new perks release and the new perks, or it's not the new perks release, certain perks get nerfed or buffed or what have you, and it is the perks and things in that vein that make the difference as to which gun you're picking. Is that something that you would say happens frequently, maybe, in Destiny?
That perks make the big difference in my choices? Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Not to the extent of Izen, though, I want to point out. Like,
Hezen's obviously a unique case. It's just...
like, next season, doesn't matter what rocket they release, we're still using Izens if we're using rockets. Like, it's just that overtuned. So it's like, again, it's weird to use it.
Yeah, the challenge is just, it's literally the only gun I can name because of my game knowledge. It's the only gun I can name that is an example of an elemental weapon archetype that I know, like, what the next meta one became, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know what, like, the stasis sidearm of choice was before Tinashe's, for example. I just don't know. But so that's why I'm using the Hezen. But if the Hezen was half as strong, I think it would still, my point would sort of still stand here. Is that it's best in slot, right? I'm not talking about the crazy extent to which it's best in slot. But anyway, just to get back to this point and really hammer it home, because I think it's important. The perks are what are determining the choices that you're making about which weapons to use. And so if the season, so if in Renegades something releases that, oh no, sorry, not in Renegades. If now there is a weapon that we get from this season, what's this season called? Heresy? The Heresy season, something drops with specific perks, and then next season those perks get buffed. You're not even gonna blink about going, okay, well, I'm using that then because it's got the meta perks. Like, you're gonna be completely fine with that, and you're gonna ignore the fact that some other random gun has 10% damage buff. Like, that's not gonna be relevant anymore because you're gonna want the perk roll. And that's always, as far as I've seen in Destiny, people literally never specifically go, what is the raw DPS of this weapon without any perks? No one does that. What people gravitate to is, what does this give me with all my perk combinations, with all my artifact stuff? Like the Aegis spreadsheet, Aegis himself said to me the other day, it's like, he will get damage rotations for like extremely specific combos that require using 19 different things at the same time. And it's the 19 that makes the difference. But if you look at it in isolation, oh yeah, sure, my white Kvostov might have 10% less damage than my green dead zone rifle or whatever, but if the perks are better, I'm still going to use the thing that means that I get the perks energy that makes it cook.
So I get your points, and I'm just going to add at least just a little bit of my experience with watching Bungie introduce systems like sunsetting into the game and different type of resets. And at least from my experience, and it actually took having, I really appreciate like this whole session today, because this has really like jogged my brain to analyze it. Because originally, I'm not going to kind of tip my hand on which way I'm leaning toward just yet, but essentially, when you have systems like resets or sunsetting, in my opinion, based on what I've observed with Bungie in the past, is that it allowed them to not be as creative with future rolls on weapons. Because instead of actually having to bring us a weapon with new trait combinations that we've never seen before and entirely new traits to begin with that must outshine the previous weapons, instead they can give us essentially something that's similar, if not the same, but that weapon is just going to shine by default because it's doing a bit more damage. And so it's, for a development standpoint, I believe it's easier for Bungie to implement a system like this if we're willing to accept it. But as a Destiny player, it's difficult to accept, especially if we have to regrind similar roles and perk combinations.
Just to be clear, are you arguing that you would prefer for them to release stuff that was crazier than the previous season, and that was the reason to grind it?
Yeah, I think that that's kind of been the trend, that what's been happening, where certain trait combinations. Now, you're talking about like Kessen's Vince.
Is that not an argument in favor of power creep, though?
You know,
I mean, I'm also in favor of that. Like, I think new stuff should release strong. I'm also in favor of like balanced patches. If something releases too strong, it's perfectly fine after 3 to 6 months to nerf it a bit. But just that thing, like, so I think it's super sick when they release something crazy and then like Still Ant was broken, but it was fun. Like, that's fine. You know, I don't know.
It's such a hard thing to do, because when we have these conversations, you can think like a player, or you can think like a developer. And I find myself that sometimes I will merge into the developer space, because I do empathize with the difficulty of balancing Destiny and those out-of-band weapons. And I also empathize with the difficulty of having to essentially recreate the wheel season over season to make loot more desirable than the previous loot. But as a player, because I have to bring myself back to it, as a player, I find that new trait combinations is just more desirable, and that there are things that slip through the cracks, like Hessen's Vengeance was this origin trait, and in those situations they should get hammered down at some point, if they're too out of band there, but not a blanket everything you just worked for is going to be by default 10% worse versus the next season's competition. And it's one of those things, like, it depends on the kind of gamer, I guess, that you are. Like, for instance, Diablo players and maybe like people that are used to seasonal resets, they're more accepting of this. I just know, observing the Destiny player base for years, since, you know, Forsaken and Sunsetting and all these things, they don't like that shit, man. I mean, that stuff just angers them. And that's why Bungie has had to crank. But again, I see the developer side of things. It's like, we can't just infinitely become stronger and stronger, right? That's the argument, right? We can't. Then you got power creep is the issue. I mean,
you would argue that as well, though, right? As a player, I'm assuming.
I like to kill shit really fast and blow things up, and again, the developer mindset of me, I empathize, but the player in me, I like to cook, dude. I just like to cook and, you know, worry about. I mean, dude, at one time I used to run around with the Ammon and one-shot people in Crucible because of the crafting bug. Like, I could have lived with that for a good couple months, man. I was having a good time with it. So I like busted shit. So I'm probably not the guy to talk to on the whole balance side of things. I know Salt gets into the balance talk a lot, as well as you.
I'm also like, different from what people think. I'm also very in favor of broken shit releasing. I just don't like when something broken releases and then it's best in slot for 4 years. That's just boring. That's my main thing. But I really like when new things are strong.
So you like when new things are strong? So as in maybe they're 10% stronger, maybe?
No, I like when they're strong because they're interesting, not because they're 10% stronger.
Yeah. Just because Bungie, again, it's like the featured exotic list. Like, I don't necessarily like that either. I don't like Bungie telling me how I need to play their game. And that's
so do you like the seasonal artifact?
I do like that. I do like the seasonal artifacts because I feel like there's a lot more subclass synergy involved with those. But at the same time, you could be in a situation where it's like, all right, you have a seasonal artifact that really aids Strand and aids Solar. Okay, well, second encounter in Vesper, I'm still going to rock.
I haven't done it yet. Don't tell me. I haven't done it.
Oh, okay. So the point is, it's like there will always be certain builds that, given certain encounters, I will use those builds that are favored, no matter what the artifact mods may be, unless it's something crazy like a classy restoration. And I will say Bungie's kind of pulled back a bit on like how strong artifact mods. Like, they're still strong, but like we've had some like crazy. we had an artifact mod years ago called Energy Accelerant, which overlapped inside of PvP, which literally allowed like so many of your weapons, including Telesto, to 3-bolt kill from like 60 meters away. And like, yes, in like, sure, was it broken? Yes, but in the moment, it was fucking hysterical and fun. But the point is we had to discover that versus Bungie saying, hey, here's your list. Telesto is on this list, and this thing does 10% more damage. You see what I mean? Like I like the art of discovering the sandbox when new stuff comes out, and I feel like Artifact Mods gives us, you know, this almost like this set of puzzle pieces, and we've got to fit it together into what we want to cook.
That's a really compelling point. I will definitely yield on that. The featured gear is more on the nose, and the seasonal artifact requires you to go, how could I use particle reconstruction, and then implement it with your chosen rifle, right? So there's a little bit more player thought required. So I yield on that. I think that you make a good point there, Judge. I actually I have the seasonal weapons on one of these slides here. Here we go. So these are the seasonal weapons. This is the seasonal armor, the featured armor. And then I don't know if this is going to be way too small for anyone to see it in the chat, but this is everything. Just sort of tried to squeeze it in there just for reference. And one of my arguments is that while I yield that it is more on the nose to just give you a featured gear list, right? I think that the seasonal artifact already does all the stuff or a lot of the stuff that you guys are saying you don't like, but within the form of the seasonal artifact, you like it. So we've all been using Queenbreaker all season because of the seasonal artifact, right? It is just objectively incredible. It's very, very strong. And
that's something that, for example, I don't particularly like. Like, as I said, I don't like the mods that kind of limit what you can use. And with the way they buffed Queenbreaker plus Particle, I don't think it's very fun that just deletes every other linear in the game, right? Like, again, it depends how Artifact is like implemented.
Okay. Yeah. So in a scenario where individual weapons didn't have those, like, I mean, obviously Particle is not like Queenie only, right? But the artifact mod combined with its rework means that it is just a bit busted. But in a scenario where you could have a broader selection of guns benefiting from Particle rather than like let's say Queenie never got reworked. In that scenario, would there be more linear fusions that you would then consider using, and you would enjoy there being like, maybe there's 4 options instead of 1? Like, you would enjoy that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I mean, Queenbreaker is just a bit overtuned. Again, it's similar to Isen in that regard, like, compared to other linears.
So if the idea of there being several that you could use is exciting, then I would argue that where the seasonal artifact realistically highlights, there's probably like less than 5 weapons which are really, really key meta picks based on the artifact. Please disagree with me if that's not the case, but certainly in my understanding that I think that's
linears. If you're talking about particles,
not linears. I'm saying the whole artifact right now, like the weapons that have like just insane broken synergies is not too many. It's quite limited to, like, I mean, I can think of Queenie. I can't really think of a huge amount else right now.
I mean, I wouldn't say this artifact is very specific.
Sure, okay.
Outside of just bolt charge making dot weapons insane, I guess, like the Monarch.
Sure, okay. And then, yeah, I guess, like, Sleeper is strong right now, but nowhere near as much as Queenie. But even so, I think it's a fairly limited selection of weapons. And so one of the things that I'd like to suggest is that if instead of there being so much lean in to those fairly limited number of weapons, if there's a broader selection of weapons, like the weapons we're seeing on the screen right now, that all have the seasonal buff, it's not saying you have to use one specific thing. It's saying all of these could be fun things to play with in the sandbox. And to your point, Your Honor, you still have to figure out, okay, new land is featured this season. How might I fit that into another broad build in order to create something that really cooks? Because I know that it's got the buff. Like, the build crafting is still there. It's not just, I'll use the new land and everything will die. Like, you still got to put it all together. It's just that, yeah.
Okay, I didn't like discuss the exotic part of the new gear. Can I have like 2 minutes to like say my take on it?
Please, please.
I think since exotics are unique items, okay, first of all, the exotic armor new gear bonus is just useless. Like no one, not a single person is equipping an exotic for 3% DR because it's featured if the exotic is bad. That's just impossible. Like that doesn't exist. So like on armor, the system might as well not exist. Like I'm telling you that because it's only one piece. So at that point, it's just irrelevant. Anyways, on weapons, if one weapon isn't quite meta enough, but a 10% buff would make it a viable option, just buff the weapon. Like, period, like forever, so that it's forever an option, and the more options we have, the better it is for the game. Like, there is no reason to buff it for a season. Why would you make it go back into oblivion the season after? If it's bad, just buff it, like, permanently. There is just no reason to do it all in the season, and also, 90% of those weapons will still be terrible even with a buff. So it's like, it doesn't even do anything, and for those that it will do something, like, buff them permanently, right? And buff the ones that are terrible even more. Because the 10% wouldn't, like, help them.
Did you not say, though, that you like things being stronger and then, like, the sort of flow of it's stronger and then it gets, like, nerfed because it's recognized that it's overtuned, and so you sort of have, like, an era or an epoch of time where it's, like, the World Line Zero meta for a while, and then it moves on and it goes somewhere else later. Like,
no, I mean, I think they should only nerf things when they are so broken that it's the only thing they use. Like, I don't think they should nerf something because it's good. Like, Outbreak has a very big place in the sandbox when you're out of ammo. Yep. You shouldn't nerf it. It's good. I don't know, Choir is a very good weapon, but it's not like you only use Choir, so it's good. Like, you need to keep things good. Like, you should never nerf something to the point where it's not an option.
Sure, like, but you like things being strong for a window of time and then no longer being like the thing that everyone is using forever, right?
I'm like, when something new ships, I'm okay with it either being pretty balanced but good, or even a bit broken, and in case they can touch it later. I don't like when something ships bad, I guess. But if it ships already balanced, that's probably even better, because if it ships balanced but already it already has a place in the sandbox, then that's perfect, because it's a good weapon that Bungie doesn't even have to waste time like retouching. I feel like that's best case scenario.
That still sounds like an argument in favor of the system, because you're saying you like when it ships balanced or slightly better, and then if it needs to be brought back in line with things, it gets brought back in line, and that is how the new gear buff works.
But they don't need to ship it, like, so to say, broken on purpose. Like, they try to ship it where it should land. If it's too good, they nerf it. If it's bad, they buff it. And it's like, if it's in a good spot, then nice. Like, there is no point in shipping something that's okay and give it 10% more for fun. Like, I don't know. It's like, if it's in a good spot, why would you overtune it in a way that limits the variety? Just like, you know. Like, I said earlier that, like, Stilant was fun, and it was, but, like, objectively, it would have been more fun if Stilant wasn't that strong, because you could only play Hunter on Salvation. So while it was fun, yes, it was a fun meta, but, like, it's not the ideal scenario to ship something that overtuned, right? Like, it has its downsides.
So let me, if possible, let me address a point that you made a moment ago, because I think this is also illustrative of the point I'm trying to make here. So you just said a couple of minutes ago, nobody is equipping exotic armor just to get the 3% damage resist buff. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I would agree. I think the likelihood that someone is like, I'll give up my sort of choice of exotic just because I want the extra damage resist is fairly unlikely. But one of the things that we have in the Edge of Fate is set bonuses, right? And so we now have this new piece of the sandbox, which means that you will be juggling those bonuses in the same way that you juggle which exotic you choose to equip. Like, it's almost the same headspace of having to kind of make difficult choices about like, oh, I want to equip my exotic headpiece right now, but I'm going to have to equip my exotic chest instead, right? And so with these set bonuses, I think this could be an example where...
oh, wait. I'm sorry, 1 second. I missed something. Like, why would the set bonus change which exotic you run? You can have a set bonus on all your 5 slots, right? So you can just run your exotic and then you put the set everywhere else.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm strictly talking about the exotic doesn't have a set. We haven't seen any exotics with sets so far. I'm just saying, it's a similar place in decision making in your head of like, oh, if I pick A, I can't pick B. And similarly with your sets, it's like, okay, if I'm picking this one set, then that means that I'm then building into that set, or that means that I'm not going to be able to get a 4-piece set bonus. I'll only be able to get a 2-piece set bonus and another 2-piece set bonus, etc. Yeah?
Yeah, that's fine. Fair.
Okay, so yeah, I was just trying to sort of illustrate that it requires the player to make decisions beyond the stats of the weapon, is kind of the core point that I was trying to make. And so my argument here is that in Renegades, let's say you've got something that has the new gear buff, and you are making the assessment of, should I run it? Right now, it sounds like your argument is you are never going to pick anything else because it has the new gear buff, and therefore it's a simple equation. You pick the thing that has the new gear buff, the end, right?
Okay, I mean, that's gonna be the case in most scenarios. Like, obviously, if there is a set that's insanely broken, similar to how Isen is, then you might run it even without the DR. But for what they showed, the sets are like very tame, like they don't really do much. Like, they're cool, but they don't like completely change your playstyle. They are not as good as 15% DR would be, right?
Okay, but let's be clear. The individual item is a 3% boost on tier 5. So taking away all of the fact that most people won't even earn them for forever, the individual item is 3%. So you can get a set bonus by giving up 6% damage resist. And I would argue that Bushido, for instance, which gives you a health restoration on its 2-piece bonus, that is going to be much more important than just 6% damage resist. I would argue.
I think that's... I would have to see how much it heals you. I think they're maybe a bit decently close in strength, but that's assuming that you are not losing another set bonus. Like, yeah, you're getting Bushido, but you could be getting another true set bonus. And when you compare 6% DR plus another set, hard to justify sucking both those things for the Bushido set.
Sure, there is a scenario, I recognize and accept that there is a scenario where the new set bonus in Renegades that you could get on those items with the 6% might be better than an old set bonus. But
I think that's almost like guaranteed, almost, because you know, I'd say 95% of the combos.
But if that's guaranteed, then I think surely it should be equally guaranteed that the new perk rolls on weapons in a new season will always power creep the perk rolls on the previous season's weapons. Is that a similarly valid argument or no?
Wait, no, I'm lost. Why would perks have to power creep things?
Okay, so it sounded like your argument was the new set bonus will always power creep the old set bonus. Did I misunderstand?
No. I'm saying if you get a new set bonus that's, assuming it's not completely terrible, and on top of that you get DR, it's gonna be hard to justify running the old set because the old set doesn't get the DR. I don't know which set is better. It could be worse, it could be better, but it's hard for a new set to be so good that you just give up the DR. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it's probably gonna be the case for most sets.
Okay, obviously we're projecting into the future, so we can't say. But my suspicion is that a good set bonus, like Bushido might be, I don't know, but might be. I think that there is a genuine possibility that what happens is we get into Renegades, and because you won't be able to get Bushido on the Renegades stuff, right? Like that's going to be specifically old gear at that point only that will roll with Bushido as far as we understand it. And I think there's a really valid likelihood that with a given build that you might be running, you might really want the Bushido set bonus at that point, and you're going to be like, yeah, I'll give up the 6%, and I'll give up whatever other unsynergistic set I could go for, because I want the thing that synergizes. Like it goes back to, that's why I was questioning it with relation to perks as well. It's always about the synergy. It's not about the individual, like, this gives me plus 1% this, or plus 3% this, or plus 5% this. It's about the synergy in combination. And
it is possible, yeah. I mean, I agree. It's just, like, my point is that it's unlikely, and why would you antagonize a player that wants to run Bushido? Let the guy run Bushido without losing on the DR. Like, what are you gaining by de-incentivizing someone to run Bushido? Like, what's...
Because the player needs to be... Was antagonized the word you used? Like the player needs to be antagonized ultimately to make different choices through their time in Destiny, or they will stop playing the game.
I disagree. Like, the player should be incentivized to grind new stuff, not antagonized to use old ones. That's different. Like the fact that new sets give DR shouldn't be their like escape for making lazy sets that aren't desirable. They should be making good sets so that I'm like, oh, Bushido is pretty good, but I'm gonna run the new set because it's good.
But then when the new stuff comes out, you have new stuff to get that is good. So you get the same. It's like, I think it's like a glass half full versus a glass half empty thing almost, where it's like, at the end of a season, you can either look at the new season and be like, I'm looking forward to getting a bunch of this new gear that I know will be good and strong. Or you could look at it as, I'm mourning the old season's stuff. And I think that your argument is more focused on the old sort of sadness and mourning of the lost stuff, whereas my argument is that, but this gives you opportunity to enjoy the new stuff, right?
The opportunity to enjoy the new stuff should be the set being good. Like, objectively, if like new sets are, like, if new sets release and you're still running Bushido despite losing the DR, that probably just means the new sets are terrible, and that's not a good thing. Like, you want the new sets to be good and interesting and to do like cool things. Like, that should be the reason why you get them, not because not because they give DR. Like, I don't see the reason why.
At what point should you be I just feel like it's a sort of weird argument, because part of the argument you're making is, I want my old stuff to stay good. But then you're also saying, I want it to be power crept.
Power crept, just different set, bro. Like, a set doesn't, like, they don't have to like do the Bushido set and the season after they do like Bushido 2.0 that TLC you like twice the amount. That's not what I'm saying. Next season they can do another set that does something different, that allows a different playstyle, and that's what makes it desirable. Like, it doesn't have to be flat out better. It just needs to be interesting and provide a different playstyle and something cool to play with. Like, because
yeah, go ahead.
Also because you're in considering that if a set is like bad, so to say, and like you're running Bushido despite the new set getting like DR, okay? Then after 6 months, that set is never getting touched. Like, if it was already so bad that like people were running Bushido despite the new set getting DR, after 6 months that set is cooked. Like, no one is ever equipping it again. So like, that's not a good thing for longevity of the game.
But that is already how the game works, because there is.
It's not to this extent. Nowhere, like, not even close. Like,
this, I think, puts it in more of a form. Like, you can you can sort of point to it and say, this is the time where the old stuff becomes less good and the new stuff becomes better. But like, I when I started playing the game again, I had a load of stuff in my vault from 2018, and every single thing there is completely useless, right? It's like entirely useless. So there's clearly been some point from the old stuff in 2019 through to now where this same transformation has happened, right? And
yes, but it is a slower process and it's an unpredictable process, which it being unpredictable still makes that gear worth chasing for longer instead of being like, oh, 6 months, then GG. That's a big difference.
But you're saying you want the, because this is where I'm not understanding is, you're saying you want the old gear to still be good so that you can grind for something and then feel like it's still going to be useful in 12 months time or 15 months time, right? That was one of your early arguments?
Potentially.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a cool thing.
And yet you are also saying, at the same time, I want, let's not use the word power creep then. Let's use or maybe let's just say more creative power creep, right? Like you want exciting, fun, different things rather than it just being like a flat 10%.
Call it horizontal power creep more than vertical power creep. Like I want just more strong things. I don't want something that's flat out stronger that like sucks the air out of the previous things.
I have to. Yeah, horizontal power creep is, I've not heard of that until today. That's actually pretty solid. So I understand both sides right here. I do want to bring up Queen Breaker. I know it's a weapon and not armor as a good example. I love the rework Bungie gave to Queen Breaker. Now, the question is, from a developer perspective, do they look at Queen Breaker as maybe a failure as it snuffs out some of the competition in the sandbox? Maybe they wish we had used other linears, cataclysmic, whatever, who knows. But to us as gamers, we look at Queen Breaker and all we see is fun. This is a weapon that was never part of the meta, giving it the 3-round burst, made it really, really good and interesting, and it was creative. My concern with the featured list is that will we lack creative changes like that to our exotics? And instead, Bungie's sandbox changes would simply be maybe a small tweak, but this feature list, throwing the weapon on the feature list, and that use that next exotic in that next season. I like creative changes like Queen Breaker to incentivize me to use that exotic. Any thoughts?
I mean, I love exotic reworks. Like, I think they are a super cool thing. Like, I think Queen's Breaker is, again, a bit too much. Like, not the rework itself, but like probably the damage it does or like how fast it shoots. Because obviously, if you keep it like this long term, you are never equipping a legendary linear, right? Which is probably not good. But outside of like, you know, the specific like number values, like I think the rework is very cool. Like it does something unique that other weapons don't do, and I'm super happy when they rework exotics in general. I think it's actually often more valuable than adding a new exotic, especially if you're gonna add a new exotic that is maybe gonna be forgotten right away. When you can, you know, rework something that has like a place in the game and make it like actually viable.
Can I ask you a question? With exotic reworks and things along those lines, would you be in favor of this, the 10% damage buff, for example, if we go back to that? Would you be in favor of that if instead of just being a 10% damage buff, it was a little bit more scattered? So for example, let's say it was like snipers get 10% plus 10% reload speed, shotguns get 10% damage, sidearms get 10% projectile velocity, like for example, something like a little bit more scattered in that way. Would that be like, how far down that path would they need to go for you to be then in favor of the system?
I mean, no, that's just different, because if we're talking of an exotic, I think the change should just be permanent. Like, I don't want Queen's Breaker to be back to terrible next season.
I'm talking about all guns. I'm talking about like
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
like
in
the new
general,
game.
like
blanket
yeah.
buffs and nerfs, yeah.
Like, in general, if a buff is needed for an archetype, like it should just be permanent. Like when they do a patch note, I think they should do a patch note with the goal of like nailing
Sure.
a decent spot for that archetype or weapon.
But you
like there is no point in doing it seasonally.
But you like the seasonal artifact.
I mean, again, depends on the mods. I like some things about it, I dislike other things about it. That would be such a long combo. Like,
We like the artifact because it is creative though. Again, it's like we mentioned earlier, it's puzzle pieces that kind of challenges
Like,
us.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say.
like the artifact.
Go ahead.
The artifact should not be used as a way to make something that's terrible good. Like if something is terrible, it should just be buffed. The artifact should just be like a cherry on top. Like they shouldn't have made an artifact mod that makes Queensbreaker how it is, and then the season after Queensbreaker is dead. That's terrible, I think. Because if the gun is bad, you should just buff it. Like the artifact should help things that are already good, in my mind. Like it shouldn't just be like.
I don't think it's a replacement for things needing a buff. I think, at least if we go back to what Cross was saying about the dev motivation, I think what Bungie is trying to do here, and I could be wrong, but I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to say, we introduced this seasonal artifact already, and this seasonal artifact motivates a type of play within that season. And it sort of pushes you in a couple of different directions to play in a way that looks a certain way for a season, and then in the next season, it looks a little different. And that might be Solar for one season is kind of a little bit more of a focus, and then Strand is the next season, for example, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah, but like things that push a certain playstyle element-wise has also a lot to do with abilities, and that has no harm in like, or almost no harm in like what you want to farm. Like if Stasis is better because Frost Armor is better, that's not gonna change much like which weapons I use. Maybe a tiny bit, but like it's mostly gonna change which subclass I use, and that's harmless. There is no like harm in pushing a subclass up or down a bit a certain season. Again, mods like Particle though that make all fusions just better on a whole season, I think that's pretty bad.
Sure,
like
so
there's a very big
extreme.
difference between. No, I'm just saying there's a very big difference between trying to buff like weapons or specific weapons or something that like decides what you should grind, between buffing the way you play the game in creative ways, especially to your subclass or to your like mods. That's different. Like it's not the same thing.
Okay, in that case, can I summarize what I just heard from you and tell me whether or not I've understood it correctly? So the key distinction that you're making is that you like the seasonal artifact because it's motivating play with things that you've basically grinded for once, like unlocking your subclasses, and then you're not grinding for again. Whereas with weapons, you are doing new grinds for those things, and so you don't like your grind being meddled with by things which are like seasonal artifact related. Is that a fair way of understanding it?
I mean, I don't know if I would use your words. Like,
okay,
I like when the artifact makes me play in a different way without limiting how I play. If the artifact pushes me to use a subclass that's if the artifact pushes me to play a subclass in a different way, for example, when they had that mod that like tangles did way more damage, like that's cool, right? I'm gonna play around like spawning more tangles and stuff like that. I don't like though when the artifact pushes me to not use GLs because linears are just 30% better. Like that, I don't like when the artifact limits me. I like when it makes me play in a different way, like gameplay wise in general, disregarding weapons.
Can I ask you a question?
That makes sense. Yeah.
How much of your playtime, and this might go nowhere, but how much of your playtime in the last year has been spent on the Stasis subclass specifically?
I mean, probably very little. I think Stasis needs like insane buffs.
Right. It's like you probably played it for like 5 minutes, right? Like no one's really.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
Now.
If I have to use Behemoth, I'm using it on Prism, I guess. Probably so. Right. I guess, yeah.
So in that regard, like, I think there's a lot of people in the jury that are probably saying to themselves, like, I don't like to be told what to use. But surely you're already being told what to use by things like the seasonal artifact, because stasis is completely ignored. Like, no one's using
It's
stasis.
nothing there because the artifact, the subclass is just terrible. Like, there could be 20 stasis mods in the artifact and you wouldn't use stasis. Like, that's just a balancing issue. Like,
Well, is that because, so, and this is where my game knowledge sort of caps out, but like in the next season, there is quite a lot of stasis focus.
no one is equipping stasis. Like, that's just, like, no. Like, if you're trying to be serious, that's just not happening.
Is that,
Or you're either using stasis things on Prism, or I don't know if there are some very hyper-specific things, but otherwise you're not playing stasis. Stasis Titan is like the worst subclass in the game, and Warlock, you can do turret things better on Prism, and Hunter gets used for shutter skating. Like,
Okay.
that's it.
Fair enough. If the issue with stasis is the, rather than it not being featured in the artifact, if it's just objectively worse anyway, then that's fair. I've just been working under the assumption that, like, there's not really a lot of stasis focus in the artifact right now, so no one's going to care about it. Whereas in the next artifact, there is some stasis focus, so it might be more interesting. But it sounds like that's not the case, because it's just underpowered generally. Okay, fair enough. I think, as far as I'm concerned, I can sum up the end of the argument that I want to make here. Before I get to calling my witnesses, and the witnesses won't take too long, don't worry. But just in summary, I think Bungie is trying to motivate players to look at a given window of time, right? A 6-month window, or maybe it's going to be longer. Maybe it's going to be 12 months. We don't know. But I think they're trying to motivate a 6-month window where they say, of the 100% all of the weapons and all of the abilities in the Destiny sandbox, there's going to be a chunk of them that are going to be a bit more interesting this season, and that's going to motivate build crafting in that direction. And then the following 6 months, that's going to change, right? I think that is the goal. And it sounds like what you guys are arguing is that that works when it's subclassy, but in the weapons department, that type of intention is not being realized by this system.
I don't know if I would sum it up like this, because the artifact and this bonus are just so fundamentally different. Because again, this bonus is, once it's gone forever. Artifact mods can always come back and go. It's just, they're just two fundamentally different systems.
But they can.
I wouldn't try to compare with the
artifact. Old stuff, like they can pull in.
Only for exotics. They're not gonna feature like a linear that comes out next season, right? They haven't said that, so.
Sure, fair. But that, okay, so yeah, just to wrap up my point, I think that is Bungie's goal. I think in terms of the damage differential that you're going to get from new gear, that 10%, I still just don't think that it's enough for you to use an off-meta weapon just because it has the 10%. I still think that you're always just going to go to the perks, and the perks are going to dictate what you use, and the 10% is going to be like, it's always going to be like this. It's going to be, you'll look at the weapons, you'll look at what has the meta perks, and then only in the scenario where it's the same weapon archetype with the same element with the same perks, then the new gear will win. But outside of those scenarios, I don't think that's going to be the difference maker.
Oh man, I mean, I agree, but so basically it's either not helping, or if it's helping, it's killing the other 5 different like good weapons of that archetype that otherwise could be used.
Sure. Okay. Sure. So I think weapons-wise, that's weapons, and then in armor, it sounds like it's more contentious for you, the 15% damage resist, and the argument that I feel is the sort of main focus of my argument is that ultimately, if you have an individual armor piece that gives you 3% damage resist, and you have other armor pieces that might complete a set bonus that you need to complete, or might have a role that is better for the thing that you're trying to do, my argument is that that 3% is often going to be dwarfed by the benefits you can get elsewhere. And
I'll point out, you should always talk either of 6% or of 12, never of 3, because one piece doesn't do anything, right? It's either 2 or 4 pieces.
Sure, for set bonus, but in terms of your role, it might. But again, that's, you grind enough, you can sort of fix that problem. But yeah, I yield that point. That's fair. So I think that the 6% on the 2 things is likely to be exceeded by the more optimal things that you could choose elsewhere. That is the end of my main argument section, and if the judge would allow it, I think Salt should be allowed to respond to that, and then I can call my witnesses after the fact.
I feel like we've already pretty much discussed everything here. Like, I think I've said what I need to say.
Okay.
So I will.
Judge, may I call witnesses? Would that be okay, Judge?
Absolutely.
Okay, so the Destiny community has strong opinions about this. And if nothing else today, I hope that I've at least helped open people's eyes to some possibilities for reasons why this might not be as big a problem as people have said, or there might be some interesting elements of how they change our play. But it is now time for witness testimony. So, our first witness. This is a witness who I've anonymized, so you guys wouldn't be speculating about their potential biases, etc. I want to protect their privacy, and they have a comment to make about buffs and about nerfs, actually, specifically about nerfs, that I think calls SALTAGREPPO's character into question. If you've trusted the points that SALTAGREPPO has made today, I'd like you to listen to this first testimony and perhaps reconsider.
In the post-div nerf meta, there are now only 3 viable sources of 30% debuff in the game, which seriously limits build crafting options.
Did you hear that, chat? Limited build crafting options because of SALTAGREPPO. I think that this man has professed over the last 2 hours to be fighting for you, but instead he's fighting against build diversity. Isn't that crazy?
In here.
Isn't that crazy? Okay?
I
I'm
wasn't
not done,
allowed
though.
to call witnesses. Like, I wasn't prepared for this.
You were allowed, my friend. You just...
I didn't do it. You told me 5 minutes before, bro.
Witness number 2, I'd like to call you to the stand. So, SALTAGREPPO's actions have had serious consequences for the Destiny community. And witness number 2 is someone who was really hurt by that.
When the divinity got nerfed, you know, I used to be the divinity bit boy. People would rely on me for damage, and then I had to start shooting the boss legit. And if my damage numbers were lower, I couldn't just say, well, I'm on divinity. People would start calling me Unk, say I'm washed. It hurt. Everyone misses a rocket or two, man. Like, it's not my...
It sounds like
So good.
SALTAGREPPO's actions have not just caused less build crafting potential, but they've also hurt the common player. And we're not done there. There is another witness who's also been affected by this.
You know, the sad reality is, goldie chaining would still be a thing if Div never got nerfed.
You heard it here first. It's the harsh truth. Salt's actions have directly contributed to the sandbox being limited significantly more than all this new gear business will ever do. Okay, we're not done though. All right, the problems with Salt's actions continue.
I am PH.
Oh my god, okay, dude, this is so annoying. Hold on. Bro, this is... YouTube has a new thing where it, for some reason, adds an AI voice to my uploads. I don't know why. This is what was meant to play just now.
I have a PhD.
That's it.
I have a PhD.
Thank you so much, Anonymous Witness number 4. Moving swiftly on.
Look, all I'm going to say is 2402 never would have happened if Divinity didn't get nerfed.
Oh my God.
Maybe one more time. Maybe one more time for the jury, just to understand what's happening here.
Look, all I'm going to say is 2402 never would have happened if Divinity didn't get nerfed.
So, Salt's been saying, oh yeah, I'm fighting for the end game player. You know, I'm trying to make the end game more fun. But here we have a victim of true end game tragedy, recognizing that SALTAGREPPO is to blame. Okay, let's proceed. Let's keep moving.
I honestly can't believe it, but this is the Divinity lore after it's been nerfed.
What's this? We were going to write some cool lore here, but we had to redirect our resources and delay our next 13 expansions because we were busy nerfing Divinity on behalf of our benevolent king, almighty ruler, and omniscient voice of the people, SALTAGREPPO. He's in cahoots with them, chat. The rabbit hole goes deep. You think he's fighting in your interests, but look at the impact he's had. Let's keep moving. I'm not done.
I feel a judgment coming.
I'm glad. We're approaching the final witness, but we're not quite there.
Divinity was the only thing stopping them from taking away my kangaroos.
His kangaroos, chat. Think of the kangaroos, and Your Honor, I would encourage you to think of the kangaroos. Right?
I'm thinking about them. Yeah.
As much as some of my math today was overcooked, as much as that may have been the case, you know what is not overcooked? My love of wildlife. And I'm thinking about those kangaroos every day and mourning their loss.
Divinity got nerfed and all my horses ran away. And now I'm as much as a cowboy without his horses as a titan is without his hammer.
When I say I care about wildlife, Your Honor, this is what I mean. I care about wildlife and I care about the cowboys out there that take care of them. And when his horses ran away, to be honest, I shed a tear. One more time from witness number 8.
Divinity got nerfed and all my horses ran away. And now I'm as much as a cowboy without his horses as a titan is without his hammer.
Oh my God.
It's tragic.
Well done, Glad. Well done.
It's really I don't know who this guy is.
Witness number 8. Yeah, witness number 8. Excuse me. Well done, witness number 8.
Witness number 8 really has had a tragic experience here.
Sure.
And it's all because of SALTAGREPPO. I want to make that very clear.
Yeah.
Witness number 9.
The div nerf is seriously making me consider switching to Hunter full time.
Now that's crazy. I don't know who that is.
Whoa! Who is that?
I don't know who that is. I have no idea. But what
I suppose.
What I think is clear from this is that SALTAGREPPO's actions have caused things to be nerfed in the past. He has taken things that were powerful and he's made them weak. And I think that in a similar scenario now, where we have the opportunity, we have a buff staring us in the face, and SALTAGREPPO is saying, not today. I think that it might be worth reconsidering where his true intentions lie. I yield. I rest my case. Thank you for the time, Your Honor.
Well, that's some very compelling points and witness testimonies. And honestly, God, that Milo, you did an incredible job presenting that. Like, I just want you to know, it almost turns my judgment. But as judge here, I must render thy judgment on this one. The facts have been laid out in front of us.
Before the judgment, can I a quick reply?
Yes. So go right ahead.
Milo, open my stream.
Give me a sec. I need to. Do I need to have it on?
I mean, up to you.
Give me 1 second. Sure. Hit me. Shall I mute it or shall I? What's?
No, it's fine. So like,
Sure.
I feel like I was winning the
mute it or shall I-
conversation, but then the witnesses like appeared, and like I felt like I was losing my edge. But I have one final card I want to play. My final counterpoint.
Okay.
One final card I want to play. My final counterpoint.
Okay.
One final card I want to play. My final counterpoint.
Oh wow. Oh, he went there. Oh. Oh wow. Oh, I mean, went there. Hey, that's my belt in the back, though. What are you talking about? That one of the green one. That's mine up there. I left it at your house last month. Yeah. That's valid point. Valid point.
Well played.
All right. It is now time to render thy judgment. I've seen both sides. Milo has brought forward the incentives, the desire of having your weapons, your new weapons, do more damage. Your armor, your new armor, that is, take more damage. And I would say, in the short term, it sounds good. It really does. The idea of having my armor that I'm grinding for, my tier 5 set that I'm about to spend a lot of time grinding for, take more damage, and my weapons do more damage. That all sounds good. But one thing I did not even think about until today's argument took place was beyond this season. And the soft sunsetting, if you will. And honestly, that's really changed my mind on this. And that going into the next season, I'm going to be losing out on those previous weapons and those previous armor pieces that I grinded for. Without a doubt, armor perks are still going to be the most desirable thing. Without a doubt, having armor with different gear sets and different combinations are going to be super desirable, especially if they're really, really good. We don't know about the raid sets. But I don't like having things artificially boosted for no other reason, because I feel like, in my opinion, it takes away from the creativity of when Bungie actually goes in and do reworks. But as I brought up earlier today, I see both sides where you see things from the developer standpoint, but you also see things from the player standpoint as well. And I have to side more with the player side. At least this is how I view as a player. I have to side more with the player side of things, which does align more with Salt's take on things.
Would that change if it was a 12-month buff instead of 6, just out of curiosity? Or an 18-month buff, like Salt suggested?
I mean, that's, I don't think it's gonna be, but 18-month could actually be fine, maybe. I still think it's not an ideal system. I'd rather not, but I personally wouldn't be too mad. I don't know.
This is just, it's for a live game. It's so difficult, especially when we don't have any type of sequels. I feel like an easy way to have avoided some of the power creep situation is if we did go into a D3. And I know that's a conversation for a whole nother video, but we're not going to that. We're sticking with D2. And I do love the systematic changes coming in Edge of Fate. But I think that, yes, we do end up in a situation where things continuously get powerful, but it also puts it back into Bungie and their hands to continue elevating the content for us and creating enemies that engage us in that new level of power. And I know from a developer's perspective that's difficult, but I don't know. That's just what I prefer. So that's it, guys. I guess that's my judgment. Have I stated clear? Okay. So in this case, do we ban Milo, Bungie? Do we ban Milo right now?
Listen, chat, if I could say some final words.
Scarrow, Cross is being paid by Destiny Bulletin. How does he know? How does he know? Zuhad, hide the documents.
I think.
Okay, good.
I think it's important to recognize that I've been playing Destiny for 4 months, and it's been an honor and a privilege to be part of the community for these 4 months. But if Bungie has to ban me for my loss here, then so be it. I respect it, and I will mourn the loss of all the friends I made along the way, and the one enemy I made along the way, whose name is SALTAGREPPO. And that's all I've got to say.
Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Salt, anything you want to add to close things out?
So, I mean, nice conversation. The witnesses things were very well done, very funny. And I'm gonna, since, you know, I'm basically Bungie, right? So I can, anything that I say happens.
Correct.
So I'm gonna ask them privately. I'll just like, I have their phone numbers, everything, you know, like I chat with them every day, and I'll just ask them to postpone your ban until we do the duo run we need to do.
I love it.
July 4th.
I love it.
Because I need content. So you can play the game for another couple of weeks.
Okay, thank you.
If we clear, I might, like, you know, ask them to like be more lenient with you.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from this, just so I understand, is that so long as I keep giving you content, I can stay unbanned?
Yeah.
Yes.
And every time you do a raid with me, you need to be on Divinity.
Perfect. Oh my God, this is a win-win.
He truly is a benevolent God. The law was correct.
Oh, this was fantastic, guys. Thank y'all so much for having me in on this. And I really do appreciate the arguments from both of y'all on this, because it's really just, you know, made me think about all the changes coming here and gave me different perspectives on this. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Your Honor, for presiding over
Thank you.
the court case.
Yeah. Absolutely. GG's, fellas. Thank y'all so much. Y'all have a great rest of your evening.
All right.
You too.
Appreciate the conversation,
guys.
Salt. Thank you, Cross.
Yeah, it was very fun. Oh, the witnesses were crazy. I thought you were gonna get someone in VC. Like, I was
No. There were too many witnesses. They wouldn't fit. Yeah, so July 4th, we're locked in for duo run.
I think that's what we said, that I remember.
Okay.
It was Friday, I think.
Yes. So chat, if you guys are unaware of that, on July 4th, I will be blind duoing Root of Nightmares. I had to think about what run stood for a second. Root of Nightmares with Salt, and I will be on Divinity the whole time.
No, okay.
Smile.
Not for the duo.
Okay.
For the duo,
okay.
you have like a freebie.
Thank God.
Okay. But I wasn't 100% decided on whether to do Master or not. Like, I'm not a fan of Master, but I also don't think it's around that week. I'm not sure, but
yeah, it might not be featured that week, which is really annoying.
Another very fun system.
I hate that system so much. But yeah, I think if it is Master, then I'm down to do Master. I did well, I will be doing a vow on Master this weekend. And so I'll have a bit of Master experience there. I think we also did Vogue on Master, so yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, no, that's fine, but like obviously between like 2 and 6 players, that's very different, right? And
yeah, I just mean in terms
I
of
just
like
don't know if
champion
it's
spam
very
and stuff.
I just don't know if it's very fun that you're trying to figure out a mechanic and you just get one tapped by a Colossus with a chain gun. It's like, I'm not sure. That's why I'm a bit skeptical about Master on a blind duo.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to do just normal, and we can go under light because I feel like the normal raids are just too easy. So if we want to drop down some kind of light amount, we could do that, or just go like lower Brazil, or we can do some kind of if you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean it just depends if you want the combat to also be a part of it, or just like the mechanic solving. If you want the combat to be, then I guess we can try something like that.
I generally like the combat to be like we did with Vogue, for example. We started at -90, we ended up doing it at -60. And -60 felt good. Like I like it not just being like things fall over and without any effort.
No, yeah,
so
that's fair.
Yeah, so we can cook something like that up.
Like if we do that, no, like then do I have to like lock in? Because I was kind of planning to like let you borderline solo it while I like do the minimum, I guess. But if we go -60, then I guess I have to play the game.
I think so long as I think what will be fun is if I am basically in charge of build crafting and I can kind of like tell you what to do, and then we can make it so that we can be whatever like light delta under we need for that to actually end up working. Like if we're in a scenario where we're -90, I might just not know how to build craft it well enough to actually push us over the line. But we can just do it where it's like there's some challenge there, so I need to not be completely useless in the build crafting side of things. But without it being in a scenario where it's like you have to completely big brain carry strategize the whole thing to make it work.
We definitely like can't go that low. Like we need to kill the boss. And it's like with 2 players, like you can't do like -60 for sure.
Right. So even just like
if you really want to push it, it's
something.
probably like 25-ish. I don't know.
Sure.
Without making it miserable. It's mainly because you're just like missing the raid mods, and that raid is like completely different whether you have the mods or not. The mods are so broken. So like when you watch someone soloing it and not dying, that's because they're immortal because of the raid mod.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'll have none of those. So July 4th, chat, that is when that's going to be happening. I will be doing my best to prevent my ban. I fought as well as I could today, but it was not enough. I'm curious, Sol, has your opinion changed even 1% following the conversation today, or are you still exactly where you were at the beginning of it?
We discussed so many things that like I just don't remember if it changed like on something, but definitely not on the main point.
That
I guess.
Yeah, I think the point that you guys made about the
like the mat was cooked, but you know you did bring up some good points. Like it's more of like I just think the system is kind of flawed, so it's hard to like defend it, I suppose. But like the stuff you were saying about mixing sets and stuff, like it's solid points, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that what you guys were saying about like just wanting the build crafting to be more interesting than just like a sort of boring, this is your 10%, have fun, is interesting to me, because the way I've been approaching it is thinking that the 10% is interesting, but it sounds like it's not. And that's interesting to me. That's news to me. Like, and it's also been really interesting hearing how you see the artifact as like totally different, whereas the way that I was going into the conversation, I was feeling like they were more or less equivalent, because I think they have equivalent intentions from the devs, and so I think that that's where I was coming from, is like, what are the devs trying to incentivize and promote here? But to your point, you don't grind the artifact, but you do grind weapons, so they should sort of need to be treated differently as a result, right?
Yeah, no, I mean it's definitely like super complex. I do think this new gear change would have been more like received better. One, if again it was a longer time period, I think that's pretty important. and two, if the game didn't have tools to distinguish new from old loot. Like, armor didn't, but now they did that the set bonuses, so it's like I would just let that cook and see how that does, because that's like a pretty powerful tool to make new armor interesting. Like, objectively, there was no reason to get armor every season. Like, now there is. So, like, is it enough? I don't know. I think that just depends on how good the sets are, right? Like, if they make good sets, I'm seeing people going for them.
Yeah, and that would be your
on weapons by
horizontal-
proxies, like origin traits.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously long term, it's probably gonna be a bit vertical too, because they just haven't been doing a good job at keeping things in check, and it's also not fun if they keep things too in check, right? So like a tiny bit of power creep, it's fine. Like it just needs to be not like, stupid, I guess. Because ultimately, like, yeah, as Cross was saying, like, that also allows them to like make harder content, right? Like, we can get a bit more powerful, but they can also make more interesting encounters. If it's not like too much, like, that's fine. And I don't think anyone is gonna be mad if like a weapon that you got 3 years before doesn't really have a place in the sandbox anymore. Like, in 3 years they could have made a new game, so it's like that's fine. I feel like the issue is like when it's a short term, like, oh, why would they grind this? Like I don't think you should ever be saying as a player, oh, I could grind this right now, but I probably just, like, it probably doesn't matter, and it's a weapon that came out 2 months before. Like, that's bad. And this system kind of like incentivizes this mindset of like, yeah, I mean, I could get it, but like, whatever.
That's interesting. That's an interesting way of framing it. So within this system, as in the new gear system, you have, it could be the last month of the season, and you would be like, why would I ever grind in the last month? Because I know it's about to reset. Whereas in the way the game currently works is like, even if, let's say that everything gets power crept after 6 months, like, just for the sake of argument, obviously it doesn't, but let's just say that it does. Like, that 6 month timer from when you got a thing, in the player's mind, it would start like that day. They'd be like, well, I have this thing. It's gonna be good for 6 months. But there's a world
I think
where...
it's more so. I think it's more so like that you don't know. Like, I think the unpredictability is just so big. Like, it could be like 2 months, because maybe the season after they release a GL that's like the same slot, same element, just better perks, and then GG, okay? But then they could also not do that.
Yeah.
The fact that you don't know that, I feel like it's healthy for a live service game like this.
Which is... It's funny because it's one of those scenarios where they're giving the player more information, but their transparency is problematic in this case. Even if that was how they were thinking about it internally, like, if they just didn't say it outwardly, and then there was a little bit of randomness to it, but more or less they were like, yeah, every roughly 6 months we kind of want there to be a light refresh on some of the gear that people are using. Which sort of is the case anyway right now, because, well, actually maybe not, but like certainly yearly with expansions, right? Like they kind of want new stuff to be being used in the new expansion. But it's the predictability of within that year that is the problem.
I mean, when you play a live service game, like, you know that there is a chance your loot just becomes useless. I feel like you need to come to terms with that, right? So yeah. But the fact that you don't know when that's gonna happen makes you want to grind, right? Like, before, like in Destiny 1, when Taken King came out, like, they just hard sunset every roll from before Taken King. And it's like, once people knew that things are gonna get sunset, they just stopped farming for them. Like, if you tell them like 4 months before, maybe they stop farming 4 months before. So like, in those situations, it's good to not tell people when those things are happening. Otherwise, people don't play the game. And it's also not good to like make them assume things are remaining though, and then just fuck them over, right? Because at that point, players are like, well, I wasted my time, and you told me they were gonna get sunset one. That's also bad. You just need to not do like too many drastic changes, I think. And if you want to phase something out, you do that over a longer period of time.
I think part of the something I didn't mention during the session, but that I think is still relevant here, is that if you're at the end of a season and you're considering whether you should grind, to get like a piece of armor that has like a tier 5 piece of armor, you should still absolutely be grinding for the tier 5 piece of armor, because at the beginning of the next season, you will not be able to get tier 5 pieces of armor until you go through the power grind again. And so you're going to want to hold on to your tier 5. It's separate to the fact that the seasonal buff is no longer there, because it's tier 5, right? It has other things. Just like we were saying, there's the set bonus. That's a separate element of it that people might want to grind towards. Like, me knowing that for the next 4 months of the next season, or the next 3 months, or the next 2 months, I'll have all tier 5s in all slots, it would still be a reason to grind for it, right?
Can you repeat this last sentence, sorry?
Just like, in the news, in Renegades, you won't be able to earn tier 5s again for like 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
For example, for a general player. Obviously, maybe you'll do it in 3 weeks. We don't know. But for those 3 weeks, you would presumably want to have good stuff for the start of the new expansion. And the way that you would get that new stuff would be grinding it in the previous expansion. So there is still a reason to grind for the stuff. It's not like it's 1 week before the new expansion comes out and you're like, well, there's zero reason to grind loot right now because it's not going to have the seasonal buff in 1 week's time.
Oh, no, yeah, but that's only for things that are currently good. Like, my point is that right now people are also grinding for things that could potentially be good in the future, while you kind of lose that aspect. Like, you're still going to grind for what's like the very best at the moment, right? But it's harder to justify grinding for something that's not the best, being like, oh, maybe there is like a buff down the line, because by the time the buff comes, then they're worse due to like not being new gear anymore, right? So the issue of like grinding is more for like future-proof things than for what's actually just currently best.
But aren't there other elements, like, for example, the set bonuses, where it's like a set bonus could be bad at one point, but then it could become good in the future, irrespective of the seasonal buff?
I mean, yeah, but for what they showed set bonuses to be, none of them is even remotely comparable to the amount of DR that new gear is giving. So it's like, unless they start releasing Ella like crazy set bonuses, then you're only speaking the DR. If you're trying to play like properly, I suppose.
Really? Because like, I just feel like Bushido's the one that comes to mind, just because I was looking at the perks for it earlier. But like, surely all of the sustain that it gives you from healing is going to be more impactful than the 6%.
Not when you consider that on top of the 6%, you're going to get another set. So unless you're assuming that all new sets are just disgustingly bad, surely there is something that's good enough that plus the 6%, you know, it's better.
Okay. Yeah. That's fair.
Like, if this bonus was like 1% per piece at tier 5, it probably would have been kind of fine. Like, I mean, I still think the system is like objectively, like, maybe not objectively, but I think the system is like bad, period. But if the numbers were way lower, like 3% per weapons max and 5% per armor max, it probably would cause way less issues. If the number was that low, it would actually act more as a nice little bonus. Like, the way it is now, it's like so good that it's hard to justify giving up on it for many things.
Specifically,
like, I know
for the
people
damage
like,
resist, or for both?
I mean, even the damage. Like, again, yeah, there could be something that's just overtuned, but otherwise, a heavy getting 10% more, it's probably just the best heavy in the game. Like, think about linears, right? Like having like stuff like bait and switch. I don't know. That's like 30%. Like, if a new linear like gets shipped and it's like not that good with like perks that are like decent but not top options, like the linear gets firing line, I don't know, that's still just better than bait, because one, you don't have to proc it, two, you, the way it multiplies, it will be even more, right? Because then it will be like the wall weapon plus firing line will be multiplied by 10%, so it will like surpass bait in damage. So it's like, the way they're doing it now, it's like a mid weapon is just gonna go be better than a god roll, unless the god roll is just insane due to the origin trait, which I think is pretty limiting.
Right. Yeah. I think
Origin traits are also like weird because I think they need to make them more impactful. Like because many of them are just like so forgettable.
old
I don't
ones?
think in general, yeah, old ones, I guess. But like, and that's one of the reasons why it's hard to justify like farming for things, right? Because if many of the origin traits are like, oh, you gain 10 stability, like bro, no one cares, right? Like they need to be doing something, but they also need to like be kept in check where it's like they just don't make something insane. Like the ease and origin trait just doesn't make any sense, right? Like it's a cool concept, but like make it 4 seconds so you can fire like, I don't know, 5 rockets. Don't make it like 10 seconds where you empty your wall reserve with like no downside, right? Because then I would fit with that.
Yeah. So,
So, like, they
you
need
would
to
argue
make
that that's too
cool
much vertical
traits.
creep instead of the horizontal creep that you were
Oh,
hoping
for sure. Like they need to add cool traits that have like cool effects, but they need to like make sure, it doesn't invalidate everything else. I'm not saying it's easy, but they can probably do a better job with like not too much effort because some of them are like really out of band, either because they're terrible or because they're like way too good, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's what part of it comes down to is like for me, because of where I'm at in the sandbox, and this is where I was trying to make that point with my cooked math about the actual delta, like with the damage, for example, of like 2.6 to 2.8 times, where like the extra multiplier there is not, in my view, it's like not that big a deal because 2.6 times is already loads.
Yeah, but that's just like I was trying to explain to you that that's just a misconception you have, I suppose, because like it doesn't matter what the number is, like it's still getting increased by 10%. Like you need to assume the baseline.
I agree, and I recognize that my math was cooked. But it's just what I was trying to illustrate, and failed to do so with the math. But what I was trying to illustrate is that like if you need to cook a boss, and the game already gives you all the ways that you need to cook the boss, and then you add a buff on top of that you can also use to like there comes a point where you have enough damage, right? And so,
that can be the case whether you're stacking 5 buffs or even if you're stacking 0. That just depends, I suppose, on if the activity is hard or not, or like what you're trying to do. But the benefit you're getting is still 10%, right? Like ultimately.
So let me flip it then and say, let's say the difference between the 10% difference, the 2.6 to the 2.8, right? Let's say that is a significant amount of damage. Would it not be good if the game, I mean, maybe it wouldn't, but if the game could then have either certain activities or certain seasonal weekend events or I don't know what, where it was tuned to be harder, so you needed to implement a more excessive number of damage. You need the 2.8. You can't get away with the 2.6, and like challenge the player more in that activity. Like, wouldn't that be good?
I don't think so, because at that point you're not challenging the player. Like, it's not a skill check to equip a new weapon. Like, you will just force people to play that activity with a very limited set of weapons, which I think is pretty boring. Like, it wouldn't be any harder or easier. It would just be tuned for you to use a certain thing.
But wouldn't it be like, let's say because you want the new gear buff on your weapon, and let's say Queenie's not featured, and maybe it's something that you'd normally use Queenie for, wouldn't that mean that you'd be like, okay, I'm now motivated to think of a strat that doesn't require me to use Queenie?
I mean, okay, not in that case, because Queens is much more than 10% better than the rest. Anyways, ignoring that, I don't wanna have to not use Queen's Breaker because of an arbitrary buff that's buffing one specific new weapon. Like, that's as limiting, if not more. Like, that doesn't make me use all the myriad of weapons in the game. That forces me to a different thing. You didn't really solve the issue. Like,
but if there's already one weapon that you're using for that, then that's a set of one, right? Like, if there's something that's motivating you to not use the one thing that you're always using, isn't that more build options?
if you need to use the new weapon, then you're going from only being able to use queens to only being able to use the new weapon. At that point, like, you didn't solve the issue. You just created an equivalent issue, the way I see it.
But there's lots of new weapons in the and old weapons in the pool of, there's like the 30 weapons in the featured exotics plus the 30 weapons in the expansion. So it's like it's a pool of 60 to choose from, where currently everyone's just on queens, right?
I mean, yeah, but 98% of those are gonna be bad even with the 10%. So like,
And that
that's
is
actually
my
not what's
point.
happening.
If they're bad even with the 10%, then this worry about them being the only things that you can use is not a real worry.
I mean, the point is, no, it is a real worry, because the fact that there are very few weapons we use because the game is unbalanced is one issue in the game. Like, that's an issue they should try to solve. They shouldn't make it so, like, I don't know, scout rifles are terrible. There is no reason for scout rifles to be terrible, right? Like, they should buff scout rifles. But
Sure.
that doesn't mean... That doesn't, like, between the weapons that are usable, for example, a linear or a rocket, there is no reason to limit you even further, making you only use the new. Like, when I say 98% of those weapons are unusable, it's because, maybe not 98, but it's because some are SMGs, some are sidearms, some are scouts, and some are snipers, and they're all just unusable, but due to, like, the archetype just being bad. So, like, that 10% is not helping what needs help, and it's limiting even further what's being used. I guess it's a good way to say it.
Okay. Interesting. So you would prefer all the work that's gone into thinking about this system on Bungie's side to be replaced by basically just like buffing and nerfing the sandbox to bring it back in line with itself, maybe?
Yeah, I think I really like buffs and nerfs, like patch notes in general. I really dislike when they're frequent. Like, if something like ship's pretty good, and after a week they nerf it, I think that's like disgustingly bad. Like, it just, people are like, bro, I just got this, right? But every like 2 to 3 months, maybe 6 months for like less important things, I think they should do a pretty sizable balance patch to try to bring things in line. I think that's good. Maybe, giving more leeway to newer things compared to older things. If something is new, you can keep it like pretty strong for longer, right? But either way, we should also point out that they are different in effort for them, because like, we're discussing this like new gear buff, but that's not anything really creative or that takes time. They just slapped a buff on top of new gear. Like, I'm not sure how hard it is to code, but like, it's not like they had to really like theory craft that. Like, while when you go and like buff, nerf things and like move the needle around, like, you need to like actually pay attention.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Yeah. It's more of a just throw it in the bucket and then it's buffed approach compared to like being like, what do we actually need to do to consecration to like fix it in the right way, and stuff like that, which clearly they seem to be. I think they announced today they're making some changes to it, right? So like,
yeah, it's the consecration one is a weird one because again, people think I'm like evil, but I'm not. It's like, I like when abilities are strong ultimately. And I mean, consecration was probably too strong, but no, without probably, I guess. But I often would rather them keep things strong and reduce its frequency than just reducing the efficiency when you actually use the ability. Like, I feel like consecration is a problem because you can have infinite transcendence with linear than LGL, and you can use it like 50 times in a row back to back with no downside. So it's like, yeah, it's also doing too much damage, but I don't even know if that's the main issue. So like, it's definitely a good step in the right direction, but for certain things in this game, they need to like look at frequency, because ultimately that's what's distinguishing a good build from a bad build in the game, and it's been for years. Like, I think it was like a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, they made a change, like where, the mods on your like arms, like, I don't know, bolstering detonation, like cross stability energy when you hit something with a grenade, right?
Yep.
They like those mods used to give with 1 copy of them the amount that now you get with 3 copies. Okay.
Oh.
So like, basically all those mods were stronger. It was, I think, much better for the game because it really bring the gap between bad builds and good builds, because all those builds could just use those mods, right? When they nerf them to the state they are in now, all that happened is that the builds that were bad became terrible because you were just never cycling abilities. The builds that were broken, so to say, because you have infinite abilities, not due to mods, but due to how the build works, like Consecration, like, I mean, that's not broken anymore, but for example, some bracers, right? Like all those things that were like hard meta were hard meta because you just have infinite abilities, period, without even the use of mods. And so to nerf, like they ended up like nerfing armor mods, and all they did was like not touch what was broken and just nerf everything else, which definitely did not help the game at all.
Yeah, I feel like the way that I've seen them propose nerfs on things in my limited time here has been like, sometimes they nerf something in a way that doesn't actually, it's like consecration is made up of like specific elements that makes it OP, but sometimes they'll pick an element of it that makes it OP that is actually not like the main thing. It's like a sort of side thing that is just like loosely related, and they'll nerf that, but it won't nerf the actual chain of elements that is making it super strong in the first place. And I feel like that's where it comes back to like, they probably have good reasons for that. Like they've probably thought about it and run some numbers and gone, this is kind of where we want to do it to try and have the impact we want to have. But I suspect it's just not an easy equation on the dev side.
I don't think it's too easy, but I also think sometimes they just make poor decisions. Like, I think it is how it is, right? Like, it must be said. Also, due to the fact that I think you can put it however you want, but a dev is probably never going to have the same amount of game knowledge that, like, a very, very strong endgame player has. So, like, they might just not have the full picture on certain things.
So how should
like,
they
have a different
how should they
picture,
fix that?
But
like, how should
I mean,
they
I think they should talk with like endgame players, like for a start.
In what way? Like do like a Zoom call once a
even
month
just
or something where they just
even just have like a Discord server where people can like drop like a bunch of like stuff in there, or like a more direct way of like than like posting on Twitter, you know what I mean? Because I mean, I'm not saying players are always right. I think players have often very terrible and out of touch takes, but you know, that's not always the case. Like sometimes they can have insights that a dev wouldn't have, like in general. Anyways, another issue that I think is present when you end up nerfing the potency of an ability compared to like how much you can spam it, is that you end up nerfing it more for people that are casual. Because someone that's casual doesn't know how to cycle Transcendence. He's gonna hit this one Consecration, do no damage, and then be like, damn, this sucks. Like, you know, so it's like, you have to pay attention to those things, because I think you should usually, I'm not saying like lower skill gap in the game, but try to like nerf something if you need to nerf it in a way that doesn't fuck over people that aren't utilizing it in a broken way. Like make sure it's only tuned down if people are using it in a way that's problematic, not like, you know, for people that are doing nothing wrong with it, I guess.
Yeah.
It's a fine balance. I'm not saying it's easy, but I like, and honestly, like the patches they've been doing lately are like slightly better. You know, I always have things I like, things that I don't like, but like the Edge of Fate patch notes overall look like pretty good. We definitely had like seasons where it was worse. Like I still think the worst thing they've ever done to the game, I mean, outside of removing hot swapping, I don't know if you know what that is, but I'm not gonna get into that now. It was, you could spring cancel like swapping weapons. That was like the most fun thing in the game, but whatever. Anyways, outside of that, that's like a personal thing of mine. One of the worst things they ever did to the game, I think, was add the resilience added to, DR added to resilience, because not only it like messed up the game balancing, but it made it so content was either too easy, which ultimately isn't good, right? Or too hard. And for most people, content became too hard with resilience because most players just didn't build into it, because some casuals just don't even know what resilience is. They don't have armor resilience. And they started balancing the game more and more around that. And that just, I think they did a lot of harm to the game. I think a lot of players quit because they were feeling like getting one shot everywhere, because the game was just balanced around you having perma 30%. So it's like, the game needs to be very cautious with like adding things that have like a massive gap between using it properly and not using it properly, because that's very dangerous, especially because then you end up being forced to like sort of balance the game around it, like activity wise.
I think there's also one of the difficulties they have is that the game is so complex that there's like endless pitfalls where beginner players could make those false assumptions. Like, for example, even actually in Edge of Fate, the health stat doesn't give you more health. And like probably 50% of the player base who play the game once a week are just going to assume it gives you more health. And they're just going to be like, okay.
I think it does.
It gives you more health
It's a bit
on
of shield,
orb
right?
pickup. And then it's shield
Does it
above
give you a
100.
bigger shield?
Only above 100.
I mean, yeah, shield is just health, like it's your health pool though.
Sure, okay, that's fair. But still, like, a player might think, oh, if I go from 50 to 100 health, I'll have more health. No, you won't. Which is just confusing.
I agree.
And I think part of the reason there are some of these nerfs are so like weird sometimes is that I think Bungie's sort of cognizant of that to some extent, and they're like, okay, we've got like a load of data that says that a bunch of the player base are like the consecration is too strong, for example, but then similarly we also have a bunch of the player base that's using other elements of this build that is like not the way that anyone else uses it, but they're just using it because they think that that's how you're meant to play the game, even though it's like kind of not. Like the people are just doing it wrong. And I think they have to sort of nerf around that sometimes. And I think it just means that they have an infinitely harder job.
Well, for sure. By the way, I'm not saying the consecration nerf was bad. Like, it's probably pretty spot on. In the past, they've done like way worse things. Like,
well, they had the Priz version of it. They were gonna they offered up one solution for nerfing it like a month ago of reducing the number of fragments, right? And then they were like,
yeah, but like that's one of the things, for example, that like, I think it does nothing. Like, it does not matter. Good builds don't rely on fragments. You can have 0 fragments and consecration is the best thing in the game.
Yeah.
But if you nerf fragments for people that aren't cycling infinite transcendence, then you fuck them over, right?
Yes,
so maybe the issue is infinite transcendence, not like the fragments.
Yeah. So, but that's what I mean. That's an example of like, I think that they tried to implement that nerf and then they accidentally stepped on a mine that was like, hold on, you're actually like ruining a load of other players' experiences here that aren't even trying to build this OP thing. They're just trying to play the game and they don't know how to do it otherwise. So yeah, fiddly one for sure. And maybe that's part of the reason why they're doing the new gear buff the way that they are, because it's like, well, it's kind of simple. It's a pretty simple system. It's pretty simple to understand. And maybe that simplicity means that they can kind of keep track of the sandbox a little more easily, and prevent some of the power creep, the vertical power creep that we recognize is a problem just for the game in general if it infinitely happens. But yeah, I
can see that, and I can also see that they're doing it because, as stupid as it is, in my opinion, it's also a way for them to avoid the bad PR of that, I think, often toxic part of the community that, you know, something gets nerfed and they're like, oh, fuck Bungie, and they go insane on socials, where it's like, by doing this, those players don't see it as a nerf, they just see it as, oh, the bonus is gone, but that's just the same thing, right? Like, it's still doing less damage. So, like, it's one way to, like, make, I guess, misinformed players less mad for things that need to happen in a live service game.
Yeah.
But I don't think they should fold to that. Like, I don't know. They just need to do what needs to be done.
Yeah.
Fair.
On that note, any closing points before we wrap? Because I am conscious that it's like, what, like 1 a.m. for you? It's pretty late.
Oh, I mean, I'm not going to bed, but yeah, I'm down to like wrap it up the hours.
Okay. I probably.
Anyways, I wanted to say like a funny thing.
Please.
Like, because since you're newer to the game, like you don't know, an example of like Bungie being completely out of touch with like a patch note, they made it so you can't shoot your weapon and then do a grapple melee anymore. So like before you were able to grapple in the air, right? You could shoot your weapons, and as long as you had momentum, you could then press your grenade key and you will grapple, okay? Like grapple melee.
Yeah.
And they fixed that, being like, oh, we are fixing that so that players can't do the 1-2 punch combo with the grapple anymore. But it's like not a single player in the right mind was doing that, because the combo is you shoot first, then you grapple, and then you melee. So like they just made the grapple feel clunky as hell and didn't fix the issue one bit. So it's like that happened very often.
Yeah.
Like I think again, I think this patch is better, but like I feel like things like that could be completely avoided if you just speak with like players that play the game a lot. I just don't see the harm in that, I guess.
So, the outcome, Bungie, if you're still listening, let SALTAGREPPO write your patch notes.
Don't do that.
And maybe consider tuning down the new gear buff. I think that is like the quickest solution to making people happy here would be to just tune it down, make it last 12 months, and then it's like we'll reevaluate almost. It's like then we can think about it for the next 12 months as opposed to it being like something that now is a crazy thing. Also, Astacross, thank you so much for the raid, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Welcome everyone that is just joining. So I am going to take my leave because in theory, I need to talk to chat a little bit about it. In theory, I'm about to do Blind Spire for the first time.
Oh, nice.
That was meant to start about 4 hours ago. Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for being a good sport today and jumping into this super last minute, because I basically had this idea in the shower and was like, this could be fun. And I really like that you just sort of ran with it in the way that you have. So I appreciate
Oh yeah, it was super fun, and thank you too.
I look forward to being banned. It will all have been worth it.
No, did you see? DMG typed like good arguments on both sides. No one is getting banned.
Oh hell yeah! I'm free. I'm free. Okay. Well, yeah. I'm gonna head out. I will talk to you soon, and we'll be running in like a week, just over a week. Okay.
It's crazy the amount of like content we like create a lot of nothing.
Yeah. It's been a productive evening, I think, chat, right? Very productive. I hope that the clips are good. All right, I'll talk to you soon, brother.
See you.
See ya. Bye. I lost the case, chat. I lost the case. I tried my best, but I lost the case. However, I think that for a new Destiny player, I gave it a good effort, you know? I think I gave it a good effort. Dude, you know what I'm sad about? I'm sad that YouTube randomly broke my Scarrow joke. This...
I have a PhD.
This was meant to be a joke that would have been funny if YouTube hadn't added an AI voice to the video.
I have a PhD.
That would have been great. I don't know why it did that. It literally said like, I am PH or something. It's so strange. And I deleted the video and re-uploaded it and it did it again. It's so odd. Look, I'll show you again. This. Look at the voice that it gave him.
I am PH.
Like, what is that?
I am PH.
Yeah. It's so strange. I don't know why it did it. Like, I uploaded 10 videos and it only did it on the Scarrow video and it did it twice. And there's no setting here.
I am P.
There's no setting here for me to like turn off this voice. Like it says Japanese original, or I mean, I could maybe if I do Japanese.
I have a PhD.
Wait, it thinks that the video's in Japanese. And so it's trying to translate it into English. No, that is crazy.
I have a PhD.
I did not know that anonymous witness number 4 spoke Japanese.
I have a PhD.
Dude, it would have been so good if the meme worked, man. And instead I had to deal with the goddamn YouTube autocorrect. Yeah, at least Scarrows was the only one that screwed up. Chat, overall, I'd like your opinions. I planned this in less than 24 hours. Did you have fun today? Did you enjoy it? Was this cinema, or was it kind of kind of cooked? It was fun? Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm annoyed at myself for messing up my math. I feel like what I was trying to argue has merit. The math was wrong. At the end of the day, the math was wrong. Yeah, I think we should have... kept some discussion for afterwards as well, I agree. I think the convo could have been saved till after, because I think Cross felt useless just sitting there. Yeah. Yeah. Still, lessons learned. We can do this again sometime if the opportunity presented itself. But yeah, I tried my best to set up something funny on 12 hours notice, and I think we succeeded. I think it was good fun. I think next time what I would do is I think I would need to be the judge and Cross would need to be like on the stand, because I don't know if I really have enough game time and game experience to like argue a lot of the points that I was trying to argue. Like it was quite tricky because I just don't know the game as well as everyone else. Yeah, maybe it should have been Bog v Salt. That's true. It's also, yeah. It's way more about the Destiny player's mind interacts with the systems. What do you mean? Also, chat. I've got to figure out, are we doing Spire right now? Or are we not? It's midnight. I was meant to start this at 9 p.m. And I don't know if it's a good idea to do it right now. I don't know if I want to fry my sleep schedule in that way. What do you guys think? I'm doing Spire with Bog and Joe. And we're doing it on ultimatum, blind on ultimatum. What we could do is I could just like call up Scarrow and Bog or something, and we could just like have a yap about what we talked about in the court case. And just do that instead. Yeah, I think so, Joe. All right, let me start a group with Scarrow, Bog, and I'll put Salt in case he wants to join back. All right, we're gonna hop into post-court discussion with the others.
There we go. What's the...
Hello.
Oh, well, if it isn't the defendant.
Milo, before we get into that, quick piece of feedback, okay? Friend to friend, creator, and we're all live. Sorry, we're still live. I don't know if you're still live.
I'm still live.
I think, personally, a political debate style fits a little better than a courtroom style.
Oh, come on. No, you gotta lead with W content. W.
Oh,
W
that was one other thing I
idea.
said. That's one other thing that I said as well. And I told you this in person when we were having fun adventures at Bungie. Your fucking content brain is unparalleled. It is beautiful to watch your head spin and be like, oh, people are gonna love this. I love that. So like when you started pulling up the defendant thing, I think that's awesome.
W content.
I think
plays as well.
I think I agree with you. I think from a structural perspective, this all started like 18 hours ago when I just tweeted Salt and I said, do you want to like debate this for a video?
Yeah.
And then I was just like, how can I make this more fun? And then it was like, oh, it would be fun to have a moderator, so we'll get Cross involved. And I just happened to say, do you want to be the judge? And then it was like, oh, well, we're doing we're in court now, but it doesn't really make sense. And that's why the structure that I had intended for there to be of like opening argument, cross-examination with Cross, as opposed to like we cross-examine each other, but just letting Cross kind of ask us questions or what have you. Like that was the sort of intention, which was more debatey direction. But yeah, it ended up, I think my personal stance on how it turned out is with a little bit more planning time, because I spent most of today editing together the witness testimonies. With more planning time, I agree that like segmenting it more so that it's like, this is the 5 minutes of this part, this is the 5 minutes of this part, these are the prepared questions,
and maybe like a judge who is pushes back a little bit when you kind of go off track, and you know what I mean? Like,
yes, I mean part of the issue as well is that like I set all this up, but I wasn't the judge, and I think Cross was like not wanting to step on my toes, which I appreciated. Like he wanted to let me take the reins for like my event, but simultaneously he was the judge, so he kind of needed to step on my toes to like keep me in line as the defendant kind of thing. So yeah, it was I mean, Cross also didn't know what the plan was until 5 minutes before we got on, like, and neither did Salt. Like because I was cooking it up myself, just trying to create a structure that would work, right? So yeah, I think it went a bit too long, and I think the structure could have been sharper, for sure. I definitely agree there.
Follow-up idea, brother. You know, a lot of us are going to be together in just like a few weeks in a place that happens to have a lot of cool light setups and stages.
That's true. That's true.
Gonna throw that, and so there's a bit of time to plan for shenanigans there. So, and the organizers are pretty open to fun ideas. So just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a scenario like that, like a challenge for me today was that I just do not have the game knowledge to have this kind of debate. Like Salt starts mentioning, I don't even remember what it was called, like, or maybe it was Cross that it was like a something beginning with C, some old gun.
Anesthesia?
Sorry? Clismic?
No.
Cryosthesia?
No, it was something else. Like maybe.
What was it pertaining to?
Chroma Rush.
Oh, Chroma Rush.
Chroma Rush, yes.
Dude, they baited you. So like you should have just clapped back. Who the fuck's using a primary in PvE?
Well, I don't even know what that is though. I've never even heard of Chroma Rush.
It's from Season of the Splicer. It's just an auto rifle that people fucking glaze for no reason.
Okay, but like,
it's similar to multi-mac. It's similar to multi-mac, basically.
It was like
multi-mac's a SMG.
It was just stuff like that where it's like it's very hard for me to formulate an argument when I don't know what anyone is talking about. So it was tricky.
Yeah. That's what I was also saying. What next time? Hopefully there's a next time. You should keep this going because it's fucking awesome. Let me debate coach you a little bit on stuff like this. I can prep you, dog.
I was gonna say, like, you could be the mediator, because I think you would fill that position really well, Milo, where like people are like, they're kind of like talking about stuff and they're like really specific points, and you can like break it down and be like, okay, explain it to me as if I've only played the game for 6 months, because I have. Thing, you know what I mean?
I agree. I think it would have made infinitely more sense for me to be the moderator today, and like for example, if it was one of you guys versus Salt, because I know that, or at least I think that both of you have a similar stance and would have been a good opposing party to Salt's perspective.
Yeah.
Like that would have been great, and then I could have heard you both out, and I could have then interrogated you from the more naive person. Like it would have really fit as a moderator. But equally so, Scarrow, if there was a scenario where I was on the stand again, then I'd be super down to be coached. Like I love that sort of feedback. Yeah, I mean,
overall, fucking fantastic though. Really fun.
I think
we
did well for 18 hours of prep. Yeah.
Yeah, like some 24-hour turnaround is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we did well.
Yeah.
I also
The highest of praises.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say the highest of praises, and also like, I think Salt and Cross and you all like riffed pretty well as well. Like when it went off script, it was really good. But yeah, it was good. I don't know. I was a big fan, especially when the witness testimonies came out.
That was so funny. I want you to know, people are already tweeting me, and people are already in my chat going, "I am PH."
Dude, Scarrett, do you know what? We figured out why it did that. So your video was shorter than everyone else's, and so there's less data for YouTube to understand what it is. And so YouTube thought you were speaking Japanese. And so when I do the language selection, it says Japanese bracket original, and then the one it defaults to for me is the like American translation. And so it's giving me an AI dub of what it thinks your Japanese is saying. For some reason.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I am PH.
Insane.
Yeah. Very odd.
Also, what made you decide against doing the like Salt mashup thing?
He just didn't send it to me in time.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. I would.
I was gonna say, like,
yeah.
I was gonna say someone would have been happy. Like, and I say someone, like, I honestly would have done it. I would have gone through his videos and done that. Like that totally, you could totally go through and find, yo, it's good Salt. You could totally go through and find the phrase.
Let's change the subject real quick because he doesn't know what that was. So we can save that in our back pocket for future nefarious activity.
Well,
hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
The loadouts. We have the loadouts now.
Yeah, literally we have the loadouts. But I agree, Bog. I think if I literally I had to cancel a doctor's appointment and cancel another thing I had today just so I could prep to make this work.
Yeah.
With even like 3 more hours, it would have been Mickey, but just didn't have the time.
Yeah, no.
Sadly.
And I was the whole riffing thing, like, dude, the Salt showed me the belts thing before, and I knew he was gonna do that, but then like the whole, hey, since I'm like, you know, obviously a Bungie, like, you know, Bungie and I, we talk every day.
Yeah.
You can be off the hook as long as we do content.
Yeah.
That was so good, dude. That was so good.
Was Salt eating a fucking 3-foot Subway party sub on stream planned?
A friend of mine won like a chess tourney, and they gave him like a whole prosciutto as a like a prize, and he just gave it to us. And so like now we
You
have this.
showed that plate, bro, and my jaw was on the floor. I was like, that's an insane amount of food.
Oh my god, the sustenance.
It looks so good though. I saw that and I was like, damn, I'm so jealous now. Like
I'm spoiled. Like I got like the food cards midstream.
Yeah.
Dude.
So
Crafted from my mother.
Dude. Yeah, you are spoiled. People asked me the other day, like, what do you eat? I'm like, I like my sandwiches and stuff. Like, this Salt guy's rocking up with like some like 3-course like Italian like gourmet meal, and I'm just like, bro, come on now, bro.
Oh man.
Were you, Scar and Bog, were you yelling at your monitors at any point? Was there a...
I haven't watched the clip back, but I had a solid 1 minute, probably 2 over-the-top crash out that chat is losing their minds over. So
okay.
I don't even really remember what was happening at the time, but I kind of blacked out for that bit. I just remember getting very angry about something.
It's so funny. Even though Scarra and I like I feel like Scarra and I are on the same page more than the 4 of us, like any other combination of the 4 of us are.
Yeah.
I was bouncing between you guys and Scarra, just like, and we were at like a point in the debate where I'm like, oh, it's pretty quiet. Let me check in and see what Scarra's saying. And he stood up screaming in anger, and I'm like, what? I don't even remember them saying anything like that bad. He was crashing out at something Aztecross said.
There was a lot of times like towards the middle of the stream where there were a lot of like circular like I don't like when Bungie tells me how to play it, but I love this thing that tells me how to play. The one thing I like about this thing is that it only lasts a limited amount of time, and that it makes certain pieces of gear more useful than they normally are. I think it's something like that. And just like I think Cross just said something that like just pushed me over the edge. I was like, what are we even fucking talking about? I need to see. I need to watch this clip at some point.
It's a good clip. I saw the clip and I'm like, damn, that's crazy.
I was having a lot of fun.
Laughing.
Early on in the stream, I ran upstairs and grabbed a suit and a tie, and I just threw it on over my my metal band t-shirt. So I'm rocking some pretty sick drip right now. Anytime I get to dress all dapper on stream, I'm a big fan of it. So
yeah, the suits is a must, by the way. Like, maybe we do this more in the winter for the Northern Hemisphere, but yeah, suits are fire.
I'm so glad that they both had had like full suit and Cross found a jacket. Like, I feel like it.
I stole it from my father. It was so oversized, dude.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. I just
Love
elevates it so much when we're all in that formal wear. Like, it's so good.
Yeah.
I think, okay, I had an idea for like one time, like, you guys should do like wrestler LARPing. Like, you should pretend to be wrestlers. Because Salt, like, the belt literally fits perfectly. Like, you have the belt like over the shoulder, like pretending to be like a wrestler. And it's like a wrestling belt. Like, dude, that would be perfect. That could work. I'm telling you.
I mean,
we're gonna get you a belt though, Milo.
Yeah, I need a belt first before I can.
Edge of Fate Worlds first, bro. Lock in.
I've said for a long time, Milo, that Bungie should send customized Rubik's Cubes for people who solve puzzles first. I'm a little biased because I've solved a lot of the puzzles, but I think that would be fucking awesome, bro.
That would be sick. Yeah, like, I mean, yeah, it doesn't have to be a belt, but I'd take a ring or a necklace or like a Rubik's Cube or I'd take a custom chess set for, like, if it's a chess theme, like, whatever.
The custom chess set would be crazy.
That would be so cool. Like, a jade chess set would be sick.
Oh,
there was one time when Vicarious Visions helped Bungie. There was a ARG that crossed over into real life where there was a geocache in a nature preserve in New York. Which is near Vicarious Visions headquarters. And so the end of the ARG led you to coordinates, and the first person that found the coordinates got a real-life replica of the artifact that season, which was like a giant war mine spear.
Oh, sick.
So fucking cool. And then there were only 3 of those made. The person who went there first got one. There's one in Vicarious Visions headquarters, and then there's one at Bungie. And then there is a specific Easter egg that could only be solved using a series of letters on each one.
Wow.
And so, like, for a while we didn't, like, Bungie was like, no, ours doesn't have it, because they weren't involved with it. It was all Vicarious. Yeah. And then, like, a few months later, someone at Bungie was like, oh wait, ours actually does have letters. And then they gave it to the community and it was solved. It was pretty funny. So but that's the only time they've really done physical. Well, the first team to solve Whisper in Destiny 2 got like a postcard that was signed by the devs who made it. But other than that, like, they generally don't reward puzzle solvers, unfortunately. So
one day,
I think it kind of makes a little sense though as well, because like the puzzles for the most part are like
they're more community. Like, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
So it might feel a little bad. So it's like, well, the whole community solved it, not just like the first person to crack it, whatever.
True.
But yeah,
true.
But at the same time, like the cool custom chess set would be cool. I mean, you feel me? Like.
I mean, Bungie.
I'm kind of down for a custom chess set. That sounds crazy.
So, Tactics doesn't get one though.
Yeah.
just
I think it would just have to go to the first person, like, in game who. Like,
yeah, it would just have to go to Milo.
The event. Yeah, it would go to Milo. Yeah.
Milo and Salt or whatever. Yeah.
And Salt, yeah. But yeah, no. One thing I was gonna say, yeah, like about the screaming at the monitors, I think there are a lot of times where, and I don't want to harp on the whole, like, you know, inexperienced thing, but I think there are a lot of times where, like, there was a gap or something in Salt's argument. I'll say, I don't want to get into it because I don't want to start arguing, but like, and you could have just like gone like, yo, but what about this? But you just don't even know that it exists.
Yeah. Well, that's like, that's exactly what I mean about like, I think I would be a very suited moderator for something like this.
Moderator, yeah.
But if Salt is going to bring up something, or anyone is going to bring up something from the past that I happen to have not heard of, it doesn't make sense for me to limit what they can and can't use as a point. And equally, like, I need to be able to respond to the point. And if I just don't know what they're talking about, I just like, I'm cooked, like, from the outset, right?
Yeah. Like, on the other hand, there are times where you would, like, for example, when you kept using he's as an example for things, like Salt rightfully said, like, well, this is kind of an outlier. And from your perspective, it's just like, well, it's like, that's my sample, right? Like, that's what I...
Yeah, I have like a sample of like 2 guns.
Yeah. So it was kind of, it was kind of hard, but...
There were a series of ones where you could have... went a little harder, I think. Whereas, like, I think Hezin's is a really good example of, like, yeah, it is better for very specific reasons, but usually best in slot weapons, especially for damage rotations, they're not just better because of pure damage. It's because they do other things as well, or they fit into a rotation a certain way, or even just like certain best in slot weapons, like Tanasha's isn't better because it's got goated damage. It does extra stuff. Monarch this season has an insane use rate, but that's not because of pure damage. It's not because it's really good. It's because it activates bolt charge more consistently. There's like a lot of instances of that I think, like, no matter if there's a 10% buff, a 20% buff, a 30% damage buff on something, it's still not better than those weapons because it doesn't fill the exact niche that those weapons fill.
Right, and that's why I was trying to make the point about
ones are just utility weapons.
Yeah,
sure.
But utility now in Destiny, where most of our damage and stuff comes from abilities and specific rotations or just utterly fucked weapons like Unvoiced, it's like it becomes so much less about, you know, in vanilla Destiny 2, it was like just what rocket launcher has a perk that makes it do a little bit more damage or whatever, you know. But now it's our builds are so much more intricate, and we know so much more about damage rotations, and we can sacrifice weapon slots for utilities now, because really that's what weapons pretty much are nowadays. And it's just like, I think there were a lot more examples if you were a little bit more familiar with the game.
Well, that's why I pulled up I did the Templar testing today, because I was like, I can tell from gut feel the reason why Hezin is good is not because its core DPS is better than the Tomorrow's Answer. Like, it's not just because it does more damage per rocket or something. It's because of all the other stuff, right? And that's why I tried to lean into making the perks point. But again, I don't have the knowledge of the sandbox to articulate that point in a way that I think is actually clear. So it all just got a bit lost in what I was trying to say, unfortunately.
And I'd say a further extension of that is especially a lot of like how Cross was talking towards the end, kind of seemed like he was making, I don't think he was, but kind of seemed like he was making the argument that Bungie, the only way Bungie was going to make new weapons meaningful or meaningfully more powerful was via this buff. But that's not true. Like, they're still doing new artifacts. There's still going to be new perks and unique perk combinations and new origin traits. This is just something additional tacked onto it to make certain things potentially more compelling. It's not like all the things that people like are going away. And keep in mind, I'm not arguing for the system. I think the fact that most of the arguments are it's either really bad or it's not that bad. Like, not a lot of people are going like, oh, this is great. To me, that indicates that some change to the system does need to happen. But like, the whole reason I got into this, and it's fucking Twitter, so it's so hard to communicate this. I wasn't like arguing or defending the system. I'm just sick of people hopping in my fucking chat after reading a Destiny Bulletin article and being like, I'm quitting the game because of this. Is like, dog, you're using a fucking pulse rifle in PvE. You do not care about 10% extra weapon damage. Like, I was mostly just telling people that play the game 3 hours a week to calm the fuck down, because this wasn't affecting how they play at all. And of course, if you don't have the full context of my video and my tweets and the memes, and I'm like a really bad tweeter anyways, like, it comes across as me like being like, leave this system alone, it's great. But it's like, I'm very apathetic towards the whole thing. Like, I don't think it's going to affect how I play or how most people play 99% of the time. I think there will be very niche, like, for instance, right now, even if Apex Predator had that 10% damage buff, I think there are certain instances where people would use it over Hezens, but a lot of times Hezens would still just be good enough, and it wouldn't even matter.
Yeah,
and that's kind of my take for the whole thing.
Even 20% is hard to justify against Hezens. Like, Hezens just has a shit ton of DPS because of the trade.
The test I did today.
That's awesome.
Yeah, the numbers I had from today is 67k DPS on Hezen and 36 on Apex. And like, granted,
okay, that go ahead if you want, but then
just granted, like, that's me doing, like, not being perfect, but a lot of players are not going to be perfect. They're going to do what I did. They're going to stand in a well. They're going to cycle their weapons so they proc their envious bait and switch, and then they're going to just brain AFK and shoot the boss with the gun, right? And the fact that which many people are going to do, with weapons with identical perks, by the way, they both have envious bait and switch, and one is doing 67k and the other's doing 36k for DPS, is crazy. So yeah, in that scenario, your 10% or your 20% or your 50% is not going to make a difference. You're still going to use Hezen.
Does Apex have envious? I thought it was Recon.
No.
Oh, am I mistaken?
Recon.
Is it? Okay.
But
Anza has envious though.
Yeah. So the thing.
Oh,
the
sorry.
Thing about
I misread. I used the Tomorrow's answer as well. I misread.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know how you tested it, but your numbers are that far apart simply because you're probably just emptying your reserves. That's not how a damage phase works, right? The damage phase is longer than that. So yes, Ezen is gonna fry while you're firing the rockets, but unless you're like shoot-looting bricks, which is not realistic, you are probably then following up with a special weapon, which is worse DPS than the rocket, right?
But it's DPS.
So
it's
the
per
gap
second.
isn't that big.
The gap. That's a DPS
but I'm saying
gap.
across 30 seconds of a damage phase, the gap is nowhere near that big because the Ezen just has front-loaded damage. You do the damage first, and then it like falls off hard.
I'm emptying the mag, and the Hezen, when emptied, did 1.4 mil, and the Apex Pred with reconstruction did 1.1. The Tomorrow's answer did about 1.4. So they
utilizing the artifact perk?
No,
or...
I had that turned off, but I feel like it's bugged and it's always on right now for everyone.
Okay.
Yeah. So I didn't have that enabled, but
I mean, you didn't super anyways. Like the perk only works if you super.
Yeah. That, well, I was the reason
I was supering because I was dropping well.
Work, it would bring it would expand that band even further to a point where that 10%, even if Apex got it, it wouldn't matter. And that's really a lot of my point with this is like things like Unvoiced that are just fucked. It's gonna be even with a 10% bonus on something, unless something has the identical role and goes into an identical type of build and has an origin trait that is equally or as good or better, then like a 10% damage for a lot of best in slot stuff isn't, or the 10% damage bonus isn't going to displace a lot of best in slot things currently. So it's just kind of like, that's why for me, I think it'll be very niche cases that honestly you will only have to take advantage of in the absolute hardest content. And so it's like, for most people complaining, they'll never get there. They won't play that much of the game. They're not going to farm out. They're not going to do that content anyways. So it's just like, that was the whole point of my tweets, was just like, just calm the fuck down. This doesn't affect you.
That's fair, but it's like on like outside of Ezen and Queen's Breaker, if you release a linear that does 10% more, that's just the best linear in the game. If you release a GL that 10% more, that's the best GL in the game. Like other archetypes don't have like that big of a gap.
If it has the perk combo.
I mean, yeah, but look, nowadays literally every fucking dog shit Vanguard Strike weapon has like the perfect perk combos. I feel like I don't know, it's like so common.
Usually when they reach a point, so like for instance, let's use Unvoiced as an example with redirection and a secondary damage perk. You know, sudden death is also now rolling with very similar perk sets. So that means probably the next time they introduce a slug shotgun, it'll either have a different frame. We know rapid fire slugs are coming now, or it'll have a new perk or perk combination that makes it even better. Like usually they don't release they'll do like 2 or 3 of the same perk combo on similar weapons in a row, and then they like move the needle in a meaningful way. We saw it with Bittersweet and Chill Inhibitor. The next GL is probably going to be better than those just because of a new perk or something. It's
that's
how
fair,
they do
but
things.
If they do that, then you don't need the 10%, right? Then
And the 10% doesn't matter. That's my point. That's like that is
no, not that it doesn't matter. Like you don't need it. It's still better not to have it, because if the weapon is better and it also has a 10%, the other weapons are just cooked. While if it's just partially better because it has a partially better perk, then the other weapons could still have some surge matching potential at least, which I think it's healthier for the game.
Well, once that buff runs out, playing devil's advocate at the end, let's say if it does run out after 6 months, then it is competitive again. But for a short time, the new GL was just like, objectively better. But then when you lose that temporary buff, now Bungie doesn't have to go in and nerf the one, or whatever. Then there's competition in that slot. Once again, I'm not defending the system. I think it's not doing. I think there are much more creative, effective ways that they could achieve what they're trying to achieve. But I'm just saying, it's like there are 50 different possibilities that could happen with the system. Almost certainly all of them would happen at some point, but they're all very niche. Like I don't think anything would like overwhelmingly happen.
Yeah, one of the points I was going to make today and just didn't get around to it is like, I really wouldn't be surprised if all of the negative consequences that people are saying will happen don't happen for the entirety of the Edge of Fate, and then maybe it happens with one gun in Renegades. Like, the likelihood that we get these 10% buffs that are the difference maker in every slot of every whatever you're using every weapon for, it's like, and it's every time it's like that's the difference maker over and over again over the perks. The chances of that happening are so low, and I really wouldn't be shocked if like we get 4 months into Edge of Fate and everyone's like, what was the fuss about? Like the 10% buff guns are not the best. So like,
but conversely, then I would ask, what was the point?
Yeah,
yes, valid.
Okay, here's my take, right? So I agree, right? One thing that irks me, one of the things that Salt says is like, okay, after the season, this gun is useless because it loses the 10%, and now all the new guns will have that 10%. The thing is, it's like, that's just completely untrue, because what if we just don't get a new rocket sidearm? And so your old one that loses the 10%, yes, like, in the grand scheme of things, it's weaker relatively to what it was, but it's still the best option, so it's still the thing that you use, right?
Yeah, but then the system didn't do anything. It's just not affecting the archetype.
But that's the thing, is if the argument for the system is that it's rarely damaging, like it's not very damaging, but it doesn't really do anything, I would say the counterpoint to that is it does do something. It gets people, like, it gives people an incentive to get the gear. Even if it's a placebo, the placebo is very strong. There's a reason that people farm adepts even though they're barely better in like any way at all. It's because it's a cool, like, I want an adept. Like, people are just like, I just want an adept. Right? Like,
people already don't really farm them though, and I promise you, if weapons would stop being adept 6 months after you acquire them, not a single person would care. Not a single person.
I think there's I think there's actually like a sizable amount of people who are like, I want to farm the adept because it's just like a status thing. And adepts literally don't change the gun for like 99.9% of scenarios. If it's a damage buff instead, like I feel like the damage buff, it feels way better than just like the gun has a different name. You know, like me personally, I won't farm adepts because I think they're completely useless. If they had 5% extra damage, even on like a primary weapon where that literally doesn't matter, I'm way more likely to farm an adept. And I think like, in the same reason that's a thing, it's just like when you're farming your new armor, I think when you get a higher tier like chest piece, for example, I think that feels infinitely better if it's like, oh, I'm actually like getting a tiny, like insignificant, but like it's their 0.6% DR benefit from upgrading the tier of my gear. It's like the whole like the system doesn't do anything, so why did they implement it? Is like, well, it's kind of like a feel good system. It's like a placebo system. That's the way I see it. And
I just feel the complete opposite. Like that, to me, it makes it feel worse because that gear is just gonna lose value long term compared to whatever is new gear. Like, if Adepts had like permanent 5% extra damage, sure. The fact that it's in the system you're proposing it is temporary makes it lose value in my mind, because it's like, yeah, that's cool, but next season the new Adepts are gonna just be better. Like, so to me, it just makes it lose value. Like, it makes the item less desirable.
But the issue is, if they did that permanent thing, right, then like you get that thing, you get the like 3% DR on your armor, and then you just never regrind tier 5 armor again.
Why? There are new armor sets. Like, why would you just not want to get the new armor sets?
Like, I think the issue. Well, yeah, I don't get it either. But clearly, there's an issue with like Bungie is finding it hard to incentivize people to get new stuff, because it's like.
We didn't have armor sets, bro. Like, let it cook, you know? Like,
yeah, no,
I don't know.
yeah, no.
What I will, my all input on this is, I think the damage resistance on armor is a lot more effective at getting me, specifically me, to farm for it rather than the damage on weapons, because I think that's going to be a much more immediate impact on your gameplay in a way where it's like your armor isn't really competing for slots in the same way weapons are. Now, that does become I think that will introduce hard decisions, like in Renegades. Let's say the new gear tag ends at the end of Edge of Fate. Then you do have to make a concerted decision. Do I use the Bushido set? Or if none of the new armor sets really interest me that much, the bonuses, is the 6% damage resistance better? And I think, that's going to create build diversity, because people are going to have different answers to that question. That is going to change based off of what activities or builds you're doing and what armor set bonuses they introduce. Once again, not defending the system, but I think this more effectively does what Bungie wants it to do than I think the weapon damage is like a complete non-factor for most of the game.
I think if you're even remotely considering using an old set, when a new set gives you 12% DR, the new set is so fucking terrible that it's like, shouldn't even be in the game.
Well, 6%, losing 6% is also, a lot less of a...
Let's also be clear. Some sets are specific to what you are using with your weapons. Just because a set is built for swords doesn't mean that it shouldn't be in the game if you choose to build a pulse rifle build or some other build that doesn't use a sword, right? Like, there's
of course.
And there's quite a lot of those. Like, one of the sets is about firing grenade launchers and rocket launchers, and then it gives you a speed boost. Like, it's extremely niche. Like, I can't even think of a scenario where that would ever be useful, personally, with my limited experience.
Speedrunners using Alethanim.
Okay, maybe. So maybe it's there, but it's like, okay, it's incredibly niche then to speedrunners. They would find it really useful, but just because somebody else might find it completely pointless doesn't mean it shouldn't be in the game. It's just that it has a use, right? It has a purpose.
And I would hope things like the raid set have perks that benefit you more in the raid, that make you question, do I want the damage resistance for like the epic raid? Do I want to use things with more damage? In the future, obviously this is different because everything's new gear now, but in the future I can definitely see a world where I'm farming the new epic raid and it's like, oh, do I use higher damage resistance, or do I use something that has perks that benefit me more in a raid environment? And it's like, those are decisions that people are going to make differently based off of, once again, your weapons, the type of player you are, the difficulty of content, the modifiers, et cetera, et cetera. But it introduces a lot more dynamic gameplay decisions than the weapon thing. And maybe there are more interesting ways to do that. I'm not arguing that. But I think this is at least achieving part of what Bungie wants it to achieve, at least in my interpretation.
Isn't it way cooler to be like, oh, I need to decide which set to build craft on because both the old and the new sets are good and they're cool and they do good things in endgame, compared to, oh, this new set doesn't really do anything for me, but it gives the R, or the old good set. Like,
yeah, no, I agree. I'm not saying this is the most effective way to do it. I just think I see what they're going for. Bog, me and you won weapon replicas, baby. Did you see it?
Yo, let's go.
Let's go.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
sorry.
it's Mickey.
We just got the results back of the tournament Bungie ran a couple weeks ago. Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
nice.
Let's fucking go. So we get 1-to-1 replicas of dungeon exotics. Anyways, sorry to cut off our discussion, but I do agree that there are probably more interesting ways that they could approach this than just flat damage resistance does feel very just kind of like the Occam's razor approach to it, but you know, it's at least doing something.
It's
so
to me, like, correct me if I'm wrong, Salt, but I feel like there would be less outcry here if, let's say there was a set that like Bushido, like that kind of set, that had its effect, whatever it is, gives you speed booster after you get a grenade kill or whatever. But it also said, So let's say, actually, let me restart what I'm saying. Let's say there's the Bushido set as it already is in the game. And then in the seasonal artifact, it said, Bushido, origin trait weapons, or whatever it's, Bushido set weapons gain 3% damage resist this season. Right? Or not weapons, sorry, armor. In that scenario, I think nobody complains about that as an artifact perk. But it would be the exact same thing. It would be a 3% bonus per armor piece that would stack for that season, and then it would go away. Right? And like, it would mean that Bushido weapons would be really valuable.
You mean armor? What do you mean?
Sorry,
weapons?
I keep saying weapons. Sorry, brain's fried.
I mean,
but, like, would
I
that
feel,
not?
I feel like that's the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's this. It would be the exact same outcome, but to me, people would like criticize it a lot less because I feel like the criticism seems to be coming from the fact that it's a system outside the artifact, but there's so much of the artifact that people seem to be fine with, and I'm like, I still am unconvinced by that. Like, I recognize your point about subclass prioritization versus weapons, but it still, to me, is like, what the artifact does is it motivates you to play a certain way. It just does. And that's also the argument that you guys are making that you don't like. You don't like being told to play a certain way, but that's what the game does already. So like, if the artifact was the way that you were getting your damage resist, would that like solve?
To me, that wouldn't
the
change
concern?
anything. To me, that would be one of the bad artifact mods that I don't think should exist.
Would it be as bad as it being a seasonal buff in this current way?
I mean, if there is a mod for every armor, for every new armor set that releases, yes, it's the same thing. If it's only for one, it's still an issue. It's just less of an issue because it affects less things.
I see. Okay.
Like, correct me if I'm wrong, Sol, but I feel like your view on like any like form of like surges or artifact mods or the new thing, like, is it like you just don't like it if it's just basically just telling you what to do, like telling you to use this gun because it's got a buff, telling you to use this type of weapon because it's overcharged or it has particle?
Yeah, I mean, in general, yes. If something just like limits the sandbox for no reason, like if you have a sandbox where there are 100 viable weapons and a mod makes 20 of them viable compared to 100, that's a bad mod that shouldn't be in the game. Like, if you make a mod that makes 200 of them like viable, that's cool. That's not what this new system is doing. This system is making like way less things.
Is that a universal rule for you, where if there's 100 mods in the game and 20 of them are more viable for a given season, and then that rotates so that in the next season a different 20 are more viable? Is that a worse system than the same 100 always being viable season on season with no preferential mod treatment ever?
Like, I don't like things like rotating to be good or bad for the sake of it. Like, the goal for the game is for everything to be good, in my mind. That's impossible to achieve balance-wise, but like...
Because I feel that from a game design perspective, you cannot let people use everything without highlighting things for them because they're too dumb. It's just the nature of the player base of any game. But like, you need to give them a shiny highlight around something to be like, you should try this. Like, consider trying something new today. And
I don't really think that's true. Not in a game like Destiny that's pretty simple. Either way,
Destiny's
you can do
not
some
simple,
tiny
bro.
buffs.
It's not
That's
simple.
a crazy thing to say, brother.
For like what's good and what's bad, it's pretty simple to understand.
Bro,
Obviously, it's a very complex game, but-
It changes way too often for it to be considered simple, man.
It is not simple.
Okay, it is not simple if you are a player that does not like outside help, I
who
suppose.
these
Dude,
systems are for.
I've streamed like 9 hours a day of Destiny every day since February. I still don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, I'm cooked, and I'm trying
My
so
point
hard.
is, in Destiny, you can like watch like YouTube video about like you use rockets and you just use rockets and you're good. Like you don't need to understand what you're doing. Like,
Most of the audience, the people that play Destiny, are not doing that regularly.
And also, even if you do, I still don't think it's simple, because it's like, okay, I'm gonna watch a video that's gonna tell me to use Hezen, right, to start with, and then and I'm using Hezen again because it's the only example I can use. But like, it's gonna tell me to use Hezen, but then also on top of that, I need to make sure that I farm for the specific Hezen that I need, and then I need the rest of my overall damage, like loadout and rotation, to be correct. And I need to make sure that we have our debuff, and I need to make sure that my surges are correct. I need to make sure that if I'm swapping, I understand how the swaps are going to work and whether not swap's available or if it's not available. And I need to make sure that we're debuffing in the right way. And I need to make sure that if we've got any other damage buffs that are going to stack on top of that, then that's relevant. And I need to know what all the artifact perks do, which are probably not going to be in the damage rotation video. They're probably going to be somewhere else. So I need to know what all of those are. Every single season that's going to change. It's like, I think simple is just the wrong word to use, because
maybe it is, but that's just not what I meant. I suppose
okay, fair.
It doesn't matter. Like you can just use whatever, especially if the game is more balanced, where, so to say, everything is viable. What do you care if a casual player uses a sword or a rocket or a machine gun, as long as they all do their job? Like I don't see why Bungie would care about that. Just let them use what they like.
Personally, my perspective on this is the times I have the most fun in Destiny is when something is for a limited time just absolutely fucking busted. And personally, I think events like the crafting and the laser tag weekend show that is an opinion that a lot of the at least vocal player base holds as well. So seasons like this, maybe 3 or 4 months is too long. I'm not really a great person to judge that because my playtime isn't representative of most of the community. But like Bolt Charge being just absolutely fucked this season is cool. I think that it reaches a point like Consecration has been too good for too long, in my opinion. Divinity was too good for too long. Has been too good for too long. But I think these micro bursts of like, hey, this season we're using this and it's just stupid. It is just absolutely stupid. Hopefully it adds some dynamicism to gameplay like Bolt Charge does, and it makes you approach encounters in a different way. Unlike like particle reconstruction just makes you sit still and do it's not really interesting. But they do introduce very interesting ways that change and make you busted. I personally find that way more fun than picking like whatever the hell I want to use. It's just different. It's different gameplay. I'm being kind of guided towards it, and it offers something that I can't normally get, and it's only for a short burst, so it's easier for Bungie to kind of just knock out back into place once it's done.
Yeah, but like that's 20 times cooler than whatever this new system is, right? Because
totally.
Like you guys I feel like I'm also missing the fact that
there's a possibility, like you guys were discussing stasis, right? How bad stasis is. There is technically a possibility that the combination of all of the increased damage resistance and how easy it is to use with the new artifacts, in combination with certain stasis exotic weapons and armor pieces being buffed, like Bacchus or any of these things that are being buffed temporarily next season, there is a hypothetical situation that makes a stasis build not only viable, but actually in the upper echelon temporarily next season. Now, I haven't ran the numbers. I don't know if that's going to be a reality, but that is something that could come to fruition, and it would only be because of very specific factors adding on top of each other. like this.
Yeah, I mean, look at this
I
season.
don't think that's true because
I would say look at this season. Like we were joking when they when they announced like Storm's Keep and like the artifact and all that stuff. We were joking. We were like, haha, we're gonna be on Arc Titan as if we're gonna be on like of course we're gonna be on Conch Titan. It's literally the most broken thing in the game. There's no conceivable scenario where we're gonna be gimping ourselves and going to Arc Titan. It's just like, well, the amplified buff, the 2.5x damage from the artifact, you know, Thunder Crash is still good and it's on Arc. Like, actually, we are on Arc Titan, and it's better in. I mean, it's crazy. Like, it's still not better than Consecration in like a lot of scenarios, but it's, you know, I mean, it's pretty good. You know, like, I see it less with Stasis, but I mean, hey, I was wrong about Arc. I was like, this is not going to be good. There's no permutation that they can make this good, and I mean, it was so. Like,
that's a really just false equivalence. Like you're comparing them adding an aspect to the game, and balance patches to subclass abilities to flat DR on armor that you can use on every build. Like, if I can use flat DR on every build, I'm just using it on the best build. That's not making a specific build better.
But once again, I'm more speaking to the additive effect. Where next season, Frost Armor and you know Stasis Shards are going to be a lot more effective at certain things or easier to attain, and then. You know, maybe that by itself isn't that interesting. But the fact that, hey, this Stasis exotic gives you 10% more weapon damage, whatever that, I don't have the full list. Like, oh, maybe Wicked implement that 10% extra damage. You know what, like, obviously I'm being hyperbolic and sarcastic there, but there is a world where that some very niche interaction of these things does make an interesting combination of weapons for a few months. Now, am I saying that's the best way they could approach that? Absolutely not. That is 100% looking for a diamond in the rough here, but it could happen. And there are situations, once again, hypothetically, where that only happens because of these very niche additive situations coexisting at the same time.
I am convinced that a 10% buff or nerf is not gonna give you that feel of like a fun meta that something completely fucking broken like the crafting gives you. Like the 10% is just gonna fuck over variety, and it won't really feel your enjoyment. It won't really change your enjoyment of like a weapon, I don't think.
Surely that point is saying the 10% buff is going to be significant enough that it's going to rule out everything else, but it's not going to be significant enough that it's going to actually motivate me to play a certain way. Like, it feels like you're making two opposing points at the same time.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not an opposing point. Like, it makes complete sense to me. Like, if there are 5 GLs that are similar strength, and one of them just does 10% more, I'm gonna just use the one that does 10% more. And I'm limiting variety.
We're talking about entire builds, though, not specific, like one specific weapon. We're talking about...
In general, like, a weapon doing 10% more, dude, won't, like, completely change the game. It could completely, like, you know... rule other weapons out, but it's never
doing
gonna
10% more damage on top of backers giving you 3% extra damage resistance on top of specific aspects of stasis being overcharged and focused on next season, like Frost Armor, could make that more interesting to a wider variety of people. We're not singling out a single piece. It's all of it in a like there's compatibility effects there. That or additive effects there that might make that more interesting. Once again, I'm not going to die on this hill because I'm like the #1 stasis hater, but there is a world where that could happen. Sorry?
I have to disagree. I think if the build is interesting with a 10% buff, it's interesting even without a 10% buff.
But it's not just a 10% buff. I don't know how many times I can say
the other
that.
things are there. The other things are there anyways. Like, the other things are still happening. Whether they scrap this system or not, you're still getting your stasis mods and everything. The other things are still there. They are constant.
I think you're trying... I just feel like you're trying to have it both ways. Like, can you concede that either the 10% is going to be irrelevant or it's not? In the case that it's irrelevant, then I think... the fact that it's a badge that people see and they're like, oh, if I use this, then it's doing more damage. I think that outweighs the downside of, in a very small amount of cases, it will make it so that there is a correct choice in which weapon you use, and that choice, the correct option is just whichever one is the current seasonal buffed one. I feel like you're trying to have it both ways. You're like, the 10% is both completely game ruining and limits your options to just what is presented in that season, but at the same time is so insignificant that it doesn't make stuff feel good. It just ruins the meta. Like, I feel like you're trying to have it both ways.
Like, I firmly stand by that.
Okay, well, I just feel like I feel like you cannot have it both ways. It just can't work.
I disagree. Oh, good.
But
and that's fine. That's why we disagree. But like, yeah,
what are we not seeing between what Bog is saying and what you're saying, Salt? Because to me, what Bog is saying makes sense. So I'm trying to understand how, with
also, yeah,
go ahead.
sorry, you go.
No, just yeah.
I was just gonna say, I really don't want this to be like a 3-1. I don't want it to feel like we're dogpiling on Salt, but
well, no, I'm just trying to understand the thing I think that you want, Saul, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, is the horizontal like creep that you mentioned, right? Where it's like you want more options and more things to be viable, and so what I'm trying to understand is if the 10% is like not that, it's not turning things crazy, then if it's not being like becoming crazy, then that means that other stuff would be viable still, no?
I mean, a weapon that does 10% less with no upsides isn't viable, it's just worse. So why would you equip it? And you don't want in the game things that are like, why would you equip it state? That's bad.
But like
it doesn't matter if the difference isn't massive. It's still like a difference that's just there. So if there are 5 viable GLs and one of them becomes 10% better, you're in a state where the other 4 are just not used, and that's not good for the game. And that GL doing 10% more isn't a fucking pre-nerf Ikelos shotty. It's just a GL doing 10% more.
What GL are you using right now other than Parasite or
we are
Chill Nugget?
perpetually in that state, just by the way.
What does
I
that
feel like
mean?
there's also a facet of your argument that I dislike, that it's like in a perfect world, it would work like this. And we are so far removed from that I feel like it's a disingenuous argument to have. Because what you just said, like, it's bad for the game to have a correct option. We already have that, like, orders of magnitude worse than just 10%. Chill Inhibitor is the perfect option. Using any other GL is incorrect. Queen Breaker is
true,
correct.
I think your butt is just wrong. They're pretty close. They nerfed Chill Inhibitor.
It's still not close though. It's probably closer than 10%, but it's still like you're still making a wrong decision by using anything other than Chill Inhibitor.
Depends on what you're surge matching with. I think it's close enough where like it's valid to use other things depending on your surge match.
That's okay. That is another discussion, but like I'm pretty sure surge matching is so insignificant that the difference is not there. But either way, with that aside, like if you're using a linear fusion rifle, you're using Queen Breaker, and it's not even close to the next option. If you're using a rocket, using Heezen, and it's not close to the next option. If you're using there aren't really other heavy, like if you're using a machine gun, like you're using Grand Overture, and there's not a next. Like, T-Lord isn't even close to Grand Overture, I'm pretty sure.
No, it's not.
Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, there are correct options. If you're using an area denial, you should be using... Well, VS Velocity Response is the only one. That's a bad example. If you're using a sidearm, I guess there are options there. So that's a good point in your camp, but like a 10% buff wouldn't change that. You know what I mean?
I've already said in the argument that the 10% buff isn't gonna do anything for utility weapons. Like on Tinashas, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Like that's not.
Well, so then address the DPS.
It fucks over mainly DPS weapons for just no reason. Like,
but address the fact that it's already fucked.
It's not. I generally think it's not. Well, there are GLs that are like pretty close. There are like 4 or 5 that are very close, different elements. Rockets outside of like Eisen, there is a bunch. Like if they're in Eisen, you can use different things. There are even like kind of cope slide shots rockets. Like they're probably not that much use, but they're cool. And on linears, there are so many that are pretty close. So many. Like, as long as you like rule out Queen's Breaker, which obviously that's broken. Like, you can't just use one outliner existing because they can't balance the game for shit as an argument that like the system isn't damaging because the sandbox is already damaged. Like, yeah, the sandbox is damaged. That's a whole other issue. They should fix that too.
My point is that my whole point is that like your thing of like, oh, you can't use these examples because that can't balance the sandbox. My whole point is that the sandbox is in the state that it's in not by mistake. They didn't just accidentally make Queenbreaker 30% better than every other option in the slot and go like, oops, our bad, let's nerf it a little bit. No,
I am pretty sure they did. Like, they really mess up a lot with balance patches. Which is why then they end up like nerfing things. It's, trust me, like they aren't trying to like bring hype to the game by buffing Queensbreaker. It's an old weapon. If they wanted to like bring hype to the game, they would make a new weapon good. Like Queensbreaker is just a balancing mistake. That's fine. They're gonna fix it in the future. All good. Like.
Okay, so how about in situations like Lord of Wolves, where maybe they overtune it a little bit, but even when they nerf it, they are specifically looking at one thing. It is still very clearly best in slot and most easy to use.
Yeah.
I mean,
it is,
Lord
it is clearly intentional. It is clearly intentional that Lord of Wolves is best in that slot right now. I
think you're giving them way too much credit, but that's a different combo. Like I don't know if I want to get into this. Like,
they've like literally specifically talked about implementing the artifact the way they have to have things a little bit broken to make it more interesting and dynamic between seasons. Like they've publicly gone on record and said this like multiple times.
Lord of Wolves isn't an artifact mod?
No, we're going back to Queenbreakers, but it's like...
I mean, that's also not good with an artifact mod. Even if you remove particle, it's still by far the best linear.
I just, I don't know. I think you might not be giving them enough credit, personally. But I personally don't like sitting outside of like professional bubbles and telling them they're not doing a good enough job, or like calling it like it feels very backseaty to me. And that's maybe that's just because like people are always trying to tell like scientists that they don't know what's going on. Maybe I'm a little bit too close to situations like this. But
if I could moderate here, I think
yeah,
it's likely that both camps have some truth to them. I think that there are definitely likely scenarios where Bungie has some internal reason for doing something that we will never understand because we don't have the data in front of us. But equally, I think there are probably also plenty of scenarios where the Destiny sandbox is very complex, right? It is just very, very complex. There's so much overlapping system work happening. And yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all if something got tweaked and it had an indirect effect that they weren't immediately expecting, and then it was like, oh, okay, this is cracked now. And it also wouldn't surprise me if there are some scenarios where that happens, they accidentally tweak something and it goes crazy, and then they're like, oh, this could be fun, let's make the bug a feature and let's lean into this and let's explore what this could be like if it was fun. Like, I'm sure all of the above and all of that sort of overlap does happen. I suspect that we can all yield that it is never only one thing. It's never only mistakes, and it's never only Gigabrain from the devs. I think that's probably fair to say.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess, I don't know. I guess my point is, like, the biggest, like, what's the word? I can't find the word. The biggest, like, argument against the whole, like, 10% is, well, if we say it only affects DPS weapons, which, like, it categorically kind of only does, but, like, if the issue is, hey, this 10% is going to, like, stranglehold all of my DPS options because they'll just be a correct choice, it'll just be whichever the seasonal, like, current one is, I would argue that already happens. So, like, blaming it on the 10% is, like, kind of dumb, because instead of doing that, they could have just released a new, like, weapon with a new damage perk that's just better. And then, like, the rebuttal to that is going to be like, well, they don't have to do that. And my thing is just like, well, they always have and they always will. Like, that's how they get people to say, oh, they can either release a weapon that's, like, perfectly balanced and be like, I'm not going to bother getting that because I've already got 4 GLs that are the same. Or they'll go like, oh, this one's slightly better, so I'm going to get it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that part is pretty deliberate. Like,
Yeah. Go ahead.
It really just doesn't already happen though, not in this short of a cadence. Like it just objectively doesn't.
Can I ask a question about the surge matching thing?
I don't think it does.
When you're talking about surge matching, is that, just so I understand, because I haven't heard that phrase before, is that you making sure that like you have an arc weapon in your special slot and your heavy slot so that you can have arc surges on, and then when you run out of ammo in your heavy slot, you can switch to your special? Is that what that is for?
It's more of like, you never know what's being released in the game if a good special weapon gets released, and when good special weapons get released, especially with single shot weapons, it's good to do rotations with them. So like, for example, it's good to have, like, it would be good to have an Envious Bait arc rocket in case they release a good arc special, or in case they buff Cloud Strike. Like, that's
so
a
that you
very
could equip them
strong
both
reason
at the
to,
same
like,
time, right?
So that when you run arc surges, both of them are getting buffed. And Bog said it's not significant, and I'm gonna say it is like super significant. Like,
well,
at least when you play at like pretty high level of the game, like it's crucial, I would say.
So if it's crucial, would it let me lay out a scenario and you tell me your reaction to it. So let's say there is new gear releasing. What's like a new weapon type? Like sidearms? The rocket sidearms, those are pretty new, right?
Yeah, pretty new.
Area denial GLs within the last year.
Okay, let's go with the sidearms because I've experienced those probably a little bit more. Let's say there is a new element sidearm. Let's say there's no like good strand sidearm yet, for instance. Just work with me for the hypothetical.
Yeah.
And let's say in Edge of Fate they release a new strand sidearm that's got good perks, like it's really good, and it's new gear, so it has the buff. And you get towards the end of the season, right? So the buff is only going to be around for another month, let's say. You have just said that surge matching is very important. And let's say you know that you've got a surge rocket. Let's say the Cynosia ends up the best rocket in the game for some reason.
What is that? I actually don't know.
But like, in that scenario, because you're saying surge matching is so important, surely you're still going to have the motivation to farm this thing, despite the fact that it's about to lose its 10% buff, because it's not the 10% buff that is why you're picking the weapon. It's all the other stuff that synergizes together, right? Like, there's still the motivation there, right?
If it loses 10% damage, then surge matching matters half. Like, because you're losing damage, so...
But you're saying that surge matching is still really important.
Yeah, but definitely not on a rocket sidearm, also that's just not a DPS weapon, so like...
That wasn't a bad... It's fine. Like example aside.
I just don't know what gun to say because I don't know the game. But like I think imagine I picked a good DPS weapon. Just what
would actually be like Psychopump being a area denial frame being arc, right? So now you want a surge match with. I mean, we don't really have very many great. What's the best swap with Psychopump right now? I think it's actually it still just hasn't because of elemental honing, right? So.
Just the last piece of this point that I just want to squeeze in here, just the last bit of it, is that the reason I wanted to go with rocket sidearms is because I know that there's not a lot of them. There's not a huge number of options. And so, yes, you're saying, well, the surge matching is going to be half as effective because we're losing, or it's going to be significantly less effective because we're losing this 10%. But the problem is that if you don't have an alternative weapon, if there's no other strand sidearm, it doesn't matter. Like, are they going to release strand sidearms 2 seasons in a row? Probably not.
I agree, but at that point, it didn't need the 10% to be desirable, because if it's the only weapon of that kind in the game, then it's already desirable by definition.
It didn't need the 10% for the endgame player, but there are more reasons than just the endgame player's damage evaluation to determine whether or not that system should exist in the game.
I mean, again, on your examples, they are utility weapons, and any player would get them for utility weapons. Like,
imagine I said GL because I
want to go get.
Imagine I said it for.
I just don't think that's true. I think that's like the gap. That like you said like surely any player would get it like as the like I think I don't think you're seeing the value in the like little badge that adds a little bit of extra damage. Like I legitimately just don't think you're seeing the value in that.
I think the value is basically insignificant and it's adding a lot of like downsides. That's the whole thing, I suppose.
Okay, what if it was 1%?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't care if it was 1%.
I mean, a stupid system shouldn't be there, but whatever. Doesn't really affect the game, so.
Well, like,
what's the cutoff for you?
Yeah.
3% probably.
3?
So, like, I guess what I'm saying is just like, I would say adepts right now compared to regular weapons are less than 1% better than, like, they're just less than 1% better. You get like very marginally extra stats in all the stats, which basically amounts to nothing. And you get adept mobs which are pretty much never useful. So I would say like that's less than 1%. Like adepts are less than 1% better than normal weapons. But that is like the fact that they have a different name and they do have extra stats and they do have like different mods you can put on them. That is enough to drive people to want to get them. So I guess what I'm trying to say is there exists like things that you can put on gear that both is insignificant to the meta and even just the average player's experience of that weapon or gear, but is shiny and like bells and whistles enough for them to actually want to go and get it. And
I strongly agree with that. I mean, I love the fact that they're adding like skins and kill effects for tier 5 weapons. I've been saying the game needs more cosmetic rewards for years.
Yeah, well, I guess my thing is like I empathize with Bungie in that the player numbers are down and people just aren't excited about gear anymore, and so they're adding an extra thing to be that thing, you know?
I mean,
that's literally what this system is. And
I get the idea for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Like I genuinely think it loses them players, but I do get the idea.
So
yeah,
can I?
Well,
maybe finish your point, Bog, but I want to ask a related question.
Well, that's all I really want. Like, I feel like you don't see that there is an upside of it, but you clearly do. So yeah, that's all I really wanted to know.
So the clarifying question I wanted to ask is, what is the calculation going on in your head where 3% is fine, but above that is not? Like, how did you arrive at 3%?
I mean, obviously that's kind of a random number, so I wouldn't say it's a definitive answer, but it's like it's insignificant enough where a weapon with worse perks doesn't just outperform a weapon with better perks. Like, I think it feels like shit if Envious Bait linear is worse than an Envious Firing Line linear because the Envious Firing Line is a 10%. That just feels very arbitrary. If it's 3%, it's not gonna shift the like perk difference.
Didn't we already agree that the perk differential is greater than 10% though? Like that's why I did my testing, just to sort of get some examples there. But I think it holds true for other stuff where like if something does or doesn't have the God roll, like the difference between the God roll perks for your DPS and the non-God roll perks is greater than 10%, no?
Okay, can you just repeat that? Sorry.
Sure. The difference between the DPS of a weapon with the God roll perks versus that same weapon with trash perks is greater than 10%, right?
I mean, for sure, but...
Okay, so doesn't that counter the point that you just made?
Why would you use a weapon with trash perks? Like, surely you use the best perks for a given weapon, right? Like, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is if it's trash perks but with a 10% buff versus God roll perks but without the 10% buff, you're still picking the one with the God roll perks.
Yeah, but not all perks available in a weapon are gonna be trash. Like, so it's like I don't get like where you're getting. Like, surely there's some good perks on a weapon, unless it's a terrible weapon, in which case it should have shipped with better perks.
Okay, but even good versus...
perks are good enough, if perks are good enough where you would not normally use them, but a 10% damage buff then puts them above. Let's say, bait and switch is definitively better than elemental honing if you have a 10% buff, right? Like, doesn't that just make more things viable? Like,
it makes one thing viable, the new thing that gets the 10%, and everything else is just not viable anymore.
Why is that true? I just don't understand. If they are close enough where if they are not exactly 10% different, then that makes the thing that gets the 10% buff and puts it over the edge. It makes it less than 10% different. In what scenario in the game are two things within 10% effectiveness? That doesn't happen.
What does it mean? Like, if there are like a bunch of like rockets and with like bait and elemental loading that are very strong in like,
would have to have the exact same they'd have to be the exact same frame, they'd have the exact same perks. The origin trait couldn't affect your DPS rate at all, because then they're different, but they're not that different. They're within 10% difference. How is that any different than this?
that happens. Like in the game, usually there are a bunch of options that are similar perks or same perks, trait that doesn't really matter, and they are just different elements. That's a thing in the game.
Yeah, so this just widens that scope a little bit more.
No, it doesn't. It just makes the one that does more.
If you have two similar swords and one can get surrounded and one can only get whirlwind, right? This brings them closer to parity. If one of them, if the one with whirlwind gets the banner, it brings those buffs up to parity, and now they're closer in usability, right? Like the same way that you say that this can bring things out of band, we can just as easily flip the argument and say, oh, it can bring things that are a little far away closer in band, right? It's the same argument, just backwards.
It can only bring up one thing at the risk of like bringing out of the meta like 5 of them. It can literally only bring up the one thing that gets to 10%.
Feels very hand wavy, man. I mean,
that's bro. How many swords are they gonna release in one season? Like, it's not gonna make all swords better. Like,
it means they don't have to put as broken perks on a new sword, which is one of the benefits of this system, where it limits power creep, or it slows power creep over time.
I mean, I'd argue that's a bad thing. They should start making new perks, trying to not power creep too much. But like, I want new perks. I want cool shit in the game.
Yeah, I totally agree. But I think there's a big difference between getting like substantially fucking more and more crazy perks every 6 months versus every year, right? Like in terms of like how quickly we're going to have a huge system reset like this that soft sunsets a lot of things.
Why can't they just ship like not completely broken perks that have like a place in the sandbox, but like elemental loading is perfect, for example, right? Like, it doesn't break the game. It's cool.
I think they try that a lot, and then they end up with worse slice. You know what I mean?
Again, that goes back to the previous fact where I think you are giving them too much credit. Like, they could do a much better job with those perks, but it's really not that deep to release a couple perks that are like not dead on arrival. Like, I don't know.
But then also, if you're saying, why don't they just add perks that aren't like crazy OP, but they're just like different? But then part of the argument you're making with the 10% is that it's not making you feel crazy, and that's problematic, right?
I mean, a legendary weapon that's not a new archetype probably shouldn't make you feel crazy in general,
right?
Or if you want to do that, then you can do that, but then you gotta come to the fact that you're gonna nerf it later. Like, for it to feel crazy, it needs to feel crazy, not 10% more crazy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it needs to be fucking crazy. If you want to do that, I'm down, but then you just eventually gotta nerf it, or you just power crap the whole game, right?
So help me understand why the new stuff that like the horizontal creep that you want that would not be crazy is good, but this not being crazy is not good. Is it because it's things that already exist, or like, except it's not, it's new stuff? So like,
I've already said that I don't think the 10% is gonna make things feel crazy. Like, I think it just fucks over like variety. That was kind of my point.
But like, if it, yeah, okay. I feel like that's just something that we disagree on, but I think it's I don't think that's a disagreement that needs a resolution. I think it's just like a design preference thing where I think, like, I think right now, if I've got 5 different GLs that all seem the same, I'm not like enthusiastically being like, well, I'll use the solar one today, and then I'll use the, or maybe different elements is a bad example, but like, let's say that there's 5 solar GLs, right? I'm not being like, well, I'll use one of them today, and then a different one tomorrow, and then a different one tomorrow, and that's going to be fun for me because it's different.
For sure.
Like,
I agree with you there, but there isn't. Like, there usually isn't more than one of the same element that's good. I think the cool part is that there are different elements, and them being different element allows completely different damage rotations because of surge matching.
Right, but then if it's a different elements thing, then that's what goes back to my point before, where it's just that the 10% doesn't matter, because what matters is if it's a new element on that frame or on that archetype or whatever.
It does matter, because if the GL just does 10% more, at that point it's not worth doing the rotation anymore, and you just left click your GL. So like you wouldn't use any other things because...
You already said that the surge match is a greater improvement than the 10% is.
Yeah, it's just not. So, like, okay, look, can we break... I just want to, like, just to break away for a little bit. Like, do you... When we say surge matching, do you know what we're, like, exactly talking about, Milo?
I think so. I think it's just making sure that you match... Yeah. I mean, that's why I asked the question before. I might have misunderstood the answer, but... My interpretation is you're matching, you're making sure that you have like elements in multiple slots, so that if something comes into, this is as Salt explained it, correct me if I'm wrong, but if something comes into being meta in your heavy slot and it's arc, then you also have a similar thing that you can do damage with in the special slot that is also arc, so that both of the weapons are benefiting from the surges, right?
Yeah, so, like, I think surge matching is, like, something that I personally believe people overvalue it quite a bit, because, like, there are a few scenarios, right? One scenario is your heavy weapon does 100% of the damage. Think, like, Queen Breaker, for example. In that instance, surge matching doesn't matter at all, obviously, because you're only using your heavy weapon. There's some times where you're using only an energy weapon, like Lord of Wolves, for example. Again, surge matching doesn't matter because you're only using the special. And then you have the rotations, which is, you know, like a rocket where, like, maybe you're shooting a fusion to proc Envious. Yep. And once you're out of rockets, you just mag dump the fusion. And then those are the edge cases where, like, arguably surge matching matters because, you know, if you just have triple solar surges and you use a solar rocket and a void fusion, then you're obviously losing out on damage to the alternative where you used both solar, because your energy weapon is just doing 22%, or you're not getting the 22% buff for your energy weapon.
It's also worth noting that this almost never matters except for in low man challenges and speedruns.
This almost never matters, yes. And the reason it almost never matters is because let's say you have a really broken energy fusion and a really broken heavy weapon and they're different elements. You could just use 2 surges for the heavy weapon and 1 surge for the energy weapon. And you're losing damage on both of them, but the amount of damage you're losing on both of them is, well, the amount of damage you're losing
22
on the heavy
to 17, right?
Yes, it's less than 10%. And the amount of damage you're losing on the energy weapon is very close to 10%. But because more than half of your damage is with the heavy weapon, presumably, then, like, effectively, the total damage loss of the 2 combined, like the aggregate, is going to be less than a 10% buff. And so the reason I say the 10% matters more than surge matching is because it just does. Like, fundamentally it does.
Yeah, I mean, so many of the best rotations right now use weapons that don't match. Anarchy, Praedyths, Psycho Pomp, Witherhorde, Hezins are 2 of the top 5, I believe, DPS rotations in the game, and they don't match elements.
I don't know if I missaid something earlier, but didn't I say that, like, that's why if you get a 10% on a heavy, you're just dumping the heavy?
But you still do rotations. It just perks.
Well,
and
yeah,
stuff
I
that
mean,
you're
yeah,
matching
that
instead.
that works. That works until you're at a like 35-second damage phase and you've used your heavy 15 seconds in. You know, like
it's a point in Salt's favor in the sense that I was under the impression that Salt was arguing that the surge matching was like just basically a significant, like, was always going to outweigh, it was basically always going to be greater than 10% in terms of what it would contribute to your overall damage output. It sounds like
it's because I made a completely different example to what Bog made.
Okay.
Like, I made an example of a good special weapon, and then you got a match on heavy to it. In which case, the difference is quite literally 22%, because if you want to use Cloud Strike, then use Avoid GL, you're throwing 22% of damage. That's why I said that's more than like 10%.
You're not. It's not 22%. You would use 2 arc, 1 void, or 2 void, 1 arc, and you are losing damage, but it's way less than 22%. It's way less.
That depends how good your special is, I guess, but
because
it's still fucked on, bro. Like, if you're basing your rotation around the special, that means the special does a lot. Like, if you're doing a lot of Wolves rotation,
then you use 2 surges for the special. Even if it's like a 60-40 split, which is unfavorable, you're still losing way less than 22% damage. I mean, we could do the math. Like, it's not hard.
You can't do the math because you don't know the delta between a given special and a given heavy. That just depends on their DPS difference. Like,
I also think it is just so important to point out, for in the grand scheme of 99.9% of the community, this will literally never matter what you are pairing together, because most people like don't even fucking use surges effectively.
I mean, I agree. I agree with that for sure. Like, we're discussing some pretty specific stuff. Like,
yeah, for sure. I just mean we have a lot of people watching between all of our streams right now, and like most of them certainly do not care about this. And it's like, this system will affect very few people in very few specific situations, and that is it.
Yeah, and the point
it's not a reason for Bungie to really change how the system works.
But I think something that affects everyone is seeing a little thing that says, hey, when you get a higher tier of weapon or armor, you get bonus damage or damage reduction. I think that feels really good, and I think it's worth the sacrifices in like very edge case, like niche cases where one weapon outshines others, which already happens in the game. Like, that already happens. Like, the fact that it's going to happen because of this 10% buff is like, I feel like it's just like a sacrifice worth making. That, like, plain and simple.
I don't know. I feel like it's almost worse for casuals, because the fact that they, as you said, don't really know about all those things we're discussing because it's too complex. They're just gonna maybe use the new thing, wrongly or not, and like, where is the fun in that? Like, the game is much more fun when you like use a bunch of different things. Like, just using the new thing because it just tells like, oh, more damage. Like, it's
I
so
would
bad,
kind of
I think.
argue for like most people, like the general gamer, just seeing, even without, like, most people aren't running the math, right? Or they don't have Aegis's spreadsheet saved. If they just see, hey, this weapon does more damage, that's probably a lot more compelling for like the average person to use a new weapon for the duration of that season.
And you say that that's bad because like you think that they're gonna like. Well, I just feel like it's good because maybe it's suboptimal, like slightly, but it like they're gonna see the more damage and be like, oh, that's cool. Like,
I think
Yeah.
on that point, my argument would be that if you are a casual, one of the biggest things you are lacking in Destiny right now is direction. Like, there is no direction, and
For sure.
I think the suboptimal direction to make those players feel like they get it, so they have a basic bone they can chew on and be like, oh, I'm getting the new stuff and that makes me a bit stronger. Cool, I get it, right? Even though they're missing a world of potential opportunity to do it better, I think that is still valuable to them. And I think that actually positively contributes to their experience rather than detracting anything from it because they're missing like phantom DPS gains that they could have had they optimized better. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's something that is through much of the conversation today, we've we've sort of said like, but where is the positive in this system? Like, what is the benefit? Like, there's no benefit. It's either a little bit bad or it's a lot bad. And you sort of only end up in one of those two camps. But I do genuinely think that there is a value here in that if you are new, you just don't know what's going on. And in the same way that I think it's good that they now have tiers 1 to 5. And so it's a little bit easier for a casual to say, my tier 5 is maybe going to be better than my tier 1, even though it might not be, because we know that if it's got trash perks, it's not going to be. Like, we know that as endgame people, but even just giving the beginner player a semblance, a vision, a little hint of a feeling that they know what is happening and they can interpret the information the game is throwing at them, I think that's mega positive. And I think that this system does that. If imperfectly, sure, I think it still does take a step in that direction in a way that Destiny, as far as I've seen, has taken 0 steps in that direction basically for 10 years.
Up until now, but now with like gear tiering and armor sets, I don't think it's true.
And it's also, to build on that, not only does it give them sort of a direction, but then it also rewards them with weapons that are slightly better that might assist in their journey to then go grind out some of the more powerful weapons that don't get that boost, that are still going to be effective after this season.
So did you say you didn't think it was true? As in, because you think the tiers stuff that is there, that is sufficiently doing that job? Did I hear you correctly?
I think it will, sufficient to do this job.
Okay.
Yeah, like I think this one new layer is completely unnecessary, and like the way I see it is, we've seen it over the years, but the same player that's gonna be like, oh cool, this new weapon does 10% more damage, is also gonna be like, oh, next season it's not gonna do it anymore. I just won't bother farming it because there is only 1 month left. Like, that is a thought process that people make. You just can't say they don't, because people in this game hate this kind of stuff.
We're talking about different groups of people, man. I think that the types of people that Milo and I are talking about don't know about that. That's how the system operates necessarily.
I mean,
value.
I mean, if you're looking at the new gear buff, that's like a little tiny window in your inventory. Like, you probably can make the mental connection. Like, I don't think it's that far.
The game just tells you that weapons with a blue banner do more damage and armor with a blue banner gives you more damage resistance. I think most people probably aren't going much further than that statement.
I mean, that's not true though, right? That's only true for the first season. So like, this season after, like, blue banner doesn't mean anything anymore.
But once again, if the game just tells you to use things with a blue banner and that'll make your life easier, I think for most people, that is just going to be as far as their understanding goes.
Can I?
Yeah, but that doesn't give you the 10% buff. Like, I'm saying, a weapon from next season with the blue banner doesn't give you the 10% buff. So
okay, hold on. I need to pause this here, because I was under the impression that the blue banner is the buff.
Yes, it is.
Doesn't it just mean it's tiered gear?
No. Blue banner is at the when something becomes not new gear anymore, it'll be just the seasonal icon with the tiered symbols underneath it. Blue banner is new gear.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is something that I think Bungie actually, on the off chance that someone from Bungie is listening on one of the streams, I think this is something that you guys could do well to improve. Because if that's not been immediately clear to like someone like Salt, then you can sure as hell bet that other people are going to get confused on it as well. But specifically, I think that there's it could be better signposted in the fact that you've got the seasonal icons that we already have, right? Like showing that stuff is from previous seasons. I don't think this blue banner looks different enough to be very obviously easily distinguished in that way. I think that, like, I don't know, if it was like glowing or something, then the dumb casual in me would be like, okay, I can very obviously tell what that is. But it's just the fact that it looks like another seasonal thing that I'm like, I feel like a lot of people are going to get that mixed up.
I feel like personally, especially on exotics, it stands out a lot. Because it's a lot bigger than the seasonal icon. I mean, it takes up like 50% of that left side.
Part of that, I think, is you being more experienced, just because as a new player, maybe. I was, when we went to Bungie and played, I, for probably the entire first day, didn't realize that the seasonal new gear thing was different to the regular seasonal icons. I just didn't clock. because there's so much like on the screen as a new player that
I don't
making that
think they told
distinction
us until the second day anyways. So
Maybe.
I don't think we were looking out for it. I think a lot of us were like, what the hell's that did notice it. We're like, what
but
the
the
hell is
casuals
that?
will never be told it. No one is going to tell them that, right?
Well, I
Like,
would hope that there's a pop-up or some exploiter in game, which is
but then
like,
they're not reading that. Like, there's no chance.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Whereas
I ain't
if it was
reading all
like,
that. I ain't reading all that.
yeah, go ahead, Salt.
I'll say though, in their favor, that it will become kind of obvious after one season ends, right? Because like after the Edge of Fate season ends, then if things lose the blue banner and new things gain the blue banner, then people will get that, I guess.
Yes.
More easily.
So let's assume that visual signposting was clear. And maybe they could do something like I really think just give it a little glow and it would make a really big difference. But let's assume that is clear. In that scenario, to go back to my point before about giving new players direction, I think that those new players are going to see stuff that has the banner. They're going to be like, oh, that's good. I associate that with being good. And then the next season is going to come out and that banner is going to be on different weapons. And they're going to be like, oh, that's good. And that's going to be the extent of their like build crafting
But like, I mean, I feel like that's a pretty cool system to have, but there is zero reason to associate this system with a 10% damage buff, right? Like you could potentially just have that just to show people what gear is new without even having like a bonus to begin with. But if you want to add the bonus, you can add the bonus that doesn't mess with, so to say, build crafting at an higher
kind of
level.
bonus?
You can even have like, if you equip weapons that have the blue banner, you get double loot in every activity you play, or like you get more cosmetics. You get like you can do so many things that aren't just like you broke the sandbox. Like,
well, they are already doing that in a couple of ways. So in the portal,
I know.
There's a specific modifier for chats. There's a specific modifier you can put on that gives you a higher combat modifier if you only use things with the blue banner. And then there's a new Crucible mode called Sharpened Edge or something. What's it called? Razor's Edge, which is Cutting Edge, which is once again you can only load into that if you are using all blue banner gear. So they are sort of doing that in a way with some stuff, sort of to your point.
That's why I've been mostly praising the changes in Edge of Fate, because I think the changes are gonna be effective. Like I don't think they needed to like double dip into changes to drive engagement, because like first of all, just Strife the foundation is good. I like that's my take. I don't know. Like,
but on a practical standpoint, like not to be like the doomer, I just do they have time to try new shit? Is the point? Is what I've got, just to say it blatantly. But like I feel like we've run out of time to try new shit. You know what I mean? Like,
wait, who
but this is like a good point in chat though. Like, what if a lot of this, especially with the exotics, is just to push people into like very base level build crafting? Like, hey, like this exotic is buffed. Even if a player doesn't have a full understanding of how that affects them in gameplay, I feel like especially beginners are probably more likely to gravitate towards that if they know generally it's buffed in some way.
Well, that's what I was saying before about like. And so I'll let you go in a sec, but just like, as a beginner, when I look at all the loot in the game, I don't know what the hell's going on. Like, I just don't. And then I ask chat, like, chat, what's good? And chat can't agree either. And they've all got 10,000 hours as well. And they still can't agree half the time. So it's definitely not easy. And that's why I'm like, I think that the positive that we've missed through the conversation is that it is a nudge towards a player feeling like they have some semblance of understanding of where good is on the screen. And they can point to good. And they can be like, I get that is good. Whereas right now, if I point to any given perk and I've got sub 200, 300, maybe 400 hours in the game, I can't tell you if it's good or bad. It's a lost cause if I'm a casual.
Dude, I have to ask my chat every time there's a new weapon with new like perk combinations. I have to ask my chat what the good roll is because I don't know.
Right.
Perks should be showed in game. Like when you go to collections, like they should show you all the possible options for sure.
That should also happen.
If we're approaching this from a casual standpoint, like they're not going to utilize. Like for us, yes, I agree. But for like most people, like I have completely flipped my opinion on this just from this conversation. because it is totally clear to me where it wasn't before, and it probably should have been, that this is just like every other system added in the Edge of Fate that is primarily exists to recapture lapsed players or people or entice people who are brand new to the franchise in a way to get them interacting with these overly complex systems that have been building for 10 years. And it's like, it is a 10% buff that will barely affect players like us, but even that tiny of a buff could be a huge enticement for people that don't know what's going on. And I think that's a benefit. I've completely flipped my tune on this. I'm actually I like it now that we've had this conversation.
I want to breach in here, and we keep saying the 10% buff and the 15% DR, but given like what a lot of people have said about the time scale of like how long it's going to take to actually even get tier 5 gear,
yeah,
those buffs are going to be much smaller, and there's going to be some sort of progression. Like there's going to be a progression system. Like day 1, I'm going to get my tier 2 gear, and I'm going to be like, damn, I'm like 5% DR. Like I feel 5% like beefier than I was at the start of the day, because like I've upped my gear, and then slowly I get through like the tier 3s, and then I'm like, okay, now my weapons are doing 6% more damage, and I'm like 8% tankier or whatever the numbers are. Like that in and of itself feels good in a game like this. When you're grinding, it feels good to like have some sense of progression. I feel like Destiny had that for a very long time, and like just before you go, Salt, like being like, oh, tier 3 armor, like this piece is gonna have an average higher stat distribution, like that just doesn't cut it anymore. I feel like, man, like I for hardcore players like us, yeah, like we're gonna want to min-max our stats, and like more stats good, but I feel like having that extra DR on top of it it makes it way more enticing. I don't know.
Yeah, but I feel like I agree, and that would be even more exciting if you could get those bonuses even playing with other gear that's not the new gear. Like, and that's just, you can do that by just having a good power leveling system. Like, you don't need to force people on new gear to get those sense of progression. You can have sense of progression while you use the Bushido set in Revenant. That's fine. You shouldn't be penalized for that. Like, you don't need to force people on new gears for that. Like, there's literally no reason. Like, they're two different things, I feel like. Or they could be, depending on how they design it.
True, they can be separate.
Also,
I think they're using this as they're using it as a way to get people to use new gear, because people don't.
Yeah, it's a very obvious carrot and stick situation.
Yeah.
Also, the coloring of blue things, like all the exotics, like that's just, I feel like that's bad for new players. Like if are you coloring of blue all the exotics to like tell them that they're better and like making them play with them? Like at that point, whether you add the 3% DR or not, like that's useless, because the 3% DR isn't gonna change anything. And if you make a new player play on fucking Blast Stride, however the boots are called, baiting them into thinking that's good because it's colored of blue, you make that player quit the game. Because it's like, this is ass.
I don't think they're playing hard enough content where that's gonna matter.
I think an example we can give from another game, sort of a tangential example, would be like in Hades. Every run that you do in Hades, there is a different highlighted weapon, and from that highlighted weapon, you basically earn like some cosmetic stuff that is just like mostly useless to most people if they don't care about like making their house look nice, right? But there's still a highlight on one of the, whatever it is, 6 weapons, and it's there. And sometimes that means that you're using something that feels like ass. And it's like, I hate using the fists weapon. It sucks. I much prefer using the other weapon. But I still do it, literally because Monkey Brain tells me that the highlighted thing could be a fun thing to do. Like it's a gentle point in a direction, and sometimes if you've got 6 options, it's difficult to make a decision, and if you've got one that's very slightly positively inclined, then you'll go in that direction instead and feel better for it. And I think in this case, sure, maybe some of the, I'm looking at the list of them now, like maybe the Balador's Wrathweavers are not the super 100% most meta thing in the game, but it's not actually about it being the most meta or it about being cracked. It's just about helping the player make a choice compared to all of the very many other choices they could make. And the player can be confident that if they've made that choice, they will be getting some benefit from it.
Yeah,
that's
but
all.
no, okay, that's just, I feel like that's, I get what you're saying, but I feel like that's unfair to say, because if you guys are saying that the player would play such easy activities that they wouldn't notice the difference between playing with Synthos or an exotic that does nothing, then they definitely wouldn't notice a 3% diff. So whether you color it of blue and give it a benefit or just color it of blue,
no. It's not about what it actually does for the game. It's monkey brain activation.
Yeah,
then
also
color it of blue and don't give the buff and same thing, right?
If players here, we see this literally every time something is nerfed, Salt. We see this across the entire community. Oh, that thing was the most powerful thing in the game. Oh, this perk was nerfed. Any amount. It doesn't even matter if that weapon is still fucking goated. People hear it was nerfed and they stop using it. We have seen it time and time and time and time and time and time again. It happens all the time. If people hear, hey, this gets a slight damage. But once again, we are talking about people who don't pay attention to YouTube that much, barely read the TWABs. All they know, blue banner equals a little bit higher damage and a little bit damage resistance. That is monkey brain neuron activation. They're going to use it. And then
that's a bad thing, I think. Like, you are making people use something worse, misleading them into it being better.
Well,
and that
there's
makes
an
them feel
additional
bad.
aspect of it. So, for instance, like what Milo, he picked Balador's Weavers. So the reason those sorts of exotics are picked is because they have synergy with the artifact. So that you have the additional aspect of Bungie pushing people towards build crafting. So because they're playing fucking Patrol and fucking Guardian level strikes, they don't need to be Godslayer Supremes. But if they start putting together little builds on their own, because they know, hey, this has synergy with these other things and this rotates, and maybe it gets them just more familiar with this concept and with this system, then they can start doing other stuff and they feel good. And then that promotes them to then turn into players like us over time, because they are learning how these systems work, all because of simple monkey brain neuron activation.
Like, I just have to disagree. I firmly believe pushing people to use very bad exotics.
It's not very bad in
them.
the level of content that they are currently playing. It doesn't matter what you are using in Trossland or in normal strikes. It
some
doesn't
exotics
matter.
literally don't do anything, basically. So it does matter, yes. Some exotics are very fun to use, some aren't.
Can we?
And so, wait, one second.
Yeah, okay.
Like, it would be 20 times better if every exotic in the game had a banner that was, I don't know, a stronger color depending on how many people had it equipped. That would also monkey brain people into using certain things, but those would actually be things that are like fun and good, instead of just making them play fucking Balidors.
And then half the people
not
in the
interesting.
game are going to see fucking worm gods be purple because of players like us, where they have, you know, specific use cases or activations or whatever. Or you run into problems with like the exotic class item, where everyone is like, oh, I could just run any version of this because they don't know what the fuck's going on, even though there's specific combinations that are good for specific builds. I mean, it's not that simple.
Don't we always say that we are only the top 0.1%? So surely we wouldn't like make a dent.
Yeah, but
The
like
top used weapon in PvE this season is Tenacious, which is only good if you know what you're doing. Like, I mean, sorry, excuse me. It is good. It is good. It is easy to use, but you only know that it's easy to use and all of the effectiveness that it has if you are tuned in to the greater sphere of Destiny.
Okay, also, 5% of the exotics right now are actually meta. Are you trying to say that no one should use 95% of the exotics because they're not meta? Because, like, I would argue that like 90% of the other exotics that aren't meta, yeah, they might be worse. Like, they're not meta, but they might be fun. Like, Balador's Wrathweavers, you can make a cool build with Balador's and it's fun. And yeah, you're not killing a raid boss solo, or you're not winning a day one, like, world's first race, or you're, like, you might even struggle in a GM, but it's still a fun build that you can, like, you know, there'll be, like different permutations of, like, aspects and fragments that work and synergize well with it. Again, it's not going to be super potent, but you can have fun with it. And I feel like you can make an argument for almost every exotic in the game that you can make a fun and cool build that like casuals will be like, hey, this is a really good build. And yeah, it's not like top tier meta, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be using it. That's a terrible.
Those arguments you guys are
terrible...
making are so unfair. Like
No, that is...
you're saying that they're playing activities where like exotic doesn't matter, and then you're saying that they're making builds using artifact mods, fragments, aspects, bro. They ain't doing that.
Okay,
like,
so let's let me moderate here for a second. We know that 90% of the Destiny community have never loaded into a raid. Okay, we know that. That's a fact. We can't object the data there. That's just the nature of the beast. It's like, I don't know the exact number, but it's something like that.
Yeah, it's something like kind of crazy, yeah.
So we know that is the case. So we know that the below, I mean, if they're not loading into a raid, they're probably not loading into GMs because they probably get fried straight away. So they're probably loading into strikes, and then I don't know what else do people
activities.
Gambit,
yeah,
patrol,
those sorts of. They're probably farming chests on the Cosmodrome, right? Like they're doing whatever they're doing, and so I think. I think it's important for us to recognize, yes, those people they don't know that fragments exist, probably, right? So I agree with you, Salt, that they aren't going to be going that far to construct a build. But what I think this system does, as far as I've been able to sort of interpret at least, for the first time in Destiny, is that on your character screen, which everyone, like, actually, just to back up for a second, I think a lot of new players don't even, like, have the artifact. They don't even know that that's there. They've never clicked into it, right? So...
It took, like, Becky a month to get it.
yeah, literally. Yeah. So the character screen, everybody goes there. And for the first time in Destiny, what this system does is it jumps out at you that there is a symbol that is different to these other symbols, and that symbol indicates that something has a benefit, right? And so I think probably what it's trying to achieve is it's trying to achieve the first ever neuron activation in that new player's brain that they should try and select something that has a benefit. Because without that, literally everything else looks equally equivalent to everything else at all times. Because there is no indicator for anything. And if this system can achieve that neuron activation once, then I think it then promotes the player to go, oh, if I've neuron activated here, maybe I can neuron activate by equipping 2 of them, or equipping 2 that seem to say the same thing on them, or what have you. I think that's a big part of what they're trying to do.
And you can do this without giving any bonus. You can just give the fucking blue banner to every exotic that synergizes with the artifact or that got recently buffed, and you say a text in game, yo, if there is a blue banner, this piece is probably pretty strong because it got like upgraded like recently. And again, they don't know, as you guys said, so like they're gonna use it. So you can do that without breaking the sandbox. Like I promise you, there are ways. If you want to do that like aren't damaging to the game.
Through every discussion we've had today, the damage resistance is one thing. I completely and utterly reject the notion that 10% weapon damage breaks almost any of the sandbox. And like very specific.
I mean, breaks is a strong word, but like it definitely like limits it a good bit.
So just before we go down to that, because I want to call out what you just said, Saul. I definitely agree with. I agree that neuron activation could be achieved through other means. And perhaps those other means might have, let's say, fewer implications for endgame players, right? To avoid using the word broken sandbox. I think that we can hopefully all of us can agree that may be the case, because there are some negatives that come from the system for endgame players, and it would be good to alleviate those negatives, right? But in terms of neuron activation, I think it's a system that is trying to do that. Maybe it's doing it sloppily or heavy-handedly, but we can probably agree that the neuron activation is a noble effort for Bungie to pursue, just as much of their other changes in the Edge of Fate are for those new players to try and be more comfortable with the system. So
yeah, but there was also no reason to do it this season, right? Because next season everything is still gonna be better just by the fact that it's tiered gear. So like that's something they could have thought of in the future, because next season everything has the blue banner because it's new and it's tiered and it's better.
I don't know if I agree, just because like our current stuff has good perks, and a tier 3 with trash perks is still a tier 3 with trash perks. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, even a tier 3 with 10% more damage and trash perks, it's bad, but that's not really the point, right?
But the point you're making is
that's like the whole point. That is like the whole point.
Isn't the point you just made that, like, next season, if it's tiered, it's automatically better?
No, that's the effect you gotta give to players. You guys are talking about giving them the impression that the gear is like better, and well, you can do that since it's tiered gear, it's new gear, or it's armor with set bonuses. Like, you don't need this bonus next season, because next season we're getting system changes.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying that the casuals would chase the shiny stuff even without this, but then when there's no like in Renegades, when there's not new systems changes, that's when they would need to do it. Yes, that's the argument you're making.
They will need to like think about it if their previous like if this failed, right? If adding armor sets and adding like tiered gear failed into like making loot interesting, then you can consider other avenues to do so. Like, I don't think you ship both things at once. I think that's pretty bad. Also because it doesn't let you evaluate properly either. And you don't know, like, if it fails, you don't know which one of the two fucked it up as well.
Right, but what if like this? What if they ship this without the bonus? It fails, and then Destiny canceled, like the servers go offline. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like.
Yeah, I mean, what if they ship it with the bonus and the bonus is bad, then it Destiny fails? Like, you can make those hypotheticals, but.
Yeah, but like in the scenario that I proposed, would you not be like, we could do one thing to help incentivize them to use new stuff. We could do a different thing to help them use incentivize, like to help incentivize, or we could just do both. And
I think you just do one. Like,
in what world where we just had an entire season where Lord of Wolves and Queen Breakers were utterly fucked, and then that's coming off of 2 events in a season with Revenant and Rights of the Nine, where almost none of the loot was interesting at all. In what world does adding a 10% bonus to literally anything in the game make people play or grind less?
Yeah,
I think it will. I've already explained my point.
There's no way, man. People can use 2 of the easiest exotics to get in the game for everything right now.
The thing is,
the difference. I don't know if you listen to like the whole debate earlier, but the difference is like unpredictability and being certain that the new gear is losing the buff forever, while old gear in the current system could potentially become good in the future, due to like sandbox changes and stuff like that. So it's a completely different conversation that I honestly don't want to like remake from scrap. Like, if you want to disagree, that's fine, you know, but like, I've already made my point very clear, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with you on the like determinism of it. Like, that's one thing that I will concede is like that is true. Like, although I don't know, I feel like you're not like without the determinism of it, like, it's still like the proof is in the pudding. They've been phasing out stuff for years. Like, that's not like whether it's 6 to 12 months, it doesn't really matter. Like, something from 3 years ago, like, no one's using right now. And they won't use it.
I mean, I agree, but that 3 years is a good period. Like, you can even sunset things after 2 years. Like, that's not damaging to the game, I don't think. Like, as long as things have their time to, like, shine, that's fine.
Yeah,
How many things in the game are you using Into the Light right now?
I mean, I'd have to, like, look at my vault, but...
I think if you get 2
I think the answer is none.
I think if you get 2 really good pieces of tier 5 Bushido, and there's nothing like that stellar in Renegades, and you use it through that as well, like, I feel like using like that for a good year is like it's not like totally unreasonable for it to get phased out. My issue is with your like assertion that like just the blue banner is enough, or like just the gear bonuses is enough. Like, I think that it's not. Like, I personally think having the origin trait is enough for people to want to get it over Apex, and they don't. Like, I personally think there are a lot of things in the game that like speak for themselves and are good enough for people to want to get them, and they just don't. They like because they're like, oh, I've got something that's just fine and it's good enough, and I don't need that. Even if like I feel like 5 years ago that's not the case. I feel like 5 years ago then people would be like, oh yeah, like even if it's only marginally better, I'm gonna go get it. Like I'll grind for it. But I feel like we've gone to the point where that's not the case anymore, and that's why they're adding this like new plus 3% DR plus 2% like damage bonus per tier. Like it's because it's not enough anymore. I don't know. That's the way I see it.
I don't think that's true. It's also like the player base is unfortunately becoming more and more skewed towards end game in percentage, because obviously the game has less casuals, right? Like,
yep.
Yeah, it's like
the player base goes down, and like, so, like adding systems that are like damaging to like the end game in perspective damages the game more now than it did in the past. Like that's also something to consider. Because like I really think you are underestimating the average player. Like they're not stupid, dude. Like I don't know. Like
92% of people haven't done a raid, dog. I'm not saying they're stupid. I'm saying they don't do content where it matters.
I mean, that's not 92% of players that are active right now, right? That's probably 92% of the players that have played.
The point of the system is not for.
Can I finish the sentence? That's probably 92% of players that have played Destiny over 10 years, and 99% of those players are probably just gone, and the upper half is the one that like remains. So in the upper half, it's definitely not only 8% raiding. So like, anyways, go ahead.
I believe those numbers are usually, if I'm not mistaken, reran by Warmind or Braytech, one of them, every expansion, and they're based off of people who completed the campaign. I believe. Someone can fact check me on that. Second, we're going in circles here. I think we've well established here that these systems are not for us. They're not for people who can do this stuff already. It's not the point, and which is why the damage resistance is high. I get it, fine. The weapon damage, it's why it's so low. It's why for most people it won't affect 99.999% of the game. It's just neuron activation for people who don't currently invest in these systems.
Can I make a suggestion? Or ask a question? Do we I have a few questions that chain together. First question, quick answers from everyone. Do we feel like this system motivates us positively, not thinking about other people, just us? Does it motivate us positively to grind for new gear?
Yes.
It doesn't affect it for me at all.
Okay.
Oh.
And no for you, Salt, correct?
Like, it demotivates me. Like,
sure. Okay.
Is that an English word? I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine. So, okay, so we have a yes, a neutral, and a no. My next question is, I'm interested to hear your take on this, Bog, because you're the yes. But if they, for example, said the new gear buff no longer applies from Grandmaster difficulty up, so anything in Grandmaster, anything in Ultimate, anything in Contest doesn't get the buff, does that just solve the whole problem?
Now I don't care about it personally.
Correct. Yeah. So now it would make you not care.
I think the least activities it affects, especially in game ones, the better it is. And having some activities where it's active could actually be cool. But it needs to be like casual activities. Like I wouldn't want that shit anywhere near end game.
Wait,
yeah. So that's why I'm saying Grandmaster up, turn it off.
Comment about that would be, hey, that's probably confusing. But that is not me saying that's my opinion. I just think we've seen them say stuff like that before. They really like parity across different activities, which is why they didn't separate PvE and PvP for like 7 or 8 years, was specifically because of that. So I imagine that would be their response to that feedback, though I agree that could be a way to address the concerns of some players.
What if it was like 10% DR per piece and like 50% damage per weapon, but it was only in like the very like patrols and strikes. That would be fire, low key.
Bro, if it's in seasonal activities, that would be fire. Yeah, like
that would be awesome, right? That would
break
be
the fucking
fire.
game. Like on seasonal activities, they can do whatever they want. They can do crazy modifiers. Like I've always said they should do like mayhem modifiers in like seasonal activities instead of like
that would be
making
fire.
like consecration broken. Activate mayhem in seasonal activities, bro. Like
wait, that would be fire. Could they do that? Yeah, let me be like a raid boss in seasonal activities. The problem is then it ruins the experience for like the people who view that as like the.
But you can have an higher difficulty option for seasonal activity without that, right? Like.
Yeah, I guess so.
By the way, Scarrow, to your point, I don't know if it's too confusing because I mean I feel like it's more confusing now with like the overcharge system, right? Where it only works in like master raids but not in normal raids. Like, I feel like it's more confusing now. With that.
The portal now is also pretty hellish to understand.
Wait, really? It looks good.
No, it's good. I think the portal is good, but I also think it's hellish. I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. I think that the portal adds to the game in a big way, but again, in the framing of the casuals that we're talking about now, they are in its current state, they're going to look at it and be like, what the ever-loving fuck is this? Like, this is totally unintelligible. Because you have to understand all these weird charts and stuff to understand how it works. I mean, maybe you don't. Maybe the casual player doesn't understand that they're power grinding, and so maybe they just see the green highlighted 2 bonus drops and they just do that and then they go to bed and then they wake up the next day and they go to work and they don't think about Destiny. Maybe it's fine, but I think that the fact that I had to draw like multiple charts to explain how it worked in my video for like people that care about it is a concerning sign to me for a system that is supposed to be simplifying things. Do you know what I mean? So I think that I think the portal has a lot of complexity, and so I wouldn't be surprised if this was something that they could put in there for below GM difficulties that didn't further overcomplicate it. Like, the complexity is already there. If they just have a big banner at the bottom that says new gear gets bonus damage when you've selected those lower difficulties, but then it goes away when you click Grandmaster, like, I think that probably explains itself.
I also think a lot of like less experienced players are just going to run the default modifiers and call it a day, because you don't have to, when you click on it, it gives you like what Bungie considers like the default, right? And then you can modify it further from there. You don't have to set everything up. You just do if you want better rewards.
I agree. I think that I mean, if it was a mod, maybe that's an approach. Is it could be a modifier that is automatically on in normal, advanced, expert, and master, and it's automatically, well, it's not there in Grandmaster and in Ultimate, and you can toggle it off in the lower difficulties if you want, and toggling it off would get you a higher difficulty score, so you could do it that way. I feel like that's actually a really good solution.
Like, that's perfect. Like, I don't have any issues with that. Like...
Okay. What about Scarrow and Bog? What do you guys think of that as a solution?
It sounds like a good solution, yeah. As long as I can use it in my slop. Like, I want to feel OP in my slop, and I want to feel OP, like, comparatively to what I've been doing. Like, the grind, like, I want my grind to feel like, yeah, I got my 15% DR. So now, also, like, I go in there and turn brain off, you know?
Yeah.
But like
limiting it in scope allows them to make it crazy. Like Scarrow was saying that, you know, new shit is crazy.
Yeah. What about you, Scarrow? For the proposed system, does that, just real quick, does that sound good to you?
Yeah, I don't see a problem with it. Like I said, like the confusing aspect is not my critique. I've just been around Bungie games long enough.
Yeah.
And heard
100%.
the reasoning. So I would still think that would be a potential concern of theirs, even though I think there are plenty of examples like artifact power currently, which kind of work like this, where it's active in some activities and not active in others, or and that sort of thing. So I think like I think it could work. Fine, cool. Like I said, I didn't
But
really care about if it.
Do you think if it was a modifier, a default on modifier, do you think that would help alleviate Bungie's concern? Because then, like, there is already stuff that is turning on or turning off at different difficulties, and so this is just one more thing there.
Yeah, so I do. This doesn't affect how it behaves in things like dungeons and raids because they are not part of the portal system. But
yes, and my argument, I suppose, would be that this should not apply to those activities.
It would just not be active in those activities. Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I think that could work. I don't really know what the game dev side of that looks like, but I have no qualms with that solution.
Okay.
It's a random question, but do you guys like how the new planets aren't in the directory? It's a minor thing, but I feel like it's...
hate it.
Okay.
I am the OG originator of that complaint because I asked.
Okay, yeah. I think it's so bad. I don't know, like...
Why
I don't know if
do
you.
it, though?
I don't know if you've seen the screen, but they're on the portal, the front page of the portal. Kepler is there, but it's not, at least in my opinion, obvious that you can click on it.
Agreed.
It just looks like, and so like I literally spent like 3 minutes clicking around different menus in the directory and shit, and I literally had to call a tech, like one of their technicians or server engineers over, and I was like, where the fuck do I find this thing? And then when I clicked on it, when they showed me, I was like, oh, okay. Why isn't this added to the director? That's when the whole conversation started. Whereas like, oh, we're not doing that anymore, and then that's like. It's spun off until the I don't understand it because there's already a map made for it. There's already a planet icon made for it. It's just in a different menu. I just think it's a huge mistake and adds confusion because every other planet in the game is accessed from one place, and now this random new one isn't. I think that's awful. So
just as much as you are saying that, and I personally wholeheartedly agree with you, I want to make sure that we're being clear about one element of this is the degree to which it is problematic for the game. So Talk in my chat says portal system, all caps, destroys the immersion of playing Destiny. And I think we need to be clear. I think Talk is being crazy hyperbolic there to say that
agreed.
The immersion of playing Destiny is being all caps destroyed because your menu looks different is bonkers. So as much as, like, one of my biggest critiques of The Edge of Fate in the whiteboard video I made about it was that I didn't like the sort of sunsetting of the director, kind of. As much as that's the case.
Director! What the hell? Why are you sunsetting it?
Sunsetting's not the right word, but, like, you know what I mean, right?
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, I know what you mean.
The lack of continued support for it. Like, it's bad, but it's not I can't play the game anymore bad. And I want chat to be clear, because I've seen a lot of people say that, like, they're changing the director, so I'm quitting Destiny. And I'm like, you're not being serious anymore. Like, this is goofy.
Yeah.
Even so,
yeah, I think objectively, the portal makes the game more approachable and easier. Like, you don't have to click around if you forget, like, where something is. But to that point, I do think the destination is kind of iconic in Destiny. I do think it has a lot of Destiny's soul.
I agree.
And so if you just want to go and roam around, and they already have all the assets made, they just have to put it in the director. I don't see why it's an issue personally.
So let me ask you this, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they have...
Sorry, real quick, like, Kepler? Like, can you just go there?
Yeah, there's a patrol zone.
Okay.
We don't know if there's a destination activity. So I don't know if there's any reason other than, like, doing post-campaign puzzles for you to go there. We don't know that information yet. I hope there's another reason to go there because Kepler's beautiful and really cool. But we haven't seen, at least I haven't seen any evidence of, like, actual activities. It doesn't have lost sectors. I don't think there's a strike there. I presume that's how you'll access the raid, but I don't know that for sure. So it could just be that they don't think you'll have much reason to go to Kepler much, and I think that in itself is a shame.
Well,
personally.
I don't think it's going to be that, because I think that all planets henceforth are going to be on that screen. Is my interpretation of how that's going to go.
I also don't like that personally, but I think like if having 90% of the patrols in the game access through a certain window, and then you're automatically switching it so 1 is not, and then 2, and over time that's going to grow. I think that is a very confusing bad move, especially like the director's awesome. I mean, and like I said, they make the assets anyways. So it's like
I agree, but to the question that you, or the sort of rhetorical question that you asked of like why would it be this way if they've already got the assets, etc. What I'm like pretty confident will have happened is very simply they will have market tested it, and they'll have brought in test batches of users who don't play Destiny, and those users will have been put in front of Kepler, in front of the portal screen and in front of the director screen, and asked to like find something or do something, or like asked, do you understand what you're looking at? And the sad reality of the situation is that the general consumer gaming player base of video games in general don't have a lot of visual comprehension as to what they're looking at. And they're always going to pick the system that sort of flows them into something a bit more easily. And I'm pretty confident that all that happened is that they did that, and 90% of the players that had the portal in front of them understood what was going on, and 20% of the players with the director in front of them knew what was going on. And so they were like, well, this is clearly massively inhibiting our newer players from figuring out even how to navigate the main menu of the game. And so they're saying, okay, well, therefore we have to lean into this portal system. Now, the point you just made after your rhetorical question about the fact that it's a very weird transition to go from the director to then one planet in the new system, but then also all the menu stuff so you can access all these individual activities in the new system, and then we'll have maybe 2 planets in the new system. I agree that that is very confusing, but I think that what Bungie did is they basically tested their end result vision that they wanted to go towards, saw that the data backed up that conclusion, and now they're having the awkward puberty phase where they're trying to get there, but they haven't quite figured out how to get there gracefully.
Yeah, I worry personally, if that's the reason they did it, then eventually they'll move all of the old destinations to like a sub menu where you can access them sort of like the portal. And I think at some point, yes, player accessibility is very important, but that has to be balanced with like creative expression, or not everything can look like a Fortnite menu, right? And that's what I'm worried about.
Okay, so let me respond to that by saying, if the longevity of Destiny over the next 10 years was completely built on the shoulders of that change, would you be in favor of it?
Like Destiny dies if they don't do it?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I mean, yes.
So
but I think that's a very black and white.
It is, but let me just go a little further. So that's like the extreme, like the whole game dies if they don't switch the main menu, right? It is extreme. It is too black and white. But it is at least directionally probably the equation that they are navigating right now, which is that if they do not bring new players into the game and get them past the first 30 minutes of playing the game, ultimately, yes, the game dies. And so while I think, yes, I was being hyperbolic.
Your internet is cutting out.
Let me change the server region. Test. Can you hear me now?
No, you're good now. You're good now.
Okay. How much did you lose of me? 5 seconds? 10 seconds?
Cut off. If that is what they are trying to navigate, and then you cut off.
Okay, so
probably or so.
Yeah, so if they recognize that if they don't bring new players in and they don't get them past the first 30 minutes of the game, then yes, the game will die. I absolutely categorically agree that the iconicness of the director would be a loss to lose, but I'm willing to sort of eat that sacrifice in favor of like all the benefits that might bring, in terms of if that means that the player base doubles over the next 5 years, which, like, in isolation, this on its own will not do that. The main menu change will not do that, but it's one of many things that I think will probably all end up being essential for that happening. Like, the reason we all have this, like, really frustrating menu in Call of Duty that looks the same as, like, a menu on a TV that I'm navigating, where it's all these blocky rectangles and I have to pick a rectangle like I'm choosing what to watch on Netflix. Like, the reason it's like that is because it just works. And it's unfortunate for everyone that is a little bit more agentic and sentient, but humans en masse are not like that. And I think that it's a low price to pay in favor of game health and longevity, is my view on it.
Can I ask a question though?
Yeah, sure.
Like, have they told you that they tested that data-wise this menu was better, or are you just like speculating that? Because I don't think that's like obvious.
They haven't personally told me that specifically for the portal, but in every UI conversation I've had with game devs ever across all games, that is always the way it is in my experience. Like, I've never had a conversation with a dev where they were like, we did this based on vibes. Like, it's always, especially on a game of this scale, it's always market testing. It's always new player feedback that is going to inform those decisions. And especially when it comes to the oversimplification of menus and stuff like that, that seems to be the form in the game dev sort of industry, I would say.
No, man.
No, man.
No, man.
That's okay. I just... Yeah. If there was like a roundabout way to get to the director and like the new player would never even find it, but we can find it, is that a solution?
I mean, that you already can. That already exists. They're just not changing the director. But the director as it exists right now is still in the game and it will continue to be in the game in perpetuity, is my understanding.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there is also a world, I don't know like what sort of tech spaghetti this would affect or whatever, but I mean, they just add the Kepler to both screens. I mean, there are plenty of examples, especially in our menus, where you can access the same page 2 or 3 ways, right? So, like that already exists.
What I am curious to get your opinion on, Scaro, is that right now there are a lot of planets on that director screen. Like there is a lot of stuff there. If they made, you know how a lot of the time in Destiny you have like you can tab to a page 2, like the little bar on the right hand side, and you can click that to go to page 2. If they just did that and you could just toggle over to a screen that was just, it wasn't necessarily the same aesthetic as Kepler. Like let's go maximally simple, but let's say it was just a big fat planet of Kepler that was just there. Would you like that over the system now where it's embedded within the portal screen?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be, I don't really, it's a hard question to answer without seeing like a mock-up, right? But
Fair.
I think personally, there are ways where you could add it to, like, usually, you haven't had a ton of experience with this, but generally when a new planet is added, it is added right to the middle of the director. Similarly to how the Traveler is in the middle of in the directory right now.
Yep.
Because of Final Shape. So, and a lot of the stuff on the director is leaving. Like all of the Legends tab is leaving, Crucible, Gambit, all of that's, well, Gambit's probably staying, but the Strike, like a lot of that's leaving. So there's going to be a lot of empty space on the director.
Wait, is it they're taking that out because it's going into the portal? They're not leaving it there as well?
Well, I guess I was under the assumption that they're taking it out, but maybe they're not. Maybe you can just access the same activities through that. But like regular Strike playlists aren't going to be a thing anymore, right? It's going to be, because Strikes are going to be Vanguard ops, or Vanguard ops are going to be Fireteam ops, which has a whole bunch of extra shit in it as well. So I would guess that stuff is gone. I don't know that for sure. That has not been confirmed to me. I wish I would have. I might actually check through. I might have recorded the director screen. So
yeah, I'm pretty confident the director, when we were at Bungie, looked the exact same as it
was identical. Okay. Well, then in that case, they could remove those nodes very easily and because all those activities are housed elsewhere and make room for Kepler. Like they could do that in a very, I believe, non-confusing way. As someone that has a passion for graphic design, but like I get it. I totally get it. I think it is a problem with like no absolutely correct answers, right? And obviously, as someone who has 10 years of experience in this franchise, I'm gonna lean one way very hard. As someone who's not a Gen Alpha, I'm gonna lean against the Fortnite menu. That's just like how it's gonna work because it's not what I'm familiar with. But I understand that the game is no longer necessarily made for players like me. Or I guess it actually kind of is more than it has been in a while, I would think, minus the final shape. But, now they're once again starting this cycle of recapturing new and relapsed players. And so I think it's, or new and lapsed players. Relapsed is funny. Brand new and partially lapsed players. So I think their concessions need to be made, unfortunately. But I get it. But it doesn't mean I have to be happy about it, Milo.
That is fair. That is fair. And I think that you recognizing that you get it, but you don't have to be happy about it, is even that is infinitely more grace than Twitter will ever give them, where Twitter will say they will refuse to get it, and they will not even entertain hearing why it might be happening. And so even just bothering to hear why it might be happening is still a lot of grace that is a good thing. But yes,
that's
I
why
agree.
I wish they were a lot more open with this sort of stuff. Like, I don't know. I feel like we eventually, historically in Destiny, we eventually get an explanation for this stuff. And it's like 3 years after the fact. And it always ends up being like the most simple of how did we miss that answer ever. And that comes after years of Reddit speculation about like why devs hate them specifically and made the game bad for them specifically.
I think the challenge is just that Bungie will be crucified for everything they do. If Bungie said,
"Thank you for the," oh, sorry, I thought it was muted. Sorry about that.
You're all good, no worries.
That's embarrassing.
If Bungie came out and said, "Yeah, we market tested it and we want it to be appealing to new players," everyone would be like, they don't care about old players instantly, just like straight away. They'd just be like, load of bullshit, because more than any community I've ever experienced in gaming ever, people are absolutely set on hating Destiny, and hating Bungie specifically. And so I think a lot of the reasons that they don't explain things is because to explain something requires the person on the other side to be listening, and people aren't there to listen. People are there to yell at them.
Fair. I guess we've seen that. We've seen that with Marathon, where they have tried to explain things, and people are just like, "Fuck you," and it's like, okay, well, fair enough.
I say this about Twitter, but it's like actually more true about just the Destiny Twitter. Bungie could cure cancer, and they would still find a way to for that to be a bad thing.
You cured cancer, not Alzheimer's. You disgusting pigs!
Exactly. I've definitely said this to you before, Milo, but that's always my thing. It's just that is the most unproductive place ever. I feel I think it was you actually made a tweet that highlighted it really well. It's just how do they even get reasonable feedback? It's how is it even possible? Because 99% of it is just slop of just hating for just I don't know. Yeah, that must be a hard job.
They just pay shills for the good feedback, Bog, don't you know?
Yeah, I forgot they had you. That's my bad.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You. Yeah, and Milo, everyone always singles me out, but other people go to Bungie too, brother.
What do you mean?
I started being called a shill.
Listen, I got banned by Bungie today. I'm not the shill. Salt's the employee now.
True.
He took my spot.
I've always been. Can they just add just to end that comment from before? Can they just add the planets to bot things, bot the portal and the destination? What's the downside to that?
That's would be my ideal solution as well, but I'm sure there's some tech debt reason that's a bad idea.
I mean, I'd assume they just think it's a waste of time, maybe, but it's I don't know.
Yeah, I think
dev hours that they don't need to spend.
Sorry.
It's just dev hours that they
yes.
Well, if it's already in the Fortnite menu, then why are we paying 10 people to work on adding this planet to this thing, and then if it has a bug, then we have to fix that. all that stuff, right? Like
That's something I've been thinking about a lot recently, like because I've been bringing it up in a lot of my videos, my worries about a lack of actual expansion content, with there not being lost sectors, with there not being a strike. We don't know if there's a destination activity. It's really made me start thinking, like, how many people did they like actually lose? Like, how many people are working on this piece of content compared to before? And it's something that is maybe unfounded, but I have been increasingly worried about recently.
Can I give you a counterpoint to
Yeah,
just
please.
for you to play with and tell me your opinion on? It's a 6-month expansion, so it's meant to be smaller.
Yeah, but even like there are still, like, they compared it specifically to 2 expansions in Destiny that had those things.
Wait, can you elaborate so I can understand?
So they compared the size of this to Shadowkeep, and I think the better comparison that they have said multiple times is to Rise of Iron. But both of those came with multiple strikes, came with things to do in the destinations. Rise of Iron had, it just had 1 destination activity. It had, multiple, did I already say strikes? There's like other things to do. They seem, at least from what we have seen from right now, which that could all change Tuesday. It seems like the only way that these are at all comparable is like campaign size and maybe like destination size, but not in terms of like actual size of playable content in the DLC that is part of the expansion itself.
So, question: when they're marketing an expansion, does the marketing ever include the in-season expansion content? Never? Okay.
No.
So it would be breaking precedent for them to market like PvP maps, for instance, coming in season.
No, so that's different. That's you keep accidentally picking like the one example that doesn't make sense. So, but Bungie has not, with the exception of a map pack from last year, they have not added PvP maps to the game in like 5 years.
Oh.
So that's a bad example.
Okay.
Generally what happens is a season launches at the same time as an expansion or the week after, and you don't get any marketing for that until either the week before the expansion launches, if the season launches at the same time, or the week, like later in the week that the expansion launches, like usually after the raid, if the season launches the week after. So that's what happened with Final Shape. We didn't hear about Undying Echoes until after the raid was cleared, I believe. And that's pretty normal. But that's not what I'm talking about with expansion content, though.
Okay. And are seasonal activities expansion content, or is that seasonal content?
No, seasonal content. So all seasonal content's free now.
Yes.
So that's separate. But so think about like Pale Heart, or let's say Final Shape, which is a big DLC. So it's not the best comparison, but it's the most recent one.
Yeah, familiar for me.
It launched with a strike, 3 lost sectors, had Overflow, which is a great activity that is active all over. It give you.
Can I ask a basic question about what is a lost sector in this context? Like, I've been in them in the game, but like, are we saying Kepler just doesn't have any lost sectors in it?
Kepler does not have lost sectors, as far as I'm aware, and based off of the conversations I have had, that is because that work went into solo ops instead, which are essentially just like longer lost sector form content, which is totally fair. But that's also not part of the expansion. That's free. That's part of the portal.
Okay, so there's the only other question I wanted to ask on the lost sector point is, do they ever add lost sectors to places that are not the new location?
No.
Okay, so the Cosmodrome's not getting a lost sector in Final Shape. Like, they don't do that.
That would be sick.
But that would be pretty cool. I don't believe that.
Maybe not Cosmodrome, but like somewhere else, like.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's not.
Got it. Okay, carry on with your point.
But as far as we are aware, the only things you are paying for in this expansion, $40 is the base price of the expansion. The only things you are paying for is a quite lengthy campaign. Don't get me wrong; it is probably the longest SE campaign as far as I can tell they've ever made.
How do we know that?
Because they described the number of missions and the average. I mean, you were there in the theater. They described the number of missions, which was like 14 or 16 or something. The average amount of time it would take to complete them. It was just longer than anything we've ever seen.
Okay. I wasn't aware that was an
Yeah,
uncharacteristically
most Destiny
long.
campaigns are what, 7 missions, 8 missions, something like that. Bog, Salt, help me.
Eight. It's like the.
They're usually
the
8,
benchmark.
like 30 to 40-minute missions.
Okay.
I think Final Shape was like 9. But yeah.
Yeah, that's not including post campaign.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's just the base campaign. So this has it's hard-ish to compare because this has the combination of the shorter missions and the longer missions, but it looks like it is at least among the longest Destiny campaigns.
Okay.
So that is something. But other than that, it seems like all you are paying for is Kepler, which doesn't appear right now to have any extra content other than this post-campaign secrets, which is cool. But there's, as far as we can tell, there's no activity there, strikes or anything. And then you're paying for the raid as well.
So when you say a post-campaign activity, you're talking about a strike on the planet?
No. Like Overflow in the Pale Heart, where you would farm Ergo Sum, or
okay. Well, the like,
or
yeah.
You have Still Hunt?
Yes.
That's like post campaign. I think there are going to be post campaign quests. Like I think Graviton Spike is probably post campaign quest if I had to guess.
Yes,
but like
it is.
If you go to like Neomuna, there I don't even fucking remember what that shit was called because it wasn't very good. There's one, and then there was like Wellspring for Witch Queen. Like usually, an expansion launches with one activity that gives you very specific loot. That has not been marketed if it exists.
Yeah. Okay.
So far it seems like that's very important. I'm very in chat, all the chats. I want to be very specific here. I'm using soft language because we might simply just not know. But it appears like that this is an expansion in like campaign and location only, not in like activity wise, which is very different than even the smallest campaign. This smallest yearly expansions that they directly compared this expansion to.
Okay.
So I think that is a marketing blunder if that is the case, personally.
And so
I feel like there have to be a lot of things that they're hiding because this is the only year in Destiny 2's history where we're only getting 2 raids activities. Like it never happened. It's always at least 3. Well, this year is only 1 raid and 1 done. I said the raids, like raids or dungeons. Yeah.
Well, they're counting the epic raid as its own thing, right?
I mean,
I know, I feel it. But to them, adding new loot, new mechanics, and potentially a new encounter, that is taking up one of those slots to them.
Okay, fair. I'm not gonna argue that, but like,
yeah. And then supposedly we're getting a Pantheon / Rite of the Nine activity on a yearly basis now too. So in Bungie's eyes, or at least like whoever's making the schedule, we are still getting the quote unquote 4 pieces of end game content that we get pretty much every year. Now, obviously, to players who actually engage with this content the most, that's obviously not the same, but it is how they are framing it, at least in their marketing material. So, yeah, I don't know. And that's just something I've been thinking about a lot lately. It's like it's hard as well because like Bungie's marketing has been all over the fucking place with everything. For like post Final Shape, like the first thing we see is Luke Smith talking about the future of Destiny. He gets laid off like the week after, and then everything since then has been the most like the marathon stuff seems like it's planned the day before. All the Destiny stuff is devs on a couch thing. Was so much confusion. It is so crazy because Bungie like defined and really perfected like the marketing strategy that everyone like Gearbox just implemented the Bungie strategy. And it's so weird to see Bungie like fall behind the curve on this. And I'm hoping, I've had chats and we've talked to people, like I hope that they're gonna return to form there, but it's either, I think it's a combination of, these are smaller DLCs, they're maybe trying to be a little bit more cryptic, and the marketing has been kind of all over the place. And so we don't really know what to believe with this stuff. Is there more? There might be more content, there might not be. I have literally no idea. I think it's a solid 50-50 at this point. And that's what I've got.
Yeah, one of the questions I asked my chat a few months ago was like, heading into this new expansion, like when does the marketing machine like really kick in? And chat was like, well, like Bungie like Bungie always cooks with their marketing. Like it's always like loads of sort of stuff to get you excited, and they actually do it quite a long time in advance a lot of the time as well. So there's like several months of build up where people are starting to get more excited about this new thing that's coming. I was like, sick, okay, cool. Like I'm excited to see like 4 months of sort of starting to get more and more hype for this thing, and then this big bonanza release. And it feels like then this time round, everyone was like, well, they're probably just not doing the marketing thing that much because they're letting Marathon take the spotlight. And so it's like, okay, well, we'll do the Marathon ARG and like we'll get excited about that and like cool. But then when that was out of the way and they'd done the reveal, everyone was sort of like, okay, now it's going to be Destiny time. But I feel like Destiny time just sort of never started. And
What happened?
they did the creator event, which was amazing to be a part of. I'm very grateful to have been a part of it. And I think that helped get a lot of information out there because there's lots of systems to explain and stuff. But in terms of the Bungie marketing, I've been a little bit like, where is it? Like, is this normal? It feels quite empty, I guess.
For the past, like, almost decade, Bungie's marketing strategy for every yearly campaign has almost been identical to what Borderlands just did, with the exception of instead of people streaming and playing in person, there's a creator event like we did, and then they get to release videos. That's like the last part of the marketing plan.
Right.
There's always, they usually do like a trailer at like a Game Awards or a Sony thing or whatever. And then a couple months later, there's a dev live stream that has a Vidoc and a lot of cool information. A very high quality production one, not devs on a couch. And then maybe a couple devs on a couch streams after that, and then creator videos. They have, for whatever reason, post Final Shape for every Destiny property, including Marathon, completely foregone that pattern, that strategy, which is why I've been so vocal about it on Twitter about everything. And it came out of left field, and I think it is like objectively hurting everything a lot, because a lot of the initial Marathon controversies, a lot of the controversies for Rights of the Nine and Heresy, it's all caused by either miscommunication or confusion due to bad marketing. And that starts people off on a very sour note. So when something terrible happens, like the plagiarism thing, or whatever, then you're already starting down in the dumps, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. Or like the alpha with poor reception for Marathon, then it's like people already didn't know what the fuck was going on, and now they know they don't like these sorts of things, so it seems worse. We've seen that with Rights of the Nine as well, and it's just like it's just such a weird, and maybe they just haven't had time to rebound and like respond to our feedback on the marketing plan yet. It's just incredibly frustrating to see on my end personally.
I sort of suspect that the 2-minute introduction that we saw during the live stream before was their way of being like, we hear that you want a vidoc, and it's not a vidoc, but it's showing you that we still own nice cameras. Like I feel like it was kind of that intention. The problem for me is that it's like they're doing all of this stuff. I've said this sort of several times in a lot of my videos. It's like, this is not a sexy expansion. This is a real fundamentals expansion that like sets Destiny up for a better next couple of years. But one of the problems that I feel like is present is that you can build systems for newcomers, but if you're not doing any marketing to bring in the newcomers, then you're building a system for no one. And I'm yet to really see stuff that is going to get casuals like hyped about it, because it just doesn't feel like the marketing's been particularly emphatic or present.
I mean, it's something
really
as simple as like the crossbow not being featured in the official gameplay trailer is fucking wild. Like if it's like, it's obviously not that big of a thing, but it's like the one objectively new thing that's happening, and it's like, why was that decision made? That's just so crazy to me. It's just stuff like that.
This is probably really naive, but like, I don't know, a part of me thinks maybe they were like, okay, we got to lock in and get like all of our systems like tuned up, ready for like a whole new wave of players that are gonna play because we have a Star Wars expansion. Like maybe Edge of Fate is they're like, okay, let's get all of our stuff in tune, and like people will give feedback and they'll like hone it in a little bit, and then when Renegades drops, that's when they have like the big flashy marketing and like, oh my god, like new Star Wars game just dropped. It's Destiny.
Could definitely be that, man. We won't know for a few months. But we also don't know what's going on with the season. Like the season they could be focusing a lot of their content activity designers on like the free content to get people to stick around once they come in. So like maybe the season is juiced and they just won't start that marketing campaign for another 2 weeks or whatever, right? So maybe we just don't know. Which I would be, and if that's the case, then I totally walk back everything I just said about, worries on lack of content and stuff. Because we know from Bungie's own words themselves, it's like the biggest, or their internal reports, the biggest problem with Destiny is people have not been, like the longevity of the player base after the tick from an expansion. And so a lot of the portal and a lot of the tier 5, it's designed to get hopefully keep people engaged for longer. Maybe the seasonal content plays off of that as well. We literally just don't know.
Wait, sorry, just so I understand. Are you saying is this like leaked internal reports?
No, like it's like, I believe it's discussions they've had in like Sony's investor reports and stuff, if I recall.
Okay, and
that might have also been something like that. I believe it is pretty public information at this point. I couldn't quote you a source off the top of my head. I know it exists and I could help you find it, but it's like some of the reasons that so for instance, Lightfall sold unfucking believably well. I think it's the most pre-ordered expansion in Destiny history, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
But due to the drastic player drop-off in that first season because of the poor reception, players didn't stick around and they didn't buy as much Eververse stuff, which is the primary source of revenue for Bungie. Yeah. And so they missed a lot of projections that year, which caused the layoffs leading into the final shape and that sort of thing. And so it seems like a lot of the new decisions are designed to keep people in the game longer, or like more spread out throughout the year, like retain some of that audience instead of just having like a huge influx of players once or twice a year.
Okay, so you're saying the 7-day, 30-day retention is bad, basically. And so they're just indexing into fixing that rather than worrying about the other stuff as much.
They are, in the words of the people that showed us the game, they're bringing the hobby game back to Destiny. They want you to have a reason. It's the reason they're doing these short burst events like Heavy Metal and Arms Week. They want you to have an objective reason, like an objective to grind every week and a reason to come back to the game every week, because the more you're in the game, the more you're interacting with, things like Eververse or buying the fast track pass for Heavy Metal or whatever. I mean, it's a business at the end of the day. It's how it goes. That's the psychology behind it. But that's why so much of the new direction of the game is oriented towards these like smaller objectives on a weekly basis.
Yeah, well, I would say like Lightfall and Final Shape are both very sexy expansions, and like it didn't go well. So like it seems just like they're like basically just like, as Scarra said, like they're, instead of having like a flashy campaign and a cool raid and then you stop playing the game because there's nothing to do, they're more focused on like long-term stuff for people to play. Which is why like the whole reason I was so passionate about the whole like 10%, like the like featured gear, not to get back into that, but the whole reason I was like so passionate about it was because like, and I mean, Sol obviously agrees with the side of like the grind side of it. It's just like we haven't needed to grind in so long, and so like if I didn't have low mans and solos and challenges and collabs and all that stuff to do, like I wouldn't play the game probably. Like there's just nothing like this. I don't know what you do, you
grind triumph score, brother.
Like, yeah, I guess so. But whereas like it used to, like I feel like there used to be stuff to do more.
Like that's something that I think it's a massive issue with the game, but the triumphs aren't, I guess, really impactful on their finances, but I think for Eververse it is. I feel like what drives people to like complete something is the fact that they can complete a set of something, if that makes sense. Like the fact that you can't get max triumph score anymore makes people not want to, do triumphs anymore, right? At least a bunch of people. And I think on the same note, a lot of people just care less about cosmetics because there are so many, because the game is so old and so many are unobtainable, that like they're never gonna complete a certain set or a certain collection, and that I feel like that drives sales down a lot. They really should work on
But I've seen a lot
featuring
of
cosmetics.
I've seen a lot of
No, no,
Darth
no.
Vader skins, brother.
Oh, I agree. I mean, this was a pre-order skin. I'm saying that, like, I feel like they could do a much better job on the Eververse at making you feel like, yo, you can get this thing, but if you get also this other thing, then you get this thing, or like this badge glows, or like I feel like they're losing on so much money for like not doing that and having every item be like its own almost.
I agree, but I also think because it's Bungie, if they were to do that, they would have a million angry Twitter threads made that day being
I mean,
like...
no, they can do it in a positive way. Like, it doesn't have to be like fishy, you know? It can just be like...
I don't
cool?
know
I
if
don't
they
know.
can. I don't know if Bungie can do anything without people being mad. But that's not a reason not to do it. That's it's a bad idea.
Yeah, that's gonna happen no matter what.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Alrighty, boys. This has been really fun, but I have work tomorrow, so I gotta start heading to bed, my friends. This is,
No worries.
Thanks for hopping in after your debate. Keep fucking Milo. I'm telling you, keep doing shit like this. This was fun.
More court
W
cases.
More court cases. Yes, yes. All right. Thanks for chatting, everyone. Have a good night.
Catch you later,
See
Scarrow.
you. Good night.
Scar, see you later.
Just on
Well.
on Scarrow's point there. Sorry. It was your point, Bog. I think about feeling like there's less to do.
Yeah.
Part of that is that you've played a shitload of the game.
That's true, yeah.
Because I've played so much Destiny in the last 4 months, and I feel like I'm like 10% of the way through. I'm probably more than that now, but like it feels like I'm 10% of the way through. Like I'm having to schedule like 12-hour days back to back just to get through stuff right now, and there's so much of it. I think that there is just an element of it which is this, that you've done those things, and to like to expect there to be that much to do at any time would be that's an impossibility.
I guess it's more just like I feel like there needs to be more like I call it slop, but like there needs to because you're interacting with all the raids again, as we said, like whatever the numbers are, like I don't know what they are.
Well, it's the raids and the campaigns and the exotic missions and the seasonal activities and like it's like there's a lot, and it's trials and it's Iron Banner and it's random lost sectors that I'm doing and it's random quests that I have to do just around the place. Like there's so much stuff. It's insane.
But I guess what I'm saying is like having a thing that you can grind, like if you've completed absolutely everything, like I don't think that detracts a lot away from the, like the player experience of someone who's like, oh my god, I'm coming back to the game. There's a billion things to do.
Yeah. So right the night really does that do that?
Yeah, kinda. Yeah. But Right of the Night, I would say, is like some like upper echelon slop. But like yes, yeah, like I think that is a good example. Yeah.
Do you want
like,
lower?
I don't think Right of the Night existing like makes a new player coming back being like, oh my god, there's 10 billion and one activities for me to do now. It's just like no, it's just like one extra thing.
No, yeah, I agree.
Who have finished everything, like yeah.
But my argument, my question is, when you were saying that there's less to do in the game, is Right of the Nine sufficient in helping giving you something to do? Like Star in my chat right now is saying, Right of the Nine is straight up embarrassing compared to Into the Light, even without Pantheon.
Yeah. I mean, it is.
The loot is just bad, and it's gonna be power crept for sure due to the systems they introduced. So like,
is it because of the rewards that it's not as good? Like that's the key difference.
They should have been like, yo, if you get a shiny next season, that shit is at tier 5. Like that, they should have done that. Like
literally exactly what Soldier said. Like Into the Light, like that was right before Final Shape, and basically what
they were like, in Final Shape, you're going to get to enhance your weapons, and like have you interacted with enhanced weapons?
Yeah, I've enhanced my weapons.
Yeah,
I think.
Like, so before Final Shape, enhanced weapons were only a thing on crafted weapons, but they were like, hey, all of the like random weapons you find that aren't craftable, you're going to be able to enhance them now. It's not going to apply to old weapons, but all of the weapons you get Into the Light, you'll be able to enhance them.
Oh.
Like, that was like a way of them sort of handshaking over from like an old system to a new system, but you not being like, oh well, what's the point of me grinding all of this like loot Into the Light when it's just not going to be enhanceable next season, right? That was kind of like whereas there is no handshaking with Ride of the Nine. It's just, and the other thing with like the other factor is just the loot is worse. Like, there is a singular weapon that is even worth like farming for if you already have all of the good weapons, right?
What even is it, like the GL, like the special GL?
No. The shotgun. I guess the special GL. Yeah, I guess there's two. But like, even then, it's just like,
What does the shotgun even do? Like, I don't know.
you get one-two punch trench. One-two punch trench is pretty good.
I mean, I guess.
But it's very niche. Like, it's nowhere near what like Edge Transit was with like it was competing with the best grenade launcher, like heavy DPS weapon at the time, and like the hand cannon, like Midnight Coup, I think was like the best like PvE hand cannon. Also maybe even PvP. I don't know. It also reprised like a bunch of other weapons. So like if you hadn't done raids, there were a bunch of like there were raid weapons. Like it was just good. I don't even think I use a lot of my weapon rolls from Into the Light, but there was more than there is in Ride of the Nine. And again, like, if they had gone like, hey, if you get a weapon from Ride of the Nine and it's shiny, you can enhance it to tier 5 like next season, right? Like, I don't think like it being tier 5 out of the gate would have been stupid, because like we're not going to get access to tier 5 stuff for like weeks. But if they were like, yeah, as soon as you hit 200, you literally just upgrade it to tier 2. Like, it just auto upgrades to tier 2 or whatever. Like, that would have been cool. Like, they should have done that at the bare minimum. And then even though the rolls aren't great, like, it's the only way for you to access the new system of gear. So like it would feel worth it, I feel like.
Okay. On a related note, for how they're going to then incentivize things going forwards and just generally like where to put their resources. If we're saying you feel like there's less to do in the game now, and we're questioning like, man, did they really lose like that many people after Final Shape or whatever? Or just over several years? Let's assume that Bungie is half the studio that it was 18 months ago. What should they be putting their time into as maximal matter of priority to make sure the game doesn't die? Like, what should that be?
Again, it's like content that is like, so I don't know. I would view the content in Destiny as like in different like categories, right? There's campaign content, which is very high dev hours, very high effort, very expensive, right? They have to do the music, they have to like do the cutscenes, they have to like employ all the voice actors, they have to construct the missions, which are all basically like strikes, like even like more like they're like strikes with like an actual story, and that is something that pretty much everyone plays a single time, and so like that stuff for like how much people get out of it is really like cost ineffective, I guess. But what it does is it's like, you know, it's a selling point sort of thing, right? Like I don't buy Blueprints because I think I'm going to get 500 hours out of it. It's because I think I'm going to get like a very enjoyable experience. It's going to be very enriching, and that's what like the campaigns are, sort of thing. And then you have like raid and dungeons, which are still high effort from their perspectives. Like, you know, raid and dungeon team have to like put a lot of hours in to make those work.
and not a lot of the people interact with them. But like, I mean, I would say most end game players, like they're like top 20% of, or whoever interacts with raid and dungeons, they get a lot of playtime out of those, right? Like, even if you're not seriously raiding or seriously like anything, like even just solo flawlessing dungeons, like that's already like 50 plus hours doing all the solo flawless dungeons, right? So like there's that level, and then there's like your like average like patrol zone, like strike playlist, crucible playlist, gambit playlist, which I would say is like fairly low effort, or maybe not low effort, but it's like they have to do it one time, and then it's like thousands of hours of playtime for like an average like player, you know? Like those are like the, I don't know, those are like the categories of activity. This is just my take, by the way. Like, this is not like definite. It's just like that's how I sort of view stuff in this game, like the content in this game. And for the average player, like I think if they have half the people they had in Final Shape or whenever like they were at their peak,
yep,
they should be focusing on the stuff that isn't the campaign, and it isn't the like the high effort, like you do it once and you're done, because that's what they did in Final Shape, and it was great, and everyone loved it, and everyone loved the campaign, and it was so cool, and everyone loved the raid, and then also everyone stopped playing the game because there was nothing to do. You know what I mean? It's just like they didn't have that like strike playlist or like, you know, like seasonal grind or whatever. I don't know what it is exactly. Again, I'm a really bad person to ask about this because I don't really interact with the thing that I perceive that like most average players spend most of their time in, because I spend hundreds of hours in raid and dungeon content that like 90% of the player base doesn't even interact with in the first place, you know what I mean? So but just as a general thing, like I think sandbox changes and focusing on like replayable content is what they should focus on, and it seems like that's exactly what they did in Edge of Fate. So I think they're on the mark. Whether or not it's going to work, no clue. Like I also have the belief that this game just has like the most like egregious franchise fatigue of any game. Like as I said, like there's a reason that people are so disenfranchised, and it's just because they're like we've done it, you know, like we're done. I know that's like a really doomer thing to feel, and it's not really productive either, but like that's just like kind of what I've come to the conclusion is the truth, which like I hope I'm wrong, but yeah.
How about you, Salt? What do you think they should be putting their time into if they're limited on manpower compared to what they once were? What would you want to see them do first for the good of the game?
This is a pretty weird answer, I suppose, but I think it's very important that they focus on making the game feel good for any casual player that flies in and is using a sidearm and a pellet shotgun. Like, they need to make weapons significantly more deadly for like those people against like bosses. I can't really tell you how to do that. It's a pretty like weird thing, but like back then when a new player like came into Destiny, they would like play the campaign and they would like shoot the boss and the boss will die. Like now, a new player flies into Destiny and they shoot the boss with a scout for 15 minutes and close the game forever. Like I think that's a genuine bad thing. Like things have so much HPs for like because the game is evolving, but new players aren't doing all of that to like do that damage, and like that's bad for them. Like I generally think a new player finds the game boring when they like fly in and they don't know how the game works. Compared to like how it was like many years ago. Like I don't know, I'd say just triple the damage of primaries against every boss in the game is a start. Then you can talk about like
interesting.
The
okay.
content, I guess.
So you think that the sort of largest pain point for those players is that they make it past the menu, they load into the activity, they get there, they're running around playing it like it's Call of Duty, so they're not using their melee, they're not using their rift, etc. but then they get to the boss and the boss doesn't die and they're like, what the hell is this? And they close. Kind of.
Yeah, like
vibe.
weapons were extremely like potent back then because like you had an abilities like you had abilities very rarely, right? And they were also weaker. So like everything was balanced around that, right? Like I mean, in Destiny 2, like the first raid, you literally had double primary, and like primaries were DPS meta for bosses. Like you were using cold Hard.
Really?
So like,
oh my god,
that's like a game like that.
You unk as hell. Oh, you unk as hell. That's so that's crazy.
Yeah, big unk status.
Like, while it was less interesting maybe because it was lacking depth to a certain extent, it was 20 times more approachable, and that's a good thing, right?
Right.
The game is definitely lacking that. Obviously, you need to like implement that without breaking the end game, but there are ways to do that, right? Like if my sidearm does like double the damage to bosses, that doesn't break the game. No one is like shooting the boss with it, like seriously, right?
And it can also be just that it only applies if you're on like normal difficulty in the campaign. Like,
I mean, I think it benefits everything for the most part if done properly. Like as long as you keep out like Outbreak, you don't need to like buff that, right? For example, but like yeah, so like make the game more fun to play if you play in a suboptimal way. I'd say it's one of the most important things. I don't even think it takes them that much work. It's more like number changes. And then I would say, I mean, I honestly just would say many of the things they're doing on Edge of Fate just look pretty good for like player engagement. Like I do think players are gonna like be like, yo, I wanna get this power level because now power level actually does something because I can get like tier 5 gear and like stuff like that. It's whether they get there or not, I feel like it gives them a goal that they were for sure lacking with this current system. I don't know. Activity-wise, like I don't know. I think having a good campaign is important, but I also think a good campaign is important when the story is important. And in a game like Destiny, where they literally sunset half the game and half the story is missing, the campaign loses value because a new player isn't gonna fly in for the story and be like, yo, I want to play all campaigns. They just aren't there. So
to some extent,
at that
although
point,
like in Destiny, it's one game that contains many expansions that have different stories, and some of those are missing. Like if I want to play, like, I don't know, Black Ops 2, and I'm a console player, I have to buy a different console. Like I need to go like it's still not like the easiest thing in the world to go boot up.
Oh, no, for sure.
Some of that old stuff.
For sure. And
I still think that like, I think even, I mean, obviously I don't know what things were like pre-sunset, right? But I think that even post-sunset, there's surely a world where the story is still important and like matters and is enticing, right?
Oh no, it is, but I'm saying it just lost value and it's not regaining that, like, because it's just an incomplete experience. So people that are really into like story games, and many casual players are really into like the story of a game, I feel like they tend to be like if you tell them, yo, you can come play Destiny, it's a very fun game. Oh, by the way, the first 3 years are missing. They're like, I'm never touching that, because they just feel like it's an incomplete experience.
Yeah.
Like,
so how do they fix that?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think they fixed that. I think the fix was to not keep the game going for 10 years while they're moving content. But it's a bit too late. So, like, I don't know. Like, I don't think there is a fix.
We're doomed.
Just like, I mean, they should still keep working on the campaign. Probably not put too many resources on it unless they manage to really make it replayable in a way that's more than what they did in the past. Like,
yeah, I think a challenge with the campaign.
There's never really a reason.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, just I think with campaigns specifically, the challenge is that campaigns are a really good way to sell stuff to normies, and
for sure,
like, it sounds like if Eververse is not being as effective as they would like it to be, they really need to sell stuff to normies, and the campaign will help them do that. So that,
I don't think it should stop with that, like, ever. Like, I agree, it's a good thing.
Yeah, and that might be why it sounds like they've kind of over-indexed on the campaign a bit in Edge of Fate. I think that it's perhaps questionable the way that they've done it if they're not going to market it to those normies, because the normies are never going to splash out on the campaign if they don't know it exists. but that might have been at least some of the reasoning of like, okay, we know that campaigns can sell units, so let's do a long, robust campaign. Obviously TBD whether it's good or not, but from the experience of what I played, like the first level was like, yeah, there seems to be some interesting story threads going on here from a narrative perspective, and like it was a long level. It wasn't just like over in 15 minutes. Like there was loads to do in it, so it was a good sign, I guess. But yeah, I mean, to both your points, like the campaign is not something that people are going to be rinsing and replaying 500 times, whereas some kind of, what's it called, Overload, the Pale Heart thing, like something like that. Yeah, I can imagine that's something that people do a bit more over and over again.
I mean, that's because of loot, right, though, and that's where I was kind of getting, like, you can make the campaign replayable, but like right now they're not doing that. Like, objectively, if you want to rerun a campaign mission, like when it's featured weekly, all you get is a pinnacle, and it's like, I mean, right now it doesn't really matter, right? Maybe with like the new power leveling system that will be more valuable, but they should find ways to like incentivize people for rerunning some good campaign missions. Like if the campaign missions aren't boring, they're engaging and they're fun to replay, then it would be good for them to like, I don't know, like obviously you can't do that forever because eventually people get bored, but you can do it so like every 3 months you have some featured campaign missions with like some crazy modifiers, and if people run them they get like cosmetics and stuff like that. Like if you're putting a lot of resources in the campaign, I don't think you should just forget about it.
Yeah.
At least for like a whole year, try to like feature it somehow.
Yeah, I think if the campaign is integrated well into the portal, that could be a way to just like solve some of the problem, where you just have either a good rewards track or something in there, and then it's like, okay, suddenly people are going to replay those missions a bunch.
Yeah. By the way, off topic, but check my latest shoot tweets.
Yeah, I just saw the fries in the bag one.
The other one below is also pretty good.
Let's see.
Uh-oh.
Oh god, here we go.
Also, I think something that they did in Ride of the Nine that I feel like they should keep doing, because Salt and I will agree, and any endgame player will agree, the absolute best content this game has, and it's not even remotely close, is raiding dungeons. Like it's like why I play the game.
Wait, that's for endgame players. Some people don't like it because they think it's stressing, but I'd say it's the reason why the game is still living, because you know there are so many creators that keep playing due to that. So yeah.
Yeah. But one thing like I'll say is like, I feel like the thing they did in Ride of the Nine, Milo, is they have like the Explorer mode. I don't know how much you know about that.
I think it's the equivalent of the like tutorial mode in Zombies now, right? Yeah.
Yep, it is. Maybe actually, like, what do you think of that? Because it's a thing in Zombies. Is it a new thing in Zombies, by the way?
Yeah, it's new this year.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I see that and I'm like, perfect. Like, please try like as hard as you can to try and handhold people who otherwise wouldn't do this stuff to do it. Because then, like, even if 5% of the people like it, we're already like increasing the number of people doing raids and dungeons, even just dungeons, by like 50%. You know what I mean? It's just like, please, like, I love that. I love the like idea of the Explorer mode, because like I want more people to do raids and dungeons because they're cool.
My opinion on it has changed.
Guys,
when in my Destiny marathon week in February, I got the Sundered contest clear, and then I jumped in with Datto a few days later to talk about like my first contest experience. And this topic came up in that conversation, and in that conversation I said, I think the hand-holding stuff actually negatively impacts the game, because especially in Zombies, I think you end up designing around the simplified experience. You end up assuming that people are dumb. Like, you're not actually creating a pathway to them doing the hard version of it. You're just giving them an easy version of it that becomes the main version of it. And you've seen that a lot with the Warzone-ification of zombies, where they implement all these features so that they feel familiar for Warzone players, but then rather than teaching the Warzone players the zombie systems, it just means that they stop implementing the zombie systems and they just keep implementing the Warzone systems. And so my argument with Datto was like, I'd rather they create systems that funnel people into those events or to those activities better, but they don't just like make them easier. Like the challenge is the entire appeal. But now,
Right.
I feel like my opinion's a bit different because I know a little bit more about the state of Destiny and the problems that it has for new players especially. And I think that without something like, is it called Eternity? Is that its name?
Explorer.
Explorer. Yeah, so without the Explorer mode, I feel like they've kind of got no hope of converting people into raid players because there's so much complexity elsewhere that those players are already struggling with. So I was pro complexity initially, but I now recognize that realistically, in order to get people through the door, they have to be pro simplicity. So I think I'm pro Explorer.
Yeah.
Can I say mine?
Yeah, you guys help. You guys.
Like I'm in favor in like as long as it's done properly in the sense that I don't think it should release right away. Like let it cook for at least a month, maybe.
Yeah, that's what
or
they do
like
in zombies.
new content. Yeah. And I also think it's important to like separate the rewards you get. Like it's fine to have Explorer mod to get people into that kind of content. I don't think though you shouldn't ever get to a situation where everyone that's farming the raid is farming Explorer mod. So like you can make it so like, for example, Explorer mod gives you like high power loot, but it's not a raid loot. And maybe if you do the full raid in Explorer mod, you get one piece of raid gear. Like it should be pretty stingy with like loot, so that you still retain the okay, you can learn here, but then go actually do the raid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's something that doesn't exist right now, right? Like the path is go ahead.
I was gonna say there is also like I'm very in favor of them releasing a raid with like complex mechanics and releasing a simpler version later if needed, because like if you think about it, like they can't do an Explorer mod Verity like that. How does it even work? You know, like it's just cooked.
Like
even if you have like
done it, so don't say anything.
Okay, I'm not saying anything, but like
literally
anyways,
nothing. I'm too scared
I'm
of
not saying
spoilers.
anything. No worries.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying anything, but like in general, if there is a raid encounter that requires communication between players, like how do you do that with tooltips? It's not like a dungeon, right?
Right. And that's where Zombies has it a bit easier because, like in Zombies, everything is soloable these days. So
yeah,
like they never have to worry about that, and that's where their tutorial mode kind of works a bit better, even though it's got its own problems. Whereas in this, you do need multiple players to be able to like have a job.
Yeah.
And that's a hard thing to tutorialize for sure.
The
So,
raid.
like,
you guys help.
so like I was gonna say, back then we had the raids released in normal mod, and then we will get hard mods later with like more complex mechanics. I think they should just do the opposite. Release the raid the hardest it can possibly be. Scrap the epic raid. You release contest. That's the hardest shit in the game. After a month, you release like the easier mod with like simpler mechanics, even like physically simpler, not just tooltips. Like actually like take some of it out to make it simpler. I feel like that's a good way to like keep the hard mod right away without like keeping players out of it because then it's too complex.
Also, just like even if they didn't even do that, like just normalizing reusing like raid, like the raid destinations. I don't know if you've done any missions that like go to any of the raids that you've done, Milo, but they do that occasionally. And I feel like they should lean into it. Oh, you haven't? Yeah. Well, they do it very occasionally. I feel like they should lean into that more. Like look at Last Wish, bro. Like that, or like Garden, bro. Like those places take thousands of dev hours to make, and they're so cool. Like I mean, like we're exploring them, and it's just like there's just so much there, and they use it for the raid, and then that's it. And I don't know.
Yeah.
If they don't do an easy mode of the raid, then at least like expose like players that don't want to interact with raids to those like areas by like, you know, just have, like easy mode missions that go through them, sort of thing. Like
Yeah.
And again, like they do that, and people complain when they do that because they're like, "Oh, reusing content," blah, blah, blah. But it's just like if it's like content specifically aimed at like players that aren't going to interact with raids, then it's not really reusing content. Like the people who do raids, obviously it is, but again, like that's such a small amount of people.
Yeah, and there's
is,
ways
like,
to
so
mix it up as
jarring.
well. Like one of the examples I can think of what you're saying is, I just got the exotic Kvostov, and you get that from the original like Destiny 1, I think, location where you like pick up your gun for the first time. And it was cool because it was like it's that location where you've been before, but they've kind of very slightly rejigged it, and now they're using it in a different context for a cool thing. And I was like, hell yeah, this is awesome to be back here. So yeah, I can get on board with the idea of like, if you're gonna build a raid or you're gonna build a dungeon, I don't hate the idea of some of that space then being like maybe flipped upside down a little bit, but then used in some other capacity to like to try and breadcrumb people in or what have you. But yeah,
I don't know. It's it's just like I'm obviously going to feel this way as an endgame player who spends 9% of the time in raid and dungeon content, but I just feel like it's underutilized, and I it might be the marathon thing where the idea of marathon makes me excited, and that genre of game is like, that's like absolutely my jam, and maybe I'm just weird. I might just be weird, and raid and dungeon, like people who like endgame Destiny players might just be weird, and no amount of hand holding or like nudging or introducing to like the locations will ever get like any of these people into raid and dungeons. But
yeah, I wonder what the numbers are like in WoW.
Yeah, that's actually a good question.
Does anyone in chat know what the like WoW ratio is for people that do that sort of like endgame raidy content in WoW relative to the general player base?
Yeah, I don't know. I take it as like a great injustice. Like, you know what I mean?
What, that those people don't do the raids?
There's like so many people that are missing out on so much.
Yeah, man. They'll.
But it's like it's right there. It's right there. They can load up the dungeons at any time.
Yeah, they'll never
it's like
get
a
it.
whole like, oh man, it's dude. Like blind dungeon. Oh man, I wish I could do a blind dungeon again. Like doing prophecy, like because I did.
We were gonna do one tonight with Spire, and we're doing this instead. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I like, and that makes me even more like, I envy you being able to like experience it for the first time. Like,
yeah. Yeah. What am I gonna do once I've done them all for the first time? Should I just quit?
Maybe, I don't know.
Is that the end? Back to zombies? Let's go.
Yeah, maybe it's back to zombies. I don't know.
Borderlands 4. Let's go.
Yeah, no, that's when you start doing solos, Milo. Come on. Dude, once you've finished all the raids, I can't wait to show you one of the challenges that I did. Oh man. Oh
Which
man,
one?
I want to see the
I can hear your brain like turning
I'll just
around
say that-
ways to
I'll
be
just say-
purposefully vague.
I'll just say the gauntlet. Just say the gauntlet.
Oh, okay.
I want to see Milo watch the gauntlet, bro.
I'll show him my
That'll
solo
be fire.
exhibition. I'm really proud of that one.
Dude, you should show him your
If you don't vow?
No,
he hasn't.
no, not yet.
Okay.
I think you
Soon.
should. Wait, did you ever do solo Tanix when it was just like? Well,
Mickey Mouse?
I know you didn't do. I know you didn't do the actual one. So do you have solo Tanix? Did you do it?
No, I don't have the tag, bro. I was so mad. I was gonna do it, and then they fucking patched it that weekend.
This isn't like, well, I mean, you've done Deep Zone, but this is also just like not like a spoiler thing or anything. there used to be a thing in the game where if you died, like you would still do damage over time, damage while you were dead, even if they were immune enemies. And so, like I think that's how it worked, right? So like that's the thing that made it possible, or my trip.
I mean, it worked on Tanix. I don't know if it worked on like everything, but
Yeah, but basically, you know, like how Tanix is like in that big heap in the middle of the map.
Yeah.
Before you like spawn him. Yeah. People would just throw a Nova Bomb, jump off the map. Throw a Nova Bomb at the thing, jump off the map, respawn, wait for their next Nova Bomb, throw the Nova Bomb at him again, jump off the map, and they would do that like for like 3 hours, and then they would start the encounter and he would just die because you just did enough damage to him while he was immune with Nova Bomb. That's how people used to do solo Tanix.
Wow. So having just done 3-man Deepstone like 2 days ago, that would have been very useful if that was still a thing, because Tanix was the thing that gave us the most trouble.
Yeah,
Painter's saying, ask you about Atheon.
I mean, Atheon's a movie. I mean, have you done Low Man Vogue yet? Have you done?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
is there some silly, goofy stuff in my future?
Oh, that's probably the silliest, goofiest, like, Low Man. Sank is another one that's very silly, goofy. Sank is really cool, though. Like the final boss of Garden.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, you can solo that. I don't know if I told you. And I think that's, like, a really cool, like, what you do. Well, one of the things is really cool, one of the things is really lame, but, like, the thing that you do that's really cool is, like pulling yourself out of the portal is like sick.
Yeah.
You literally just put down like a Bleak Watcher turret and it like shoots the leg once it respawns and pulls you out. It's so cool.
I thought you were gonna say you had to like ricochet a bullet or something. Like,
well, okay, you can do it on all 3 characters, and on the Hunter it's the most boring. You literally just golden gun through the wall. Like it just lets you through the wall for some reason. Titan is kind of cool as well. You throw like a grenade just directly up in the air, and it just lands and lasts long enough, like so that it pulls you out like right at the perfect time.
Oh wow!
And then the Warlock's like the Bleak Watcher, which is really cool.
The
low man structure in this game are like sometimes they're like crazy, like they're so cool, but
yeah, I'm gonna have to get into doing a little bit of that stuff one of these days once I'm.
I mean, are you just gonna do all of the trios like as you go through the raids? Like,
yes. Yeah.
Or however many you need.
Yeah, we'll do Trio Vogue and then Trio Vow like as I get through those.
Yeah, and then the duo.
I'm waiting for the Salvation's Edge.
And then duo run. Yeah.
The duo run is gonna be a movie.
What did you say, Salt?
I'm waiting for the Trio Salvation's Edge.
Yeah,
that's gonna be a movie.
That'll be probably a couple weeks after Edge of Fate or something, because.
Oh really?
We're doing Salvations on the 6th of July, and then obviously Edge of Fate is like right after, so there probably won't be time to do. Like.
Wait, when is Edge of Fate? It's like
It's probably gonna be a bit after that. Like it was a joke. You just can't do it.
Oh. I'll find a way. We'll figure it out. I'll find the new strat. Yeah, I can solo it. It's Mickey. Easy.
Wait, so what are you gonna do between the Blind Salvations and the new and Edge of Fate?
Hopefully have at least one day off.
Guys, I saw that on your schedule. Make sure you have a day off before the Blind Salvations. Also, have you figured out what you're doing for that? Have you got the team together? Oh, he's still up in the air. No, man. I mean,
pizza.
I think like I don't think we were talking about it a lot, and I don't think I ever said this, but obviously obviously I'm down if you want me. Like,
yeah, I think I may take you up on it.
Yeah, for sure.
Where I'm currently at is I think actually having 6 blind players is gonna not be fun, because player 6 is gonna be Minecraft Joe, and Minecraft Joe is gonna need babysitting, and that's just not gonna be fun for anyone to be like, oh, Minecraft Joe is dead again. Oh, Minecraft Joe's dead again. Oh, and
so then
and again.
Who's 5 then? Because
Minecraft
I know
Joe.
you got Olivia,
Minecraft Steve.
you. Oh, Minecraft Steve. Is that fine or?
I think I'm thinking we do 2 Noahs, 4 blinders is my current feeling.
Sure.
Yeah,
that sounds pretty reasonable. The Noahs can also like rotate then as well.
Yes, if needed.
If need be. Because if you started the ungodly hour that we started the VOG, like I'm gonna have to get another Noah to be there for the start. Like, guys.
It's definitely it's a challenge because I really wanted it to be 6 blind, but finding blind players who have 0 experience of Salvation's Edge, but also have high like appetite for a challenge and decent mechanical skill in Destiny is like 0 people on the planet.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to find the right.
That's like you're in cloning territory, and like that's the only way you get that.
Yeah. So
You just have to find people that quit the game, but that they like played. Which is
quit the game
not
and
many.
are willing to come back and grind for 24 hours in an obnoxious challenge that
They don't even get the contest tag for.
Yeah, they don't even get the contest tag for, and it's just like me being a masochist. Like, which is not something that a lot of people seem particularly keen to say yes to. But yeah, it's a tricky one. But we'll figure it out. We'll have some kind of plan. July 6th, that's the day. It has to happen that day, so we'll be making it happen. On that note, though, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm very tired. So
Well, good yapping as always.
yeah, GG's on the yaps. Thank you.
GG's
for getting the dub.
Yep.
Fries in the bag.
Fries in the bag for MrRoflWaffles. Yep.
I asked my sister to take a picture, and she started taking it. I was like, no, it needs to be a full body picture. Like, they need to see the outfit.
Yeah, you're gonna have the whole bit, the sandals and everything, bro.
Dude, the funny thing is, I considered doing the exact same thing of shorts with the suit, but I ended up full sending it with the trousers in the end.
You whole hogged it? Oh my god.
I'm a whole hogging right now, yeah.
You whole hogged? That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's respect.
But yeah, GG's. Congratulations on your hard fought victory. And Duoron is soon.
Oh dude.
So
That'd be so awesome.
much to look forward to. Alright. I will catch you guys later. Good night for now.
Have a good night, Milo.
Good night.
See ya. What a day, chat. What a day. I tried my best to cook the pizza. I couldn't quite cook it. But I did what I could, you know. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I thought this would be a fun thing to do, and then 24 hours later it turned into this. We're gonna have to figure out some time for Spire. I'll consider whether maybe we pitch the GCX people and we try and do one of these as a panel at GCX. We could. I think it's a really good idea. Something like that. Who would be on the panel? Well, it sort of depends on who's going to be at GCX, I suppose. But also, like, what would the topic be? Because GCX is, like, 2 weeks after Edge of Fate. So I don't really know what we would be debating at that point. We'd have to figure it out. Either way, I'm sure that's something we can continue to sort of discuss in the streams. You may not have baked the pizza, but you learned the recipe. Great discussion. Thanks for the entertainment. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Cadamus. I'm glad you enjoyed it. So what we're going to do, chat, is I'm going to wrap the YouTube stream up here. Thank you so much, YouTube gang, for being here today. I will catch you guys shortly on the YouTubes. Bye for now.